Chapter 264. Today was the day when almost all the members of the Yu family were present. Several tables were set up in the yard and famous cooks were specially invited to cook for them. There were also game hunted from the mountains on the table, which was very rich. In such a big family, they naturally couldn't sit randomly. According to the seniority, Yu Baoguo, Yu Jianfeng, and 7 or 8 middle-aged men sat at the same table. Yu Youwei's mother sat at the side. According to the old rules, women were not allowed to sit at the table. However, it was a new era now, and this small village kept pace with the times, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Li Changsheng and Yu Youwei sat at the table near the door. They were all young people. Among them, Yu Youwei sat at the main seat. They were all children of the 4th generation of the Yu family. Only Li Changsheng was an outsider. Everyone already knew who Li Changsheng was without further introduction. During the banquet, Yu Youwei took the initiative to add more dishes for Li Changsheng several times, which made Yu Liangwei, who originally looked down on Li Changsheng, look even worse. The meal went by peacefully. After the meal, the elders were talking inside, while the younger generation seemed to have nothing to do. Although they were a family, they didn't see each other often. Most of their memories were from their childhood. At first, they were a little strange, but soon became familiar with each other. Sister Wei, you're only in your 3rd year of high school and you dare to bring your boyfriend home. When did my uncle become so open-minded? A girl about the same age as Yu Youwei looked at Li Changsheng while talking. She was Yu Jianfeng's daughter and returned home a few days in advance. She was 1 year younger than Yu Youwei. Her name was Yu Cece, and she had a good relationship with Yu Youwei. Yu Jianfeng also had a son, but he couldn't come back because the school organized a competition recently. Hearing Yu Cece's words, everyone immediately turned the topic to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng, what's your major? What does your family do? Are your grades good? How did you get Yu Youwei? The young people all talked at once. Especially the girls. Li Changsheng didn't know how to answer and could only remain silent. However, his silence was clearly a sign of inferiority in the eyes of many people. It's boring to stay in the village. Why don't we go to Medicine King Valley to play? Seeing that she couldn't get any information from Li Changsheng, Yu Cece proposed to go out for some entertainment. Sure, why don't we go to the roller skating rink? One of the younger boys suggested. However, Yu Liangwei smacked him on the head. You, no wonder you're not good at your studies. Every day, you go to those messy places to fool around. Hearing Yu Liangwei's words, the boy stuck out his tongue. Why don't we go karaoke? Yu Cece suggested. She was on the radio station in school and was very good at singing. She wanted to show off her singing skills in front of everyone. Singing is boring. Why don't we go to a bar? Another man wearing glasses said. Little Hui, there are still minors here. Don't lead your little brothers and sisters astray. Yu Liangwei could not help but glare at the man. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz stopped at the door. A man in his 30s walked in. He was wearing a suit and had a very strong aura. What's wrong? You don't know where to go to play? Why don't I take you to find some excitement? As soon as the man appeared, the younger generation immediately showed a look of respect. Even Yu Liangwei couldn't help but stand up. Brother Icheng. Seeing the person who came, Yu Youwei went up to greet him. Youwei, you really change 18 times between childhood and womanhood. I haven't seen you for only a few years and you've become prettier. Yu Icheng touched Yu Youwei's head and walked towards the crowd. Hello, Brother Icheng. Brother Icheng, you're back from the city? Brother Icheng, that Mercedes-Benz is a Maybach, right? I've seen it on the internet. It costs a few million. Yu Icheng was the most outstanding person in the 4th generation of the Yu family. At the young age of 30, he started his own company and was worth tens of billions. Even the older generation was polite to him. Who is this? When Yu Icheng saw Li Changsheng, there was some doubt on his face. Although there were many younger brothers and sisters in the family and most of them had not seen each other for many years, no matter how much they had changed, he could still recognize whose children they were. However, he was sure that he had never seen Li Changsheng before. His Li Changsheng, my boyfriend. Yue happily introduced him to Yue Cheng with a smile. Is that so? Yue has found a boyfriend? Yue Cheng smiled, but there was obviously a different look in his eyes. Brother Cheng, you said just now that you're taking us to find some excitement. Where are we going? Don't tell me you're treating us to a spa. The bespectacled man said half-jokingly. I want to take you there, but I'm afraid that your father will break your leg when we come back. Yue Cheng had no intention of getting to know Li Changsheng. Instead, he said to his younger brothers and sisters, a new drift field opened in the Medicine King Valley. It's opened by my brother. Everyone has seen Initial D, right? I'll take you there today to broaden your horizons. Really? When everyone heard that Yue Cheng was going to take them to drift, they all became excited. Yue Cheng waved to the Mercedes-Benz, and a young man about his age walked down from it. He was his driver. Take 4 people in the car and help me send them to the drift field. As he spoke, he opened the door of his Bentley. My car can still seat 4 people. Who wants to come? Me. UCC was the first to raise her hand and said, I also want to sit in Brother Cheng's Bentley. Soon, the Bentley was full of people. At this time, Yu Liangwei also opened the door of his BMW Z4. 2 more young men opened the doors respectively. The younger generation was almost all seated, and there were only a few left. I'll go get the key from Uncle Jianfeng. His business car can still seat a lot of people. A young man said. Soon, he took out the key, and the rest of the people walked to the business car. However, when the business car was full, they found that Li Changsheng could not get in. It's full. What should we do? Yu Liangwei said, but there was a hint of gloating in his eyes. He already disliked Li Changsheng. Now that he saw Li Changsheng standing there alone awkwardly, he felt extremely happy. The other young men of the Yu family looked on coldly. In their view, Li Changsheng was just an outsider after all. It doesn't matter if we go or not. Since the car can't seat, you guys go and have fun. I'll accompany Changsheng to walk around the village. Yue had already sat in the car, but at this time, he walked down and walked to Li Changsheng's side. Changsheng, the scenery in our village is beautiful. When I was young, I often caught loaches in the river over there. I'll take you to walk around later. Hearing that Yue also wanted to stay, Yu Liangwei looked at Yue Cheng with an inquiring gaze. What's wrong? Yue Cheng had already sat in the car, but at this time, he opened the door and walked down. After understanding the situation, he could not help but frown. It did not matter if the others went or not, but only Yue had to go. He knew that Yue was coming back and had already told his business partner in advance. Originally, he wanted to introduce Yue to the other party, but now Yue had a boyfriend. However, in his view, Li Changsheng was nothing to worry about. It was just the first awakening of love in high school, and he was blinded by his feelings. When the heat subsided, it would naturally be left unsettled. It was also a good opportunity to let Li Changsheng see the elegance of his business partner, so that he could understand the gap between him and the other party, and retreat in the face of difficulties. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at the 13-year-old boy in the car and said, Xiao Ning, why are you, a child, joining in the fun? Come down, you don't have to go. When the little boy heard this, his mouth suddenly twitched, and he almost cried out. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he did not dare to disobey Yue Cheng's order. Among the younger generation, Yue Cheng had absolute authority. Okay, now you can sit down. Let's go. Yue Cheng looked coldly at Li Changsheng, and walked to his Bentley again. Chapter 265. The drifting field was located in the suburbs of Medicine King Valley. The field was very large. When Yue Cheng arrived with a few people, the manager personally came out to greet them. He gave them enough face, which made the juniors of the Yu family envious. At the same age, Yue Cheng had already reached a height that they could only look up to. How much does it cost to drift here? Yue Cheng looked at the manager who accompanied them all the way. According to the market price, it's 1,000 yuan per hour. However, people who haven't been specially trained can't directly start drifting. They need our coaches to guide them. The coach's price is 2,000 yuan per hour. So, It'll be 3,000 yuan per hour for each person at the beginning. Hearing the manager's words, the few people were secretly shocked. 3,000 yuan was already a month's salary for these young people from ordinary families. There were more than a dozen people in the fourth generation of the Yu family who came today. It added up to 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, which was not a small amount. Brother Icheng, the price is so expensive. I think we shouldn't play. A man began to back out. His family was similar to Yu Yue's family, so he couldn't afford to spend this money. It's okay. Since I'm bringing you to play, the cost will naturally be on my account. At this time, the manager shook his head and said, Mr. Yu, you and our President Song are good friends. President Song has already called and told us that you can play here for free. Your President Song is too polite. Yu Cheng smiled at the manager. The few people from the Yu family next to him were elated. They admired Yu Cheng's connections very much. Yu Cheng was a person with a net worth of tens of billions. Tens of thousands of yuan was not a small amount for ordinary Yu family members, but for him, it was just the cost of a few meals. Li Changsheng saw that there were already many people playing. Each of them was assigned a personal coach to teach them how to drift. There were a few people under the age of 18 who couldn't play according to the rules. Yu Cheng let them go to the entertainment room next door to play billiards. The coach for Yu Yue was a blonde woman of mixed race. She had a very hot body and looked quite exotic. She spoke very standard Chinese. Originally, they had sent a coach to Li Changsheng, but Li Changsheng refused because he didn't want to play. This made the coach's face turn ugly. He could earn quite a lot of commission for teaching a student for an hour. Li Changsheng didn't let him earn this money, so he naturally didn't have a good impression of Li Changsheng. Yu Yue was eager to give it a try, so Li Changsheng accompanied her to practice. Yu Yue sat in the driver's seat while he sat in the back. The blonde woman was said to have won several international racing championships and was especially proficient in drifting. She explained to Yu Yue for about 20 minutes. She said that she needed to go to the restroom and asked Yu Yue to wait for her. Then, she got out of the car and left. After listening for a long time, Yu Yue barely knew how to operate the car. However, she was a timid girl and had never driven a car before, so she could only drive the car like a snail. Not to mention drifting, she didn't even dare to drive at 40 miles per hour. Li Changsheng looked at Yu Yue's cautious look and couldn't help but chuckle. He opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. He said to Yu Yue, "Don't be afraid. Step on the accelerator hard and put the gear up. Then, try drifting." Yu Yue was puzzled. "Changsheng, you also know how to drift?" Li Changsheng shook his head. "I didn't know before, but I understood after listening to that Asian girl." Hearing Li Changsheng call the coach an Asian girl, Yu Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Then, she didn't doubt Li Changsheng's ability at all. She followed Li Changsheng's instructions and stepped on the accelerator. The car directly sped out. If not for the saying that women in love were blind, it was not a lie at all. At this moment, Yu Yue had unconditional trust in Li Changsheng. However, because of this trust, she didn't have any fear in her heart. Instead, she drove the car steadily. Just as Li Changsheng was about to teach Yu Yue how to drift, the blonde girl who came out of the bathroom screamed when she saw the car drive out. "Oh my God! What are you doing? Stop!" Seeing the flustered coach from the rearview mirror, Yu Yue slammed on the brakes and stopped the car. If it wasn't for the seatbelt, her head would have hit the glass and bled. However, Li Changsheng didn't show the slightest bit of panic when he saw Yu Yue's emergency reaction. He helped Yu Yue pull on the handbrake. Seeing that she was at ease, he patted her back. Strangely enough, after the frightening scene just now, Yu Yue calmed down in an instant. At this moment, the blonde girl walked over angrily. She didn't care about Yu Yue's identity and shouted, "What are you doing? You want to run without even learning how to walk? Do you know how dangerous it was just now?" As she spoke, she saw Li Changsheng in the passenger seat and frowned. "Why are you sitting here? I taught her how to drift." Li Changsheng smiled. The blonde girl was stunned. She was puzzled and asked, "Are you a racer too? Have you raced before?" Unexpectedly, Li Changsheng shook his head. No, it's my first time. After listening to you, I don't think it's difficult. What? The blonde girl suddenly flew into a rage. You're not even an amateur racer. How dare you teach someone how to drift? Do you know that someone will die? Oh my God. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? The blonde girl's voice was very loud. Soon, everyone in the Yu family noticed what was going on and gathered around. When they heard that Li Changsheng was teaching Yu Yuwei how to drift, many of them showed strange expressions. Yu Cheng also walked over and asked, "What's going on?" The blonde girl knew the relationship between Yu Cheng and the boss. Only then did she realize that she had lost her composure. However, she still couldn't hide the anger in her heart. She told the whole story. Yu Cheng coldly glared at Li Changsheng. I really don't know what my sister sees in you. This is simply nonsense. Meanwhile, the youths of the Yu clan were all gloating. Yu Yuwei was the most beautiful girl in the family, but she found such an ordinary boyfriend like Li Changsheng. They all felt that Yu Yuwei was not worth it. Seeing that Li Changsheng was defeated, they were all secretly happy. No, I really know how to drift. If it weren't for this blonde girl's yelling, Yu Yuwei wouldn't have suddenly stepped on the emergency brake. Li Changsheng said. The blonde girl's eyes were about to spit fire. You did something wrong and you blame me. You put the blame on me. If it weren't for the fact that you were brought here by Boss Yu, I really want to slap you. The blonde girl had a hot body and a fiery temper. All right. Everyone, stop arguing. Yu Liangwei stood up and resolved this farce. He looked at Yu Yuwei with some concern. Yuwei, are you okay? I'm fine. Yu Yuwei smiled. You are really a silly child. You believe everything others say. He didn't even learn how to drift before he dared to teach you. You actually dared to listen to him. I believe in longevity. Yu Yuwei said seriously. Alas. Yu Liangwei sighed and took a deep look at Li Changsheng. He thought, I don't know what kind of magic potion this kid gave his sister. Chapter 266. Next, Yu Yuwei learned how to drive. Li Changsheng sat on the chair beside her. The blonde girl was disgusted with him and looked as if she could not live under the same sky with him. The two of them sat in the car awkwardly. In everyone's eyes, Li Changsheng was simply too unreliable. He had never touched a car before, yet he dared to teach Yu Yuwei how to drift. However, Li Changsheng knew in his heart that he really knew how to drift. As a dignified Xiantian realm cultivator, his comprehension and control ability were incomparable to ordinary people. The reason why he did not get in the car and demonstrate when he was questioned by everyone was that he was already past the age where he could not help but show off his skills. Other than Yu Yuwei, the others could already drift on the field after more than half an hour of training. In the end, only Yu Yuwei's car was left. It moved slowly on the field at a moderate speed. After the car circled the field once, Yu Yuwei was obviously very nervous. She stopped the car and exhaled. Li Changsheng handed a cup of milk tea he had bought from the VIP room to Yu Yuwei. You've been practicing for so long. Drink a cup of water. Yu Yuwei took it with a smile. In her opinion, someone handing her a cup of milk tea after she had practiced for a while was the greatest happiness. However, just as she inserted the straw into the cup, a car suddenly roared. When it passed by Yu Yuwei, it suddenly braked. Then, dust and the smell of burnt tires wafted over. Yu Yuwei could not help but frown. She saw a young man roll down the car window and stick his head out. He whistled at Yu Yuwei and said, "Beauty, do you want me to take you for a ride?" Seeing the cup of milk tea in her hand fly into the dust, Yu Yuwei's face immediately turned cold. She said angrily, "Get lost." The boy didn't get angry. He just laughed and stepped on the accelerator. The car roared forward and continued to practice his driving skills on the practice field. Yu Yuwei angrily looked at the departing car and saw a layer of dust on the milk tea cup in her hand. Although her clothes were dirty, she didn't care. However, this milk tea was bought for her by Li Changsheng, which made her feel a little wronged. Li Changsheng looked coldly at the blonde coach. Who is this person? He already knows how to drift, so why is he still on the practice field? The golden-haired woman already had a problem with Li Changsheng, so she just snorted coldly. He is the young master of the Guo family, the famous playboy of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I advise you not to provoke him. What bullshit, young master. If he pisses me off, I'll beat him up until even his mother can't recognize him. The golden-haired woman only thought that Li Changsheng was boasting in anger and curled her lips in disdain. However, she didn't continue to add fuel to the fire when Li Changsheng was angry. Forget it, Changsheng. There's no need to argue with him. Yu Yuwei knew Li Changsheng's strength, but after all, a strong dragon can't defeat a snake in its own territory. This was the Valley of the Medicine Masters. She was afraid that Li Changsheng would be at a disadvantage if he got into a conflict with the other party. Li Changsheng smiled and didn't say anything else. Because Yu Yuwei had already mastered the basics of driving, the golden-haired coach let her practice by herself. She sat on a chair on the side of the field and rested. Li Changsheng saw that the golden-haired woman wasn't in the car, so he sat in the front passenger seat. This time, he didn't instruct Yu Yuwei to practice drifting. He didn't want the golden-haired woman to yell again. At this time, Yu Yuwei was driving slowly in third gear on the practice field. When the car was halfway there was a sudden roar from behind. Then, a car suddenly made a sharp turn and overtook Yu Yuwei's car. Then, the car braked and stopped in front of her. It was obviously provocative. Yu Yuwei, who was driving, was shocked by the sudden situation. She slammed on the brakes and the car automatically turned off. Even though she was wearing a seatbelt, her body was thrown forward by the huge inertia. The bottle of mineral water in the car fell to the ground with a plop. Are you okay? Li Changsheng hurriedly looked at Yu Yuwei. Yu Yuwei shook her head, but her eyes were shining with tears. Li Changsheng looked at her and found that the phone in her pocket had just flown out. The screen was shattered into a spider web. This was the phone that Li Changsheng had bought for Yu Yuwei. Yu Yuwei had always treasured it. She didn't expect it to be broken. At this moment, the head of the car in front of them stuck out and made a contemptuous gesture at Li Changsheng. Once again, he ignited the fire and left. It's just a phone. Don't be sad, Yuwei. I'll buy you another one. Li Changsheng comforted Yu Yuwei. Then, he asked Yu Yuwei, do you think these guys are hateful? Should we teach them a lesson? Hateful. Yu Yuwei said bitterly. Okay, then sit next to me. I'll drive. Yu Yuwei nodded. In the distance, the people of the Yu family also saw the situation here. They were angry. How does that person drive? He's doing it on purpose. Sister Yuwei isn't familiar with driving. She must be scared. This person is simply a hooligan. Just as everyone was feeling indignant, they saw Yu Yuwei get out of the car. Everyone was about to go over to see if Yu Yuwei was injured when they saw Li Changsheng also get out of the front passenger seat and sit in the driver's seat. At this moment, Yu Yuwei sat in the front passenger seat. They're swapping seats. What are they doing? Everyone was confused. The blonde coach was already shouting anxiously, "What are you doing? You can't be impulsive. We have to pay for the damaged cars here." The young men of the Yu family also thought of Li Changsheng's intention, and their faces changed drastically. No, that guy doesn't even have a driver's license. He doesn't know how to drive at all. What if something happens? At this moment, Yu Liangwei and Yu Cheng also walked over. This is nonsense. Make him stop the car, Yu Cheng ordered. The young men of the Yu family were about to rush over, but they saw that the car had already started moving. The other party saw Li Changsheng get in the car, and the car in front actually stopped. When Li Changsheng's car was about to approach, he stepped on the accelerator and made a 180-degree turn. He sped to the other side of the parking lot, like a cat playing with a mouse. Even the blonde woman couldn't help but marvel at the other party's driving skills. He was definitely the king among amateurs. However, Li Changsheng's car, which had been left behind, suddenly emitted a loud roar, and the car rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow. Oh my God! He must be crazy. He's so fast. Everyone's faces were filled with horror. Judging from the loud roar and the black smoke rising from the friction between the tires and the ground, he had probably stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. This guy doesn't even know how to drive. If he collides with the car in front at such a fast speed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yue Cheng could no longer maintain his composure. The person in the car was his sister. Moreover, young Master Guo's background wasn't ordinary either. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with him, if Li Changsheng got impulsively into a car and something happened to young Master Guo, the other party's family would definitely blame him. The Guo family was still very powerful in the Medicine King Valley and was definitely a local tyrant. Provoking the Guo family was very likely to affect the future development of his company. Why did Yue find such a reckless guy to be her boyfriend? Yue Cheng looked at the speeding car and knew that it was useless to be anxious at this moment. He could only secretly pray that nothing would happen. Chapter 267. In the car, Yue held the armrest with his right hand and stared straight ahead. Li Changsheng stepped on the gas pedal to the maximum and quickly closed the distance between them and the car in front. Seeing Li Changsheng's car catching up from the rearview mirror, young Master Guo couldn't help but sneer. "You country bumpkin, see how I'll toy with you." There was also a young man sitting in the front passenger seat. That man said, "Young Master Guo, that guy lost his mind because of you. He won't crash into us and kill us all, right?" Young Master Guo curled his lips in disdain. "With my skills, do you think he has a chance to crash into us? Eat dirt behind us." As soon as he finished speaking, he drifted 360 degrees. A few seconds before Li Changsheng's car caught up, he turned around and ran in the opposite direction. In the distance, Yue let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he was really afraid that Li Changsheng's car would crash into him. Once it did, it would all be over. Fortunately, young Master Guo's driving skills were good enough. The blonde girl next to him said, "Young Master Guo is a frequent visitor to the drifting field. Although he's an amateur racer, he's very good at driving. Normal professional racers can't do so many tricks, so you don't have to worry about him crashing into young Master Guo's car. You should worry about that reckless guy. Don't overturn the car or crash into the fence. If that happens, the car will be destroyed and you will die." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Changsheng's car suddenly braked after the other party drifted 360 degrees. Then, with a perfect drift, he changed the direction of the car and chased after the car in front. In an instant, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Especially the blonde girl, who stuttered, "How did he drift?" The others also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Li Changsheng actually knew how to drift. In the next moment, the pride on young Master Guo's face disappeared because he happened to see the car drift from behind. While he was still in shock, he saw that Li Changsheng's car had caught up with him and was driving alongside him, forcing him to move to the side. Li Changsheng's car was so close that Guo Xiao didn't dare to go against Li Changsheng. If he wasn't careful, the car would be destroyed and he would die. But Li Changsheng didn't care. When he was about to reach the edge of the road, he suddenly turned the steering wheel and cut across from the front. Guo Xiao was so scared that he quivered. The car hurriedly made a turn. With a bang, the wheels of the car squeezed against the railing next to it. The car tilted up, which scared Guo Xiao and his companions in the car and made them break out in cold sweat. Li Changsheng's car also stopped in front of them. He and Yue opened the door and got out. The onlookers in the distance, as well as the drifting field security guards, hurried over. They first used a rope to pull the car and the fence to prevent the car from flipping over. Then, they rescued Guo Xiao and his friend from the car. Guo Xiao wasn't injured, but he was so scared that his face was pale. His friend didn't wear a seat belt. His head hit the glass, and his forehead was bleeding. The medical staff waiting by the side hurriedly bandaged it. Yu Liangwei and Yu Icheng came over. Yu Liangwei directly shouted at Li Changsheng, "Do you know what you're doing? You're taking Yue's life as a joke." The other children of the Yu family looked at Li Changsheng with some curiosity. Li Changsheng's perfect drift and stopping Guo Xiao's car just now really made them understand what was fast and furious. Yu Icheng also looked deeply at Li Changsheng, sighed and said, "You've been in the limelight, but you've also offended the Guo family's young master. He won't let this go. I hope you're a man, and take responsibility for your own actions. Don't drag us into this. Brother Icheng, is Guo Xiao that great? At that time, he was the one who took the initiative to provoke. I think Li Changsheng did the right thing. A young man from the Yu family had a good impression of Li Changsheng because of Li Changsheng's behavior just now. Yeah, Brother Changsheng was very cool just now, and that Guo Xiao should teach him a lesson. Yu Cixi also stood on Li Changsheng's side. Yu Icheng didn't say anything. He also felt relieved, but these younger brothers and sisters didn't know the power of the Guo family. Li Changsheng's behavior was clearly immature in his view, and such a person didn't have the character to do big things. In his view, he was not worthy of Yu Yuei. Don't worry, it's just Guo Xiao. Li Changsheng said calmly. Haha. Just a little? Yu Icheng couldn't help but chuckle. Guo Xiao has hundreds of billions of yuan in wealth, and you say it's just a little. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Yu Icheng shook his head. Yu Liangwei, who was next to him, also interjected, you don't even care about the Guo family's hundreds of billions of yuan. Maybe in his eyes, us small bosses with hundreds of billions of yuan are nothing. Hearing Yu Liangwei's words, Li Changsheng didn't say anything. He couldn't say, in my eyes, you are indeed nothing. At this time, Guo Xiao confirmed that his friend's injury was not serious. Only then did he remember Li Changsheng and walked over angrily. He pointed at Li Changsheng's nose and scolded, little brat, are you trying to King kill me? As he said that, he raised his fist and punched Li Changsheng's cheek. Everyone from the Yu family turned their heads to the side. Guo Xiao was a good-for-nothing and was very good at fighting. In addition, he was a head taller than Li Changsheng. In everyone's view, there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides. Today, Li Changsheng must be taught a lesson. It would be good if a beating could calm Guo Xiao's anger. However, after the beating, there would be other things to do. It wouldn't be over. However, before Guo Xiao's fist landed, Li Changsheng grabbed his wrist, and it couldn't fall. Let go of me. Guo Xiao didn't expect Li Changsheng's seemingly thin body to have such great strength. He raised his leg and was about to kick Li Changsheng's lower abdomen. However, before he could kick, Li Changsheng exerted force on his body, and a crisp cracking sound came from his wrist. Li Changsheng let go. Guo Xiao took a few steps back, holding his wrist with a painful expression on his face. Li Changsheng only used a little grappling technique to dislocate Guo Xiao's wrist. You know martial arts? Guo Xiao's face was full of fear. However, Li Changsheng didn't answer him at all. He directly kicked Guo Xiao's chest. Guo Xiao took 8 steps back and sat on the ground with a frightened expression in his eyes. As soon as he got up, Li Changsheng strode over and kicked Guo Xiao's chest with the momentum. Bang! Guo Xiao was directly kicked out, and he screamed after falling to the ground. Li Changsheng rushed up again without hesitation and stomped on Guo Xiao's head. More than 10 seconds later, Guo Xiao's face was bruised and swollen. He didn't know how many teeth had been stomped out. His eyes were full of fear, and he sobbed with tears in his eyes. He was just short of crying for his parents. It was the first time Guo Xiao was beaten up in his life. It would definitely be a psychological trauma for him for the rest of his life. The surrounding young people from the Yu family were all stunned. The blonde female coach, the security guards, and the medical staff were also dumbfounded. The culprit who had beaten young Master Guo to such a state clapped his hands in an unrestrained manner and said pretentiously, I said that I would beat you up so badly that even your mother wouldn't be able to recognize you. I will do it. As a man, I must keep my words. I cannot go back on my words. Chapter 268. Li Changsheng actually beat up young Master Guo. Yu Icheng's face was extremely ugly. Whether Li Changsheng lived or died had nothing to do with him, but now everyone knew that he was the one who brought Li Changsheng here. If the Guo family were to vent their anger on him because of this, Yu Icheng's hands and feet turned cold. He looked at Li Changsheng with a gaze that couldn't wait to slap him. Of course, he could only think about it. He had seen Li Changsheng's fighting strength just now. He even dared to beat up young Master Guo. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of Yu Icheng. This is simply a hothead. Yu Icheng was trembling with anger. At this time, young Master Guo's companion, who had been bandaged, came over. He stared at Li Changsheng viciously and helped young Master Guo up. He said fiercely, "Brat, just you wait." After that, he supported young Master Guo and limped out of the drift field. The fight here had already alerted the manager of the drift field. The manager walked in front of Yu Cheng and said with a bitter face, "Young Master Yu, this is bad. Your friend beat up young Master Guo. You should know young Master Guo's power. What should we do? He's not my friend." Yu Cheng hurriedly distanced himself from Li Changsheng. "It's not up to me to say whether he's your friend or not. You know young Master Guo's power, and his young Master Luo's man." "You mean young Master Luo Hitu of the Divine Medicine Corporation?" Hearing this name, Yu Cheng's eyes were filled with fear. Among the young masters of the Medicine King Valley, the number one must be young Master Luo Hitu of the Luo family. He knew that the Guo family's power wasn't ordinary. He also knew that young Master Guo had always been arrogant, but he didn't expect his backer to be young Master Luo of the Divine Medicine Corporation. Young Master Guo and Luo Hitu are childhood friends. A large part of the reason why the Guo family can be where they are today is because of the Luo family's help. Beating up young Master Guo is equivalent to going against the young Master Luo. Hearing the manager's words, Yu Cheng's face turned pale. The Guo family alone was enough to make him feel fear, and now Luo Hitu popped out. Luo was the real master of the Medicine King Valley. This hothead caused me such a big trouble. I have to think of a way to distance myself from him. Yu Cheng silently thought in his heart. At this moment, a subordinate walked over to the manager and said, "Manager Wang, the young master of the Divine Medicine Corporation, Luo Hitu, is here. Do you want to go and welcome him?" "How did they get here so quickly?" Manager Wang gave Yu Cheng a look that said, "Good luck," and hurriedly went out to greet him. Meanwhile, Yu Yi was completely at a loss. Now that the young master of the Luo family was here, things were about to get out of hand. Not long after, the manager walked over in a hurry. He said to Yu Cheng, "Young Master Luo, let the brat who hit people go over." Yu Cheng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked quietly, "Manager Wang, did Mr. Luo say anything?" Manager Wang smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Luo was very angry. Although he didn't say anything, the look in his eyes scared me. I just hope that kid is tough enough to take on everything himself and not implicate you, President Yu." "I hope so." Yu Cheng nodded. He walked to Li Changsheng's side and said coldly, "Just now you hit young Master Guo. Now young Master Guo's backer is here. You and Manager Wang go over. I hope you dare to admit what you did." "Don't worry." Li Changsheng smiled slightly. "I don't care who his backer is. I'm not afraid." After that, he left with Manager Wang directly. He sneered, "What an arrogant guy. No matter who he is, he's not someone you can afford to offend." At this moment, in the VIP room, Luo Hitu was playing with a pen in his hand. Listening to the description of the young man who was with young Master Guo, his face became gloomier. Meanwhile, young Master Guo's face was swollen like a pig's head. Several of his teeth had fallen out, and he could not even speak properly. "Brother Guo, you must stand up for me. Boo-hoo. You even practiced taekwondo, but you were beaten up like this. However, how dare he touch my friend? I'd like to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint voice was heard. "I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but I'm afraid you can't afford to offend him." Luo Hitu heard the voice and his face was filled with anger. He looked up and was stunned when he saw the figure who walked in. Mr. Li. After that, he came to his senses. He quickly stood up and bowed to Li Changsheng. Manager Wang, who followed Li Changsheng in, was stunned on the spot. "What's going on?" Li Changsheng walked to the chair where Luo Hitu was sitting and sat down. He put his legs on the table and said with a smile, "Young Master Luo, you're so impressive. I heard you want to teach me a lesson." "I wouldn't dare." Luo Hitu quickly shook his head like a rattle drum. He was so scared that his legs were trembling. The last time he offended Li Changsheng, he lost 100 billion. Until now, the Luo family had not recovered. Now, Li Changsheng had become his nightmare. "Good. Tell your underlings to keep a low profile in the future." Li Changsheng stood up from the chair and patted Luo Hitu's shoulder. He turned and walked out of the VIP room. Luo Hitu only breathed a sigh of relief after Li Changsheng left. Guo Xiao and the young man were puzzled. "Brother Luo, what's going on?" Guo Xiao asked stutteringly. Luo Hitu paused for a moment before he heaved a long sigh and said, "Little Guo, I can't avenge you anymore. I can't even afford to offend Li Changsheng, let alone you. Who the hell is he?" Although Guo Xiao was foppish, he was not stupid. He vaguely guessed something from the scene just now. However, he was very curious about Li Changsheng's identity. "Do you still remember the time when Brother Guo told you about his big mistake?" "Brother Luo, are you talking about the 100 billion? Guo Xiao's expression changed drastically. Young Master Luo admitted defeat and took out 100 billion to settle the matter. This incident had been circulating in the circle for a long time. It was rumored that it involved Nangong Jingmeng of the Nangong family and a mysterious figure, Mr. Li. Is that Mr. Li? This time, not only Guo Xiao, but also the young man and the manager widened their eyes. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking young man turned out to be the recently famous Mr. Li? No wonder he dared to hit Guo Xiao. No wonder he dared to speak so arrogantly when he knew that young Master Luo was here. The manager suddenly came to a realization. On the other side, Guo Xiao and the young man had completely given up. They had offended Mr. Li. It was good enough that he did not take their lives. Beating them up was simply too light a punishment. At this time, Luo Hitu looked at manager Wang and asked, "What is this Mr. Li doing in Medicine King Valley? Do you know who he came with?" "Young Master Luo, he came with Yu Icheng of the Yu family. He seems to be the boyfriend of Yu Icheng's sister. This time, he came to celebrate the birthday of Old Master Yu." The manager told him everything he knew. Luo Hitu's face suddenly showed a thoughtful expression. Yu Icheng's sister is actually Mr. Li's girlfriend. Mr. Li came here specifically to celebrate the birthday of Old Master Yu. I've offended Mr. Li and have been scared witless. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to mend my relationship with Mr. Li. Thinking of this, Luo Hitu's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Chapter 269. When Li Changsheng came out, the youths of the Yu family were looking inside. Yu Icheng, in particular, frowned. Although he barely maintained his calm on the surface, his clenched fists showed his nervousness at the moment. When they saw Li Changsheng come out, they immediately surrounded him. In particular, Yu Icheng looked surprised. In his opinion, Li Changsheng would be skinned if he didn't die inside, but he seemed to have come out safe and sound. "Li Changsheng, what happened inside?" Yu Icheng calmed down and asked. "Nothing. Young Master Luo just asked me a few words and let me leave. It's that simple." Yu Icheng was puzzled. This was not the style of young Master Luo. How complicated can it be? "If you don't believe me, you can go in and ask Luo Hitu," Li Changsheng said casually, then took Yu Yue's hand and walked outside. After the incident just now, it was meaningless for him to stay any longer. Although Yu Icheng had doubts in his heart, he didn't dare to really ask young Master Luo. If he accidentally touched the other party's eyebrows, he would have to bear the consequences. This guy is really lucky. Could it be that young Master Luo is in a good mood and forgave him? Yu Icheng thought that this was the only explanation. But his heart was not at ease. This young Master Luo was famous for his scheming. Even if he let Li Changsheng go on the surface, it wouldn't be good for him to play some tricks in the dark. The most important thing was not to implicate him. Li Changsheng's life and death had nothing to do with him, but if he was implicated, it would be tragic. Not good. Yu Icheng couldn't help but slap his forehead. He said that he would arrange for his business partner to meet Yu Yue, but he forgot about it. Now that Yu Yue and Li Changsheng had left, it was too late to chase after them. "Wei, brother Gao, something went wrong when I met my little sister." Yu Icheng dialed his friend's phone. At this time, Li Changsheng and Yu Yue took a taxi and left. Then, he accompanied Yu Yue for a stroll around the Medicine King Valley. They waited until it was almost dark before they returned to the village where the Yu family lived. The Yu family didn't only have one large courtyard. The house in the neighboring courtyard was also very clean and could be lived in. Li Changsheng's accommodation was arranged there. At night, everyone gathered in the hall for dinner. There were much fewer people than during the day, and the hall was barely enough for everyone to sit down. Dinner hadn't started yet. The elders sat there while the juniors stood to the side, waiting for instructions. Li Changsheng and Yu Yuwei walked in hand. When they saw Yu Baoguo and his wife, they were a little restless. Yu Jianfeng had a complicated look in his eyes. Some of the others were gloating, while others were sneering. Great-grandfather, uncle, second uncle, third uncle. Yu Yuwei came in and greeted everyone. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, only nodded slightly to the others except for the old master. This attitude immediately caused many people to be dissatisfied, and their expressions became even colder. Okay, Yuwei, come to great-grandfather. The old master doted on Yu Yuwei the most, so he waved his hand and said. Yu Yuwei hurried over. At this time, Yu Youcheng's father, who was Yu Yuwei's uncle, cleared his throat and looked at Li Changsheng. Your name is Li Changsheng, right? I heard that you had some conflicts with someone at the driftfield today, right? Li Changsheng nodded. That's right. Is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. Yu Yuwei's uncle suddenly raised his voice. Do you know who you have offended? That is the young master of the Guo family. Behind him is the #1 young master of the Medicine King Valley, Luo Hitu. Yu Yucheng has worked hard to build a career with his own ability. It is very likely that because you have offended young Master Guo and Luo Hitu, you will be suppressed by the two families. Can you bear this sin? The other party stared coldly at Li Changsheng, his eyes full of anger. Don't worry, Luo Hitu and the Guo family won't dare to pursue this matter. This matter is over. Won't dare? Haha. Yu Youcheng's father sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you think young Master Luo is afraid of you? At the same time, many people around curled their lips, obviously finding it a little funny. In the Medicine King Valley, there was nothing that young Master Luo did not dare to do. Yu Yuwei's boyfriend was really a newborn calf who was not afraid of the tiger. He was just a little reckless. Changsheng, is this true? Yu Baoguo looked at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng nodded. Suddenly, Yu Baoguo seemed to have lost all his strength and slumped into the chair. Yu Yucheng was the pride of the Yu family. If he was suppressed because of Li Changsheng, then he would be guilty. Yu Jianfeng's face was also very ugly. He knew that Li Changsheng had some background, but he did not know how big it was. But no matter how big it was, could it be bigger than the young master of the Luo family? Moreover, Yu Youcheng's rise carried the hopes of 4 generations of the Yu family. He was regarded as the true dragon of the Yu family. If he was affected because of Li Changsheng, then he would be in trouble. Yu Youcheng's father looked coldly at Yu Baoguo. Baoguo, this is the good son-in-law you chose. I think he's simply a jinx. It's my fault, my fault. Yu Baoguo lowered his head submissively. His status in the Yu family was low to begin with, and now he was like a servant. If Brother Youcheng's career is affected because of this guy, then he will be a sinner of the Yu family. Even if young Master Luo doesn't care about these things, a reckless person like him will sooner or later get into bigger trouble. I think he absolutely cannot be the son-in-law of the Yu family, and he is even more unsuitable for UAE. Yu Youcheng's father was the representative of the 3rd generation. Now that he spoke, he immediately received the support of many people. Yes, I think so too. UAE is more beautiful than a big star. She can marry any young master of a rich family. Why did she choose such a person? If you ask me, it's also the Baoguo couple's fault. How old is the child? Let her fall in love. You should seize the opportunity and find such a trash. He can't do anything right, but he's good at ruining things. Yue has such bad taste. Listening to the discussions of the people around them, Yu Baoguo and his wife lowered their heads more and more, not daring to raise their heads at all. Yu Jianfeng wanted to defend Yu Baoguo and his wife, but when he saw the scene and saw that everyone was in agreement, and then thought of how Li Changsheng had offended the young master of the Luo family, he couldn't help but sigh and didn't speak in the end. At this time, Yu Yucheng also said, It just so happens that my business partner has seen Yue's photo and told me at first glance that he likes Yue. My partner has a capital of 10 billion yuan. If Yue marries him, she can immediately enter the upper class and become a rich lady. Moreover, it can also improve the relationship between my partner and me and make him cooperate wholeheartedly with me. My partner's family has a lot of connections. When my company grows bigger, I can arrange positions for many brothers and sisters. Hearing Yu Youqing's words, many people's eyes suddenly lit up. The last sentence really moved them. There were many people in the Yu family, and there were a few who were doing well, but the majority were still not doing well. If what Yu Youqing said was true, it would be great if their children could work in Yu Youqing's company after graduation. I think we should let Yue break up with this boy. Tomorrow, let Yu Cheng bring his business partner here. Yu Youqing's father made the final decision. At this time, Yue suddenly stood up. Uncle, how can your conscience be at ease when you break up a good marriage like this? Yue, in front of all the uncles, grandparents, and grandparents here, I will not marry anyone other than Li Changxing in this life. If anyone forces me, I will die in front of him. Yue, how dare you? Yu Baoguo said loudly. He was originally afraid of Yu Youqing's father. When he saw that his daughter dared to talk back to him, he immediately became anxious. On the other side, Yu Youqing's father only sneered. Good, your wings have hardened. Brother, this is the good daughter you have taught. Yue, this is your fault. How can you talk back to your uncle? Yes, this child is too outrageous. How did Baoguo teach her? Does he have any manners at all? Yu Youqing's family had high prestige in the family, and the relatives were basically on his side. Even if there were a few who were on Yu Yue's side, they did not dare to speak up for Yu Yue. Suddenly, there were all kinds of voices of criticism in the hall. It was noisy and chaotic. All right, cough, cough. Old Master Yu's fingers trembled as he grabbed his walking stick and stood up shakily. Tomorrow is my birthday banquet. Do you want to anger me to death today? Old Master Yu was old, but he was not muddle-headed at all. He loved Yu Yue the most and naturally did not want Yu Yue to be wronged. However, in his opinion, this matter was indeed Li Changxing's fault, so he could only say so. The moment Old Master Yu spoke, the hall fell into silence. Yue, take Changxing and leave first. Leave the rest to great-grandfather. Yu Yue nodded and was about to leave with Li Changxing when Yu Yue's uncle said coldly, wait a minute. Then, he looked at Old Master Yu and bowed. Grandfather, this kid almost harmed Cheng. Are we just going to let this matter rest? Old Master Yu glanced at him and said, didn't Cheng introduce someone to Yue? Since he said that the other party is so outstanding, let him come to my birthday banquet tomorrow and let everyone see how outstanding he is. Let Yue choose. Yue can choose whoever she likes. None of you can interfere. Old Master, Yu Yue was about to say something but was stopped by Li Changxing. Li Changxing said, all right, I'm curious how outstanding the other party is. It's a good opportunity to see for myself. After saying that, he pulled Yu Yue out of the room. Everyone was stunned. Especially Yu Youqing, who thought smugly, if my partner comes, Li Changxing, will be a pile of cow dung. Chapter 270. The morning of the second day. Li Changxing walked out of the courtyard and saw that there were already rows of luxury cars parked outside. Today was the birthday banquet of Elder Yu. His relatives and friends had been busy since early in the morning. When Li Changxing came out, none of the Yu family members who passed by him greeted him. Yesterday, everyone already knew that he had offended Yu Cheng's family. Those who originally had a good impression of him also stayed at a respectful distance. Yu Yue brought breakfast to Li Changxing. The whole family had already eaten. They didn't care whether Li Changxing, an outsider, would be hungry or not. Only Yu Yue was still thinking about Li Changxing. Yu Jianfeng just happened to pass by the door. He originally wanted to come up and greet Li Changxing, but in the end, he sighed, gritted his teeth and left. If it wasn't for his son wanting to enter Qingju University and needing Li Changxing's connections, he would have already ignored this arrogant kid. In his opinion, Li Changxing was indeed not a good match. The birthday banquet officially began at noon. Before the banquet began, the Yu family members stood in groups of 3 to 5 and talked. It was obvious that the same family was divided into several circles. There was a circle with power and influence, a circle with ordinary family background, and then another circle with poor family background. Li Changsheng stood there alone. Whether it was the rich or the poor, they all seemed to deliberately exclude him, appearing to be out of tune with the scene. The birthday banquet was about to begin, and everyone began to take their seats. Li Changsheng still sat at the same table as the younger generation of the Yu family, but it seemed that no one was willing to sit with him. In the end, it was still Yu Liangwei who sat next to Li Changsheng. As for Yu Cheng, he was there to accompany the elders. As the number one person of the fourth generation, even those elders were trying their best to curry favor with him. Li Changsheng, I really don't know who gave you the courage to sit here today. You offended young Master Luo, and it's very likely that it will affect Brother Cheng's career. Brother Cheng is already magnanimous enough not to settle the score with you. What's more, Brother Cheng's business partner is coming today. He's a billionaire, and he's 8 streets ahead of you. Yesterday, I asked Uncle Baogua's opinion, and he actually doesn't approve of you and Yue being together. I think you'd better give up early to avoid embarrassing yourself. Yu Liangwei tried his best to persuade him. Although he seemed to have good intentions, every word he said was filled with contempt and disdain for Li Changsheng. So what if he's a billionaire? Even if it's 100 billion, I don't care. Yue and I are sincere. Sincere? Yu Liangwei smiled coldly. What kind of society is it now? Sincerity is only worth a few yuan per catty. After saying so much, seeing that Li Changsheng was unmoved, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. At this moment, there was a sudden uproar. A girl from the Yu family shouted, "It's so cool." They turned their heads and saw a blue Maserati parked in the direction of the entrance. Its cool appearance and domineering appearance attracted the attention of many young people. This sports car costs a few million yuan. It's the car of Cheng's partner. Yu Cheng's father showed off to the surrounding relatives. Although the relatives didn't understand what was so good about this flat-toed, they couldn't help but be surprised when they heard that it was worth a few million yuan. The car door opened and a handsome man in a suit came out. The other car door was also opened and a middle-aged man in his 40s came out. After seeing the car, Yu Cheng went up to it. "Young Master Liu, come in quickly." Yu Cheng went up and held the other party's hand tightly. There was a hint of flattery in his words. Then, Yu Cheng whispered a few words in young Master Liu's ear. Young Master Liu immediately looked in the direction of Yu Yue. When he saw Yu Yue's face, there was a hint of amazement in his eyes. Young Master Liu walked in under Yu Cheng's lead. He first went up to greet the old master. "Great-grandfather, I pay my respects to you," young Master Liu said. The old master nodded. Many of the surrounding relatives couldn't help but praise, young Master Liu is handsome and polite. He's much better than Li Changsheng. Yes, he's a good match for Yue. Yu Yue's face was a little ugly. No matter how handsome he was or how good his sports car was, how could he compare to Li Changsheng in her eyes? "Yue, I think this young Master Liu is good," Yu Baogua said to Yu Yue. He already regretted bringing Li Changsheng here today. If he hadn't brought Li Changsheng here, Yue might have directly taken a fancy to this young Master Liu. Once they met, it would be countless times better than the human world. "I wish you a long life, old Master Yu. Live another 100 years. The middle-aged man next to young Master Liu said with a smile. Everyone looked at young Master Liu. They didn't know the identity of this middle-aged man, so it was not appropriate to address him. "This is Mr. Yang, the chairman of Zhenhua Pharmaceutical." Hearing young Master Liu's introduction, Yu Cheng's face immediately showed a respectful expression. "So it's Mr. Yang. Zhenhua Pharmaceutical can be ranked in the top 20 industries in Medicine King Valley. Mr. Yang, you're worth hundreds of billions." Yu Cheng's words were meant for the people around him to hear. Sure enough, the relatives all looked shocked. They didn't know anything about general wealth, but when it came to money, they immediately knew how important the other party was in their hearts. Hundreds of billions, How much is that on the ground? A middle-aged woman in her 40s exclaimed. Yes, I didn't expect such a person to be invited to the old master's birthday. This is all thanks to Icheng. Look at Icheng's network. This is the pride of our Yu family. Icheng's partner, young Master Liu, seems to be more powerful than Icheng. If Yue marries him, in addition to Icheng's true dragon, our Yu family will have another golden phoenix. It seems that Li Changsheng is not worthy of Yue at all. Many people looked in the direction of Li Changsheng. Yu Liangwei, in particular, had a playful look in his eyes. He wanted to see Li Changsheng's expression. However, he was soon disappointed. Li Changsheng was playing with his phone as if nothing had happened, as if he didn't care about this man who was so powerful that he could be called a love rival. He's really thick-skinned. Yu Liangwei snorted coldly. Many people who looked over couldn't help but shake their heads. I'm afraid he's ashamed of his inferiority and doesn't dare to raise his head. He's pretending to play with his phone to divert attention. I think he shouldn't have come to the birthday banquet today. He's clearly asking to be humiliated. The few young people who were originally dissatisfied with Yue Cheng's insistence on introducing Yue to a partner couldn't help but change their minds at this moment. In fact, this young Master Liu was much more outstanding than Li Changsheng. Hurry up and take your seats. Seeing that it was almost 12 o'clock, everyone began to take their seats. Young Master Liu originally wanted to sit with Yue Cheng at the 4th generation's table. Many people wanted to see Li Changsheng's performance after he sat at this table. However, Yue Cheng's father asked him to stay at their table. It was somewhat inappropriate for young Master Liu to squeeze with the younger generation. Because no one could talk to young Master Liu, Yue Cheng also stayed at that table. Although many people who were waiting to watch a good show were a little disappointed, it also reflected the gap between Li Changsheng and the other party. At the same age, he could already talk and laugh with the elders, while Li Changsheng seemed to be overshadowed even among the younger generation. At this moment, a silver-grey BMW stopped at the door outside. The door opened and a young man with a sandbag wrapped around his face walked out. Young Master Guo. Why is he here? Many people exclaimed. Even Yue Cheng's face turned ugly. Li Changsheng hit young Master Guo at the drift field. Could it be that he's here to seek revenge now? It's over. Today's birthday banquet will be ruined because of him. I hope this Li Changsheng can take responsibility for what he did and not implicate our Yu family. Many people's eyes were filled with worry. Young Master Yu and the middle-aged man had obviously heard about what happened at the drift field. At this moment, cold smiles appeared on their faces. Although Yue Cheng was worried that the Yu family's birthday banquet would be affected, he hoped even more that Li Changsheng would be taught a lesson. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. The originally noisy courtyard instantly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It fell into absolute silence. All eyes were focused on Li Changsheng. He thought to himself, young Master Guo is here to seek revenge. Let's see what he can do. Chapter 271. Oh no, something bad is going to happen at the birthday banquet. Everyone in the Yu family was shocked. Yu Liangwei glared at Li Changsheng fiercely. Look, it's all your fault. Now young Master Guo is here. What should we do? Young Master Guo walked into the yard, looked around the crowd, and walked directly to Li Changsheng. Young Master Guo is here for Li Changsheng. I hope he won't get us into trouble. Those who were sitting beside Li Changsheng hurriedly pulled their chairs away and kept a distance from him. Even Yu Liangwei stood up and looked at Li Changsheng with pity in his eyes. Young Master Guo walked to Li Changsheng's side and immediately put on a flattering expression. He bowed and cupped his hands. Mr. Li, so you are here. I'm here to apologize to you. Everyone's eyes widened. Hearing this, they felt somewhat baffled. It turned out that young Master Guo was so scared that he couldn't sleep after knowing Li Changsheng's identity yesterday. Today, he came to apologize to Li Changsheng. What are you doing here? Didn't I teach you a lesson yesterday? Li Changsheng snorted. Young Master Guo was so scared that he trembled. Mr. Li, please don't misunderstand. I'm here to apologize to you today. As he spoke, He knelt on the ground in front of everyone and kowtowed to Li Changsheng. "Young Master Guo, what's going on?" Yu Liangwei stammered. However, young Master Guo didn't pay any attention to him. His eyes were fixed on Li Changsheng. "Enough," Li Changsheng said indifferently. "Yesterday's incident is over. Keep your eyes open in the future. Mr. Xie, Mr. Xie." Young Master Guo stood up from the ground as if he had been pardoned. He wiped the cold sweat on his head and looked respectful. Those who didn't know him would think that he was just a waiter beside Li Changsheng. "Mr. Li, as an apology, I specially brought a 500-year-old ginseng from my family collection as a gift. There is also 100 million in your bank account. The password is 123456. Please accept it." When Guo Shao's words came out, everyone present was dumbfounded and shocked. This young Master Guo actually came to apologize to Li Changsheng, and he even took out 100 million yuan. They didn't know much about the ginseng, but they knew how much 100 million was. Suddenly, everyone's eyes changed. "Okay, I'll accept it. Today is Old Master Yu's birthday banquet." "Understood, I understand." Young Master Guo nodded and walked towards Old Master Yu. At the same time, a subordinate behind him with a gift box. Li Changsheng nodded to himself. Although these hedonistic sons of rich parents were sometimes arrogant and overbearing, that was only towards those who were lower in status than them. In fact, they were still very smart deep down. This Guo Shao not only came to apologize to Li Changsheng, but he also did not forget to prepare a gift for old Lady Yu. At this moment, everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Especially Yu Liangwei, who was from the younger generation, was even more surprised. Why did young Master Guo suddenly change his attitude? What's the reason? At this moment, young Master Guo had already walked to Old Master Yu's table. When he saw Yu Jianfeng sitting there, he greeted, "Brother Yu, you're here too." Yu Jianfeng hurriedly stood up. Although his family was slightly wealthy, it was still a far cry from young Master Guo's family. Moreover, young Master Guo had Luo Hitu behind him. Many people looked at Yu Jianfeng after young Master Guo greeted him. "Is it because of Yu Jianfeng? I didn't expect Yu Jianfeng to be doing well in Qingju all these years. He has the power to make young Master Guo apologize to Li Changsheng." At first, everyone thought that Yu Jianfeng's family would be in the limelight today. However, it was obvious that Yu Jianfeng's limelight was overshadowing theirs. After young Master Guo greeted Yu Jianfeng, he walked directly to Old Master Guo and took out a gift box. When he opened it, there was a pair of jade ruyi. It was obviously expensive. "I was blind to have offended Mr. Li. Fortunately, Mr. Li is magnanimous. In the future, if the Yu family has any difficulties in Medicine King Valley, you can look for me," young Master Guo said. After saying that, he cupped his hands and left. Everyone in the Yu family was confused by young Master Guo's behavior and forgot to ask him to stay for dinner. After he left, they all came back to their senses. When did young Master Guo become so easygoing? "Am I seeing things?" a young man muttered. Moreover, he came to apologize to Li Changsheng. "This makes me even more confused. It must be Uncle Jianfeng's credit," Yu Jianfeng said. Suddenly, everyone looked at Yu Jianfeng, waiting for his answer. Yu Jianfeng was a little surprised to be stared at by so many people. He did have some business dealings with the Guo family and had a good relationship with Guo Shao's father. However, it was not enough to make the Guo family's hedonistic son apologize, not to mention that Guo Shao had just knelt down in front of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng knows the principal of Green Vine Middle School, Wu Ruowang. Wu Ruowang has students all over the world. Perhaps it's because of Wu Ruowang. Thinking of this, Yu Jianfeng calmed down and said, "Changsheng knows a lot of friends. Young Master Guo probably did it because of his friends." Although this statement denied Li Changsheng's identity, it still made many people look at Li Changsheng in a new light. After all, connections were also a part of strength. Could it be because of Wu Ruowang? Yu Baoguo and his wife also reacted. "What Wu Ruowang?" someone asked. When they heard Yu Baoguo's explanation, everyone suddenly realized. "I didn't expect this poor boy to have such connections." It seems that I have underestimated him. But even if he has such connections, young Master Guo doesn't have to take out 100 million to apologize, right? Someone questioned. Changsheng, do you really have 100 million in your bank account? Could it be that you and young Master Guo put on a show? Yes, why don't you show it to us? I happen to have a POS machine here. Check the balance and we'll know. When someone spoke, the others immediately started to heckle. I don't know if he has it or not, but he probably won't lie to me. Li Changsheng was sure that since the other party was willing to apologize, he must know his identity. He definitely wouldn't dare to fool him. Whether it's true or not, we'll know after we try. Yu Liangwei winked at a person next to him. Soon, the other party took a POS machine and inserted the card. After entering the password, a series of Arabic numbers suddenly appeared. When they saw the pile of zeros, everyone's eyes widened. It's really 100 million, Yu Liangwei said in surprise. The other relatives of the Yu family also craned their necks and looked over. It was not good for them to come over because of their status as elders. But when they heard the size of the juniors, they all showed envy. 100 million. Many of them couldn't earn so much in their lifetime. Sitting next to Yue Cheng, his partner, young Master Liu, just snorted. Isn't it just 100 million? What's the big deal? I earn more than that in a month. Yes, how can he compare with you? Yue Cheng hurriedly smiled. At this moment, another Mercedes-Benz car stopped at the door. When the door opened, young Master Liu's voice stopped abruptly. He stammered, Young Master Luo Hitu, why is he here? Chapter 272. Luo Hitu, the young master of the Divine Medicine Corporation, actually came. At this moment, Luo Hitu stepped out of the car, and everyone in the courtyard couldn't help but stand up. The Yu family was just a small family in the Medicine King Valley. Among the third generation, no one was more outstanding than Yu Jianfeng. The fourth generation was Yue Cheng, and Yu Liangwei could shoulder the burden. Compared with Luo Hitu, these so-called outstanding descendants were like mice in front of an elephant. When Luo Hitu walked in, the elders of the Yu family hurriedly came out to greet him. Everyone had a look of fear on their faces. The Luo family didn't have any interaction with them. Why did they appear today? Everyone had a look of doubt in their eyes. Seeing that everyone stood up except for Li Changsheng, who was sitting there, Yu Liangwei couldn't help but have a terrible thought in his mind. The young master of the Guo family specially came to apologize to Li Changsheng. Could this young Master Luo also be? Young Master Luo, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Yue Cheng greeted him with a smile. Behind him were the elders of the Yu family. They couldn't get a word in edgewise. Even Liu Ying, the young master of the Liu family, and President Yang of Zhenghua Medicine showed respect. So it's Yue Cheng. Why are you here? As an entrepreneur who had been in the limelight in the Medicine King Valley these years, Yue Cheng had met Luo Hitu a few times. However, when he spoke, Yue Cheng couldn't help but feel speechless. This was the birthday banquet of the Yu family, and the other party asked him why he was here. However, facing the famous young master of the Luo family, he didn't dare to be rash. He immediately smiled and said, "Today is my great-grandfather's 100th birthday banquet. We are about to start. So that's how it is." Luo Hitu nodded and looked around the crowd. Everyone stood up. Li Changsheng was sitting there, and his line of sight was blocked by several juniors. So Luo Hitu asked, "May I know where Mr. Li is?" "Mr. Li?" Everyone looked at each other. They thought, which Mr. Li? Among the Yu family's sons-in-law, there were also a few surnamed Li. On the other side, young Master Liu and Manager Yang of Zhenghua Medicine also looked surprised. They said to Yu Boyong, Yue Cheng's father, "Uncle Yu, it seems that your Yu family is really full of hidden talents. There are many capable people. I wonder which one of you is Mr. Li. You actually made young Master Luo come to visit you personally." Yu Boyong was also confused. After thinking about it, he could only think of his second brother-in-law, Secretary Li, who was an official in the city. It was just that his second brother-in-law didn't have much power. Logically speaking, as the young master of the Luo family, there was no need to please him. However, A secretary's job belonged to a minister close to the emperor. Perhaps his second brother-in-law had curried favor with some big shot. Yu Boyong was not the only one who thought so. The other relatives of the Yu family also looked at a middle-aged man in the crowd. The middle-aged man was bald and wore a suit. He was chubby and smiled like a Maitreya Buddha, giving people a sense of familiarity. At this moment, he was also puzzled. However, he believed that other than himself, no one else in the Yu family had this kind of face. He straightened his clothes and was about to go forward. Second brother-in-law is in the limelight this time. Even the young master of the Luo family wants to visit him personally. It seems like he's going to make a great leap and have a meteoric rise. I didn't expect our Yu family's luck to change. First, there was Yu Jianfeng, then there was Yu Liangwei and Yu Icheng. Now, second brother-in-law also has the signs of a dragon rising. He has to go and fix the ancestral grave. It must be the blessing of the ancestors. Second brother-in-law, you're really good at hiding things. You didn't even tell us that you're going to be promoted. Yu Boyong, who had always been a man of his word in the family because of his son, was now more respectful to his second brother-in-law. No need. We're all family. Why are you being so polite? Secretary Li chuckled, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. The people around also looked at them with envy. The Yu family had many poor relatives. They were envious when they saw that they were either rich or wealthy. Second brother-in-law is in the limelight today. A few juniors sitting beside Li Changsheng were also envious. Among them, Secretary Li's son, Li Ningning, who was about to go to the drift field but was chased out of the car by Yu Icheng, couldn't help but raise his head and puff out his chest. When he was chased out of the car, he cried. Now that he saw that his father was so proud, he didn't know how to hide his emotions. Really, Brother Icheng was also wrong. Ningning wanted to go to the drift field with us. At most, he could have driven another car. But we went to the drift field and left him alone in the village. Yes. The attitude of the few young people toward Li Ningning changed immediately. Yu Liangwei looked at Li Changsheng. If it weren't for an outsider, Brother Icheng wouldn't have made such a decision. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the child and everyone else looked at Li Changsheng. In an instant, Li Changsheng seemed to be isolated by the whole world. Yu Liangwei provoked everyone's hostility toward Li Changsheng with just a few words, especially Li Ningning, whose eyes were even more unfriendly. A cold smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He thought to himself, this Li Changsheng still wants to marry Yu Yuwei. First, he offended Yu Icheng, first uncle's family, and then he offended second uncle's family, who is about to be promoted. Won't he become a street rat, hated by everyone? The possibility of him becoming a member of the Yu family is next to none. While everyone was looking at Li Changsheng with hostility, second uncle walked up to him with a smile on his face. Mr. Luo, I don't deserve to be called Mr. Li. Just call me Xiao Li. Unexpectedly, Luo Hitu shook his head directly. I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng? Who is that? The smile on second uncle's face suddenly stiffened. Everyone around was also stunned. Who is Li Changsheng? Why didn't I notice this person in this room? His Yu Yuwei's boyfriend. What? It's him. In an instant, the crowd between Luo Hitu and Li Changsheng automatically parted to make a path. Yu Liangwei and the group of young people were dumbfounded. Li Ningning, who was originally holding her head high, felt like she had been hit in the head. She felt like she had fallen from heaven to hell. Tears welled up in her eyes. At this moment, Li Changsheng slowly turned his head. When he saw Li Changsheng's face, the dignified young master of the Luo family immediately walked over and flattered, I heard that Mr. Li Changsheng had come to the Medicine King Valley. Why didn't you inform Xiao Luo first so that Xiao Luo could welcome you with a feast? Luo Hitu kept saying Xiao Luo, which made everyone around feel like they had been struck by lightning. This was the dignified young master of the Luo family. Why was he acting like a lackey? Yu Liangwei, who was next to him, was even more dumbfounded. At this moment, although Yu Icheng was also a little confused, he immediately reacted and said, so young Master Luo is Changsheng's friend. Today is my family's old master's birthday banquet. Since young Master Luo is here, let's sit down and have a meal together. Sure. Luo Hitu nodded. I just happened to bring some gifts for old master. As he said that, he waved his hand and a young man behind him walked in with a gift box. He respectfully presented it to old master. Then, Luo Hitu wanted to sit next to Li Changsheng, but found that the table was already full. He could not help but look at Yu Liangwei, who was sitting next to Li Changsheng, and said coldly, "Excuse me, I want to sit next to Mr. Li Changsheng." Luo Hitu was respectful to Li Changsheng, but what kind of person was Yu Liangwei? How could he take a liking to him? Yu Liangwei felt a little aggrieved, but he didn't dare offend the Luo family's young master. So, he could only stand up with a bitter face. Changing seats was nothing, but being chased out in front of so many people made his face feel hot. Chapter 273. What the hell is going on? Everyone's mind was filled with questions. Putting aside young Master Guo, even Luo Hitu, a top-notch young master, was so respectful to Li Changsheng. Even a fool would understand that Li Changsheng's identity was probably not simple. Young Master Luo, what's your relationship with Mr. Li? Yue Cheng was the only one present who had interacted with Luo Hitu. He asked cautiously from the side. Mr. Li is a big shot. Your Yu family's ancestors must have done a good deed for him to take a fancy to your girl. Luo Hitu snorted coldly. Before coming, he had roughly understood the relationship between Li Changsheng and the Yu family. Hearing his words, Yue Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to say something, but Luo Hitu waved his hand impatiently. Go away, I want to catch up with Mr. Li. Yue Cheng's face turned red instantly. Liu Yin and Zhenghua Pharmaceuticals Director Yang were also looking over at them. Initially, he wanted to come over and talk to Luo Hitu. However, when he saw that Yue Cheng was defeated, he sat down again. Li Changsheng actually knows Luo Hitu. Looks like I'm going to lose to him today. Liu Ying glanced in the direction of Yu Yuwei. There was no doubt that Yu Yuwei's appearance made his heart itch. However, he really did not dare to offend someone who even Luo Hitu was so respectful to. Yu Boyong, Yu Jianfeng, and the others also had complicated thoughts. Maybe it's also Wu Ruowang's credit. Yu Boyong said. When he heard about Wu Ruowang from Yu Baoguo, he could not help but attribute it to this. Obviously, he had already offended Li Changsheng. Naturally, he did not want Li Changsheng to have any great power. Yeah, I also think it must be because of other reasons. Many people next to him nodded. These people had clearly expressed their opposition to Yu Yuwei and Li Changsheng. While they were talking, luxury cars appeared outside the courtyard one after another. Then, middle-aged men in suits walked out one by one. That's the chairman of Cloud Valley Technology. Isn't that the boss of Jingwu Bodyguard Company, Jiang Bok? And the eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Yalu. I've seen him on TV before. Countless gasps of surprise rang out in the courtyard. Why are the chairman of the Wanrong Group, Zhu Dopeng, and his son, Zhu Xiaoming, here? Liu Ying and Mr. Yang of Zhenghua Group stood up immediately. Recently, a new Shenong pharmaceutical company was established in the Medicine King Valley and bought a building to be its headquarters. He also spent money to build a medical technology incubation base, which caused a lot of commotion in Medicine King Valley. Zhu Dopeng and his son Zhu Xiaoming also became well-known figures in the Medicine King's Valley in a short period of time. Why is he here? Even most of the people from the Yu family had heard of Zhu Dopeng's name. With the appearance of the father and son, as well as the group of entrepreneurs, the scene fell completely silent. A group of people rushed in. All of them were CEOs with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Their auras were powerful. The people from the Yu family looked at each other. When Luo Hitu appeared, Yue Cheng could still represent the Yu family to welcome him. But for these big shots, the people from the Yu family were not qualified to talk to them at all. Zhu Dopeng and the others did not care about the expressions of the Yu family at all. Instead, they waved their hands and a pile of congratulatory gifts was sent up. Then, they walked toward Li Changsheng's table. Mr. Li, tomorrow is the opening ceremony of our Shenong Pharmaceutical Company. As the chairman, we have many details to ask for your instructions. As these people walked over, the juniors sitting at the same table as Li Changsheng immediately stood up and gave up their seats. Without Li Changsheng's order, Zhu Dopeng and the others did not dare to sit down. At this moment, Yu Cheng, Yu Liangwei, and everyone from the Yu family were somewhat unable to react. The chairman of Shennong Pharmaceutical Company? Could it be that the boss behind the Shennong Group, who has been making a lot of noise recently and is known as the new giant in the pharmaceutical industry, is Li Changsheng? The whole courtyard was quiet for more than 10 minutes, and no one spoke. In the end, it was the old man Yu who stood up shakily and said, "To be able to trouble so many big bosses to send gifts to this old man, my Yu family is honored. Quickly set up another table for all the bosses." As soon as the voice was heard, the people from the Yu family immediately reacted. They moved the table, took the stools, and ordered the kitchen to serve another table of dishes. Everyone was busy. At the same time, the way many people looked at Li Changsheng completely changed. So many bosses had to treat him with respect. This was simply a god of wealth. Moreover, Shennong Pharmaceutical Company was known as the new giant industry of Medicine King Valley. Li Changsheng was the chairman. Then, wouldn't everyone in the Yu family be able to benefit from this? They could go to the factory and find a job as a small leader. This could bring many more benefits to everyone than Yu Cheng's company. At this time, they no longer regarded Li Changsheng as a hindrance. Instead, there was eagerness in their eyes. However, the ones with ugly expressions were the father and son of Yu Cheng. They had offended Li Changsheng a lot and even wanted to break up Li Changsheng and Yu Yuei. Could it be that they found a bunch of people to act and deceive us? I don't believe that a young boy like him would have so many big bosses rushing to worship him like a bodhisattva. Yu Liangwei couldn't help but mutter. Just now, he was chased out by Luo Hitu and felt that he had lost face. Now that he saw Li Changsheng in the limelight, he felt very unbalanced. Be careful with your words. Yu Cheng hurriedly pulled his sleeve. Others don't know whether it's true or not. I've met Zhu Dopeng and young Master Luo. These people are not people our Yu family can afford to offend. The higher the circle he came into contact with, the more he understood the identity and power of these people. After saying the truth, Yu Liangwei also regretted it a little. After hearing his cousin's reminder, he subconsciously looked at Zhu Dopeng and the others. Zhu Dopeng and the others were busy reporting the company's progress to Li Changsheng and did not notice Yu Liangwei's words. However, Luo Hitu, who was sitting next to him, cast a fierce look. That look was full of threat and Yu Liangwei could not help but tremble. Today, I've offended a big Buddha. Yu Cheng was able to build the company to its current state at a young age. Naturally, his IQ was not bad. At this moment, he was thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. At this time, a silver Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the door. The door opened, revealing a white and slender leg. Then, a stunning woman in a white dress and a white shirt stepped out of the car. The moment the woman stepped out, she seemed to have become the protagonist of the scene and attracted everyone's attention. Changsheng, I heard that you came to Medicine King Valley. I just happened to come here to discuss some business and came to see you. As she spoke, she asked the subordinate who followed closely behind to deliver a congratulatory gift to the old man. After greeting the old man, she leisurely walked to the chair next to Li Changsheng and sat down. Another car slowly drove over at this time. The door opened and a strong man stepped out. He muttered, "When I entered the village just now, there was a group of ducks blocking the road. I was half a step later than Miss." As he spoke, he walked into the courtyard and laughed loudly. "I'm Nangong Wu from the Nangong family. I wish old Master Yu happiness as great as the East Sea and longevity as long as the South Mountain." After that, he looked at Li Changsheng. "Greetings, Mr. Li." As a famous big family in the north, the Nangong family was also very famous in Medicine King Valley. Since this middle-aged man was Nangong Wu, then the miss he spoke of was naturally the famous business genius, Nangong Jingmeng. In an instant, everyone looked at Nangong Jingmeng's position and wondered, what was her relationship with Li Changsheng? As for Yu Baoguo and his wife, their faces showed some anxiety. Our daughter seems to have a competitor. Chapter 274. Thinking of the last time Wu Ruowang wanted to pair his daughter with Li Changsheng, coupled with the appearance of Nangong Jingmeng, Yu Baoguo really had the urge to slap his thigh. This was a delicious cake, and he was still hesitating whether to marry his daughter to him. The other members of the Yu family were dumbfounded on the spot. The new table had been brought up. Looking at the people sitting at the table, which one of them wasn't a big shot who could make the earth tremble with a stomp of their feet? And now, they were all here for Li Changsheng. Yu Wei is really going to fly to the branch and become a phoenix this time. Many people said enviously. As for Yu Icheng, Yu Liangwei had long been regretting it. A big shot like Li Changsheng was about to become the son-in-law of the Yu family and become their relative. If they could grab hold of him, they might be able to soar into the sky. Unfortunately, they had offended Li Changsheng before. We must find a way to ask for his forgiveness. Yu Liangwei and Yu Icheng thought at the same time. The entire banquet began in this strange atmosphere. After that, many relatives of the Yu family came to congratulate them. Among them, there were also some who were not from the old master's line of descent. They were closer to the old master and had better relations with the Yu family. They planned to show off, but when they saw so many tycoons sitting at that table, as well as the rows of cars worth millions parked at the entrance, they immediately gave up and obediently tucked their tails between their legs. After the birthday banquet ended, Li Changsheng sent Zhu Dopeng and the others away and continued to stay in the small courtyard of the Yu family. Yu Yuwei accompanied Li Changsheng and chatted until very late before leaving. No one dared to disturb Li Changsheng, but everyone's eyes were focused on the movements in the small courtyard. I didn't expect Yuwei's boyfriend to be a true dragon of the ninth heaven. In another courtyard, in the hall of the Yu family, Yu Boyong sighed. When a person's height reached a level that they could only look up to, they couldn't even be jealous. This was Yu Boyong's current state of mind. Yu Icheng and Yu Liangwei also nodded. Yes, it seems that the opportunity for our Yu clan to rise has come. Uncle Baoguo, I heard that you've been working at the construction site in Qingju. How can your body take it at such an old age? It just so happens that my company has a warehouse in Qingju. You can be the supervisor of that warehouse. You don't have to worry about anything. Just drink tea every day and I'll give you 20,000 yuan a month. How about that? Yu Icheng said. Yu Baoguo couldn't believe it. What? 20,000 a month for nothing? Of course. You're my uncle, so it's our responsibility to take care of you when you're old. Hearing Yu Icheng's words, Yu Jianfeng immediately reacted. Big brother, your family has been renting a house. This is not good. No matter where you are, you have to have your own house to be stable. How about this? I happen to have a house of 120 square meters. I will transfer the property to your name tomorrow and give it to you in the future. Hearing Yu Jianfeng's words, Yu Baoguo's eyes widened even more. A 120 square meter house was given to him just like that. How can I accept this? Yu Baoguo was about to refuse. But Yu Jianfeng interrupted, brothers are like hands and feet. What's mine is yours. How can I watch you suffer and not help you? Although Yu Jianfeng had a good relationship with Yu Baoguo, no matter how generous he would never give away a house of less than 100 square meters. Although Yu Baoguo looked simple and honest, how could he not understand that it was all because of Li Changsheng's appearance? It seems that I've really picked up a rich husband. Ignoring the complicated thoughts of the people of the Yu clan, Li Changsheng had a good sleep. In the morning, after breakfast, Zhu Dopeng personally sent a car to pick up Li Changsheng to attend the company's opening ceremony. All the affairs of the company had been prepared. Li Changsheng was only responsible for receiving the CEOs of the major companies who came to congratulate him. There were so many people that Li Changsheng was too lazy to remember their names. He just casually greeted them and left. In the afternoon, he didn't return to Qingju with Yu Yuwei and the others. Instead, he strolled around the market in Medicine King Valley. Although it wasn't as lively as the annual medicinal herb gathering, he still received a lot of good quality medicinal herbs. Then Li Changsheng took Zhu Dopeng's car back to Qingju. First, he went back to school. Because Li Changsheng's identity was no longer a secret, except for Jiang Dao, Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan's attitude towards him was inevitably a bit more restrained. Later, Li Changsheng also felt that this kind of relationship was a bit boring. He simply lived in the villa and practiced martial arts every day. His life was quite comfortable. Last time, after refining the golden dragon pill, he finally broke through to the Xiantian realm. The Xiantian realm was just a threshold for cultivators, but Li Changsheng still hadn't cultivated the first stage of the 9 revolutions of celestial demon body since his rebirth. This was his real reliance. As long as he cultivated the first stage of the indestructible celestial demon body, Li Changsheng could truly be at ease. However, if he wanted to cultivate the first stage of the 9 revolutions of celestial demon body, he would need to temper all the bones in his body. And the huge amount of spiritual energy needed for tempering was something that the villa's spirit-gathering array couldn't satisfy. Unless he found a spiritual vein that was extremely rich in spiritual energy and cultivated in it, he would be able to quickly cultivate the first stage of the 9 revolutions of celestial demon body. Otherwise, he would have to rely on painstaking effort. With the current speed of gathering spiritual energy, it would probably take him 3 to 5 years to cultivate it. Li Changsheng sighed. Nowadays, spiritual energy was scarce in this world. Wanting to find a spiritual vein that could shorten his cultivation time was easier said than done. He couldn't help but shake his head. If there wasn't a spiritual vein, then those old spiritual herbs would naturally work. However, after countless generations of Jiyu Yinghua's family, only this 5,000-year-old ginseng was passed down. Wanting to find another one was simply like looking for a needle in a haystack. Unless it was one of those ancient cultivation sects in Huaxia. However, Mount Shu's sect master, Sima Changkong, had to send disciples to buy ginseng even though his arm was broken. Even a big sect like Mount Shu couldn't find one, so the other sects didn't have much hope either. Forget it. Cultivation isn't about seeking instant benefits. I've lived for thousands of years. How could I not have the patience for this? Li Changsheng shook his head. He planned to go back to school to take a look. He hadn't gone to class for a few days. Although with his relationship with Chen Ligua, no teacher would be blind enough to find trouble with him. However, since he couldn't improve his cultivation technique for the time being, he might as well go back and relax. Just as he stood up, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and heard a woman's angry voice. Li Changsheng, you're the coach of the combat team. The combat team is about to head north to participate in the National University Combat Competition. As a coach, you don't even have a shadow. You're too unqualified. I say, Teacher Su Jing. Didn't I forget? Why didn't you remind me? What? Is this my fault? On the other side of the phone, Su Jing heard this and added fuel to the fire. However, when Su Jing saw the strange gazes of the people around her, she realized that she was in a public place. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. She said, Li Changsheng, we're at the school gate. The bus is ready. If you don't come in half an hour, we'll leave. Chapter 275. At this moment, a bus had been waiting at the entrance of Qingju University for a long time. There were many people standing under the bus. Su Jing, Jin Wenwen, Wei Yihu, and Wang Dongsheng from the combat team were all there. Other than them, there was another group of people wearing sportswear. They were led by a man and a woman from the Qingju Institute of Physical Education. They were also heading north to participate in the National University Youth Fighting Competition. The woman, like Su Jing, was also a teacher in charge of logistics. Her name was He Cheong. The other man was the coach of the Qingju Institute of Physical Education. His name was He Teng, and he was He Cheong's brother. The two of them saw that everything was ready, but they still had to wait for half an hour. They were a little unhappy. He Cheong complained, that coach from Qingju University is too unreliable. Who does he think he is to make so many of us wait for him? Indeed, he's a little unreasonable. He Teng nodded in agreement. Su Jing was also very angry about Li Changsheng's behavior. However, when she heard what they said, she was still a little unhappy, but she didn't show it. Who knew that when they heard He Teng's complaint, the students from the Institute of Physical Education took the opportunity to vent their dissatisfaction. That Li Changsheng, I've never heard of him in the combat world. How dare he make us wait for him? That's right. Qingju Institute of Physical Education is enough to participate in the fighting competition this time. I don't think it matters whether the Qingju University combat team goes or not." Hearing what they said, Wang Dongsheng and the others couldn't take it anymore. They immediately shouted, "If our combat team can't do it, your Institute of Physical Education is even worse. In my opinion, it's better for us to go. Your Institute of Physical Education will only embarrass Qingju." "That's right. What right does Coach Li have? Our coach can beat all of you up with one hand each." Jin Wenwen didn't want to be outdone. "That's enough. Stop talking." Su Jing saw the situation and was afraid that the two sides would get into a physical fight. She quickly spoke up. The Qingju Institute of Physical Education's coach, He Teng, also waved his hand and said, "All of you, shut up." After that, he looked at Jin Wenwen. "You said that your coach can beat all of us up with one hand. Are you serious?" "Of course." Jin Wenwen patted her rather magnificent chest. "Our coach's strength is beyond your imagination." He Ting smiled and shook his head. "Don't talk about beating all of us. I admire his strength even if he can beat me. I heard that your coach is a young man in his 20s. Nowadays, any Tom, Dick, or Harry who knows some fancy moves can be a coach." His disdain was obvious. On the other side, Jin Wenwen was about to explode when she heard that the other party dared to belittle her coach. At this moment, a taxi stopped in front of the school gate. A young man in sportswear who looked like the sunshine boy next door walked down. "Li Changsheng, you're finally here." Su Jing snorted, but she also heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, if Li Changsheng still didn't come, something bad might happen. "Good morning, coach." Jin Wenwen, Wang Dongsheng, and Wei who shouted respectfully at the same time. "You're Li Changsheng?" He Qiong was originally afraid that her brother would become enemies with the coach of Qingju University's combat team because of his inappropriate words. Now that she saw Li Changsheng, she couldn't help but show some disdain in her eyes. Not only was Li Changsheng so young, but his body was also very thin and weak. He wasn't intimidating at all. No matter how one looked at it, he wasn't on the same level as He Teng, who had a strong physique. "You are." Li Changsheng's eyes showed some confusion. "She's He Qiong, a teacher from the Qingju Sports Academy. Just now, because you were a little late, she couldn't stop nagging." Jin Wenwen complained to Li Changsheng. He Qiong's face instantly turned cold. At this moment, He Teng suddenly stepped forward and looked straight at Li Changsheng. "Just now, your student said that you could beat all of us with one hand. That's looking down on the Qingju Sports Academy. Now, as the coach of the Qingju Sports Academy, I'd like to exchange a few moves with you. Do you dare?" He Teng looked straight at Li Changsheng with a sharp gaze. Martial artists were hot-blooded and couldn't be provoked. Jin Wenwen's words just now had provoked him. Unexpectedly, Li Changsheng shook his head. "What? You don't dare?" He Teng couldn't help but show some disdain. He originally thought that since the other party was the coach of the combat team, he would accept his challenge even if his strength wasn't up to par. However, as a martial artist, he didn't even dare to accept his challenge. This was simply cowardice. He looked down on him. He Qiong and a few other students from the sports academy also couldn't help but show a mocking expression. Someone even couldn't help but mock, "What combat team coach? I think he's just a pussy, a coward. He was scared by our coach. I think you Qingju University members should go back to where you came from. You don't want to embarrass us Qingju people." Faced with those people's mockery, even Wang Dongsheng and Wei who showed anger on their faces. On the other hand, Jin Wenwen and Su Jing looked at Li Changsheng in confusion. Based on their understanding of Li Changsheng, no matter how strong this He Teng was, Li Changsheng didn't have to be afraid of him at all. Last time in the stadium, Li Changsheng broke the arm of a boxing champion invited by Shandong Hai with one move. No matter how strong the coach of the Qingju Sports Academy was, he couldn't be stronger than a boxing champion. Just as these people were puzzled, Li Changsheng shook his head. "It's not that I don't dare. I just don't think you're worthy of fighting me." When the word worthy came out, He Teng's face instantly flushed red. Saying such words to a martial artist was no different from giving him a loud slap in the face in public. Li Changsheng didn't even try to be tactful. He directly expressed his attitude. He looked down on He Teng. It was too arrogant, too direct, and too hurtful to his self-esteem. Suddenly, the people of the Qingju Sports Academy were like roosters with their feathers standing on end. They all glared at Li Changsheng and clenched their fists. Even He Cheung shouted, "How can you say that? Do you know how to talk? My brother won the World Championship gold belt." "World Championship gold belt?" Li Changsheng asked back. "What? Are you scared?" He Cheung couldn't help but puff out her chest. Unexpectedly, Li Changsheng shook his head again. "But in my opinion, this kind of competition gold belt is as worthless as a fart. It's worthless. You're courting death." Finally, He Ting couldn't help but take a step forward. The veins on his neck bulged like an angry leopard. "What? You want to fight me? Then you can try. I won't let you be so arrogant in front of Qingju University." Li Changsheng smiled contemptuously. He Teng, who had originally raised his fist, finally gritted his teeth and put it down. Indeed, fighting with people of Qingju University at the entrance of Qingju University would easily cause public anger. Moreover, the principal of Qingju University was famous for being protective. "Good boy. When we reach our destination, I'll teach you a lesson," He Teng said fiercely. Behind him, the students of the Qingju Sports Academy also showed disdain. "He's just a coward who only knows how to talk big and doesn't dare to compete with his own coach." Chapter 276. Everyone, let's go. The bus driver stuck his head out of the window and shouted. He felt a little regretful. The fight between the physical education department and the combat team must have been very exciting. Unfortunately, the two sides didn't fight in the end because this guy named Li Changsheng was a little timid. This coach of the Qingju University combat team doesn't even have a bit of courage. The driver thought to himself. The bus set off slowly. Li Changsheng's seat was clearly separated from the people from the physical education department. Both sides were chatting about their own things. Occasionally, they would look at each other with hostility. This was destined to be a very unpleasant journey. The National High School Youth Fighting Competition was to be held in Yuqi City in the north. Yuqi City was one of the famous birthplaces of martial arts in the north. In addition, the promoter of the fighting competition was born here. In the end, the venue was set here. Yuqi City wasn't close to Qingju. The bus took a full 12 hours to arrive. Although the bus was a little slow, it would take at least 5 to 6 hours to get there even if they drove a car. In the beginning, because of the conflict between the two sides, the atmosphere in the bus was a little tense. However, after the long journey, everyone was a little tired. In the end, they all laid down on their seats and fell asleep. Li Changsheng closed his eyes to rest while breathing. Along the way, they passed by a lot of green mountains and clear waters. There was a lot of spiritual energy. Because there were too many people in the city, the spiritual energy was very thin. However, in the wild, in the mountain villages, they could occasionally pass by small spiritual energy gathering places. The bus traveled all the way and finally arrived at Yuqi at dawn the next day. The organizers had already arranged the accommodation. It was a big hotel. There were also people at the door to welcome them. Teacher Su, Teacher He, Coach He. A middle-aged man with half a bald head was no stranger to Su Jing and He Teng. This is the person in charge of this competition, Director Lu. Su Jing introduced him to Li Changsheng. Teacher Su, just call me Lu Chao. Director, it's just a title. Director Lu was obviously a smooth and slick person. He said with a smile, and at the same time, his eyes swept over Li Changsheng without leaving a trace. This must be Coach Li from the combat team, right? Before this, Director Lu had already seen the list of people to receive. Li Changsheng and Su Jing stood in a row. Although they didn't look like coaches, there were only so many people, so it could only be Li Changsheng. Yes, this is Coach Li Changsheng. Su Jing introduced to the other party. Coach Li is President Chen's confidant. Su Jing nodded without leaving a trace, and Coach Lu's eyes immediately lit up. Chen Ligua had a wide range of connections. Su Jing pointed out Li Changsheng's and Chen Ligua's identities, so Director Lu had to pay attention to them. This way, it would be much more convenient for the members of the combat team to do things in Yuchi City. It had to be said that although Su Jing was young, she was proficient in many aspects because she often dealt with them. Coach Li, nice to meet you. President Chen and I hit it off very well. You are President Chen's friend, so you are my friend. Seeing that Director Lu treated Li Changsheng differently, He Teng and his sister's faces were as ugly as they could be. However, Director Lu didn't neglect them, so they couldn't vent their anger. They walked into the hotel and arranged their own rooms. Because they walked for 12 hours without eating, everyone was a little hungry. After putting their daily necessities in their rooms, they went to the restaurant on the first floor to eat. Walking into the restaurant, they saw many young people in sportswear. They should be the participants from all over the country. Li Changsheng walked in with Wang Dongsheng and the others. Because of Su Jing's beauty, many people looked at her. On the other side, He Teng and his sister and the participants from the Sports Institute had already arrived. They saw He Teng talking and laughing with a few middle-aged people. Looking at the work cards hanging in front of their chests, they were all coaches from various universities. These coaches were all from the combat world. It wasn't the first time they met He Teng, so they knew each other and were talking and laughing. Seeing Li Changsheng walk in, He Teng's face suddenly turned cold. What's wrong, Coach He? Do you have a grudge against him? A man with a sharp mouth and monkey-like chin next to him asked. He was the coach of Dragon City University. His name was Hu Zhenfan, and he was a master of Southern boxing. His nickname was Young Master. He was a well-known figure among the coaches of these universities. He had been the bodyguard of many important people. I have some disagreements with him, but it's not a big deal. He Teng said casually. Looking at his work card, he is also a coach. But he looks thin and weak. He must be a hidden master. Another person glanced at Li Changsheng with curiosity in his eyes. He was wearing a white exercise suit, which made him look like a master. His name was Peng Weidong, and he was also a coach of a university. He was as famous as Hu Zhenfan. He was a master of Xingyi boxing. There was a saying in the circle that went, 10 years in Tai Chi, 1 year in Xingyi boxing, 1 year in Tai Chi, 1 year in Xingyi boxing. There were many masters in the Republic of China. Peng Weidong was the 6th-generation successor of the famous Xingyi boxing master, Li Luoning. He was especially good at half-step bursting fist. It was said that when he had just started his career, he accidentally killed someone in the ring. In the end, he was banned for many years and became a coach. What do you mean by hidden master? He didn't even have the courage to fight with me. He is just a coward. He Ting curled his lips disdainfully. Everyone around was surprised. As a coach of a university and a martial artist, it was really shameful that he didn't even dare to accept a challenge. I thought he was a master. Peng Weidong shook his head and looked away from Li Changsheng. Is that really the case? But I heard that the members of the Qingju University fighting team are quite good, especially Wang Dongsheng. Although he is a student, he has already fought in several world championships and even won a championship. Someone voiced his doubts. Every university sent students to participate in the competition. Naturally, everyone knew about each other's information. Only Li Changsheng, a coach who appeared out of nowhere, was unknown to everyone. The others probably knew some basic information. Humph. Do you think I am talking nonsense? He Teng saw everyone's doubtful eyes and felt a little embarrassed. He walked directly to Li Changsheng and said loudly, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Li Changsheng looked up at him and shook his head. I said, you are not worthy of my fight. Humph. I think you don't dare. He Teng turned back to the coaches and said, see, he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. But why did I hear him say that you are not worthy of his fight? The other coaches also nodded. Humph. He obviously doesn't dare and found an excuse. Don't worry, just wait and see. I will prove it to everyone soon. Chapter 277. Li Changsheng and the others were eating. When they saw He Teng's fierce gaze, they couldn't help but frown. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being glared at by a dog-like guy while eating. Wang Dongsheng suddenly put his chopsticks on the table and stood up to teach He Teng a lesson. However, he was stopped by Li Changsheng's gaze. Although your strength is enough to win the championship, you have to know how to hide your strength. It's not good to make a move now. Wait until tomorrow's competition to beat up his students. That would be a slap to his face. As for his coach, if he pisses me off, I'll cripple him. Li Changsheng said casually. Su Jing's hand, which was holding chopsticks, suddenly trembled. When she heard Li Changsheng's words, she couldn't help but think of Li Changsheng's bodyguard. The boxing champion's entire arm was sent flying by Li Changsheng. The scene at that time was simply too cruel. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at He Teng and his sister. There was some pity in her eyes. Offending a monster like Li Changsheng was simply courting death. After the meal, everyone was a little tired and returned to the hotel to rest. The next morning, they went to the stadium in Yuchi City. It was also the first small competition of the fighting competition. After this competition, there would be layers of competition before the real champion would be determined. Li Changsheng, as the coach of Qingju University, led the team into the stadium with Su Jing. Today's team competition was based on points. Whichever school had the highest score would advance. Qingju University's location was in the corner, next to the Qingju Institute of Physical Education. After a night of rest, Wang Dongsheng and the others were full of energy. With Li Changsheng's guidance, each of them was full of confidence. The first to go up was Qingju University. Li Changsheng let Wei Yi go up. Wei Yi was as strong as an ox, like a small mountain. As soon as he stepped into the ring, he naturally had a strong and fierce aura. His opponent was a muscular man. He was bare-chested and was full of explosive power. However, compared to Wei Yi, he was much smaller. His opponent probably wanted to make the first move to gain the upper hand and catch Wei Yi off guard. Just as the referee shouted the start of the match, a strong step flew up and a knee strike followed. This was a typical Muay Thai fighting style. The knee and elbow were the main attacking methods, and the lethality was extremely high. The referee on the field suddenly felt a strong gust of wind blowing against his face. Such a strike could even break a small tree. It was obvious that he had trained hard. From this, it could be seen that the participants of this fighting competition were all elites from various universities. None of them were weak. However, in the face of his opponent's attack, Wei Yi only chuckled. Your strength is too weak. He had no intention of dodging at all. He didn't even try to block the attack, allowing the opponent's knee to hit his chest. Bang! When the attack landed on Wei Yi's chest, Wei Yi's body didn't even sway. Instead, Wei Yi's opponent was forced back 3 steps by the recoil. He couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. I don't believe that you can take 1 hit from me. Can you take 2, or even 3? His opponent rushed up again. This time, a high leg was aimed at Wei Yi's cheek. I gave you a chance just now, and you still want a yard after taking an inch. After training in the methods taught by Li Changsheng, Wei Yi, whose body had become stronger, sneered. He suddenly took a step forward and raised his arm to block the opponent's whip kick. Then, his right leg kicked the opponent's calf with a piercing sound. With a catcher sound, the man let out a blood-curdling scream and directly fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. It was obvious that this attack had fractured the opponent's bones. The coach next to him couldn't help but gasp. The surrounding spectators felt a chill in their hearts. This was too cruel and terrifying. Even a few popular candidates who were determined to win the championship had fear in their eyes at this moment. Wei Yi was definitely a formidable opponent. Li Changsheng saw Wei Yi's victory and smiled slightly. Wang Dongsheng and the others next to him had already cheered. Wei Yi is too powerful. Our Qingju University has won the first match and made a good start. Although the opponent was beaten to the ground, the 3 judges still had to announce the result of the match. According to the rules of the match, the red team player has lost his ability to fight. The winner should be student Wei Yi from Qingju University. However, we have a written rule before the match. This is a friendly match. Student Wei, who injured his opponent as soon as he came up. The result of this match is invalid and Qingju University does not score. Hearing the judge's words, the field fell into silence for more than 10 seconds. Then, it caused an uproar. What's going on? Why is it invalid? Fractures and arm injuries are inevitable in a fighting match. Why is the result invalid now? Yeah, what's going on? On the side of Qingju University, the smiles of Su Jing and the others disappeared little by little. In the ring, Wei, who was also stunned on the spot. Why? After coming to his senses, Wei, who asked angrily, "There's no reason. You attacked ruthlessly. We're already being lenient by not disqualifying you," the judge said coldly. Wei, who still wanted to say something, but when he saw the cold eyes of the judges, he finally walked out of the ring angrily. After all, he was still a student, and these judges were authoritative figures in the fighting world. If he dared to speak again and was disqualified from the competition, then all his hard work would be for naught. Seeing Wei, who walk out of the ring, He Teng sneered. On the other side, Li Changsheng's face was completely gloomy. He felt that the judge was obviously targeting Qingju University. Could it be He Teng's doing? Li Changsheng looked at He Teng, only to see that He Teng's face was indeed gloating, but at the same time, he was a little stunned. It shouldn't be him. Then who is it? Li Changsheng's eyes were cold, but he did not say anything. He just asked Wei who to sit behind him. Next up were students from other schools. When it was almost noon, it was Qingju University's turn. This time, Li Changsheng sent Wang Dongsheng to fight. Wang Dongsheng was resentful because of Wei whose incident. After he went up, his opponent turned out to be someone from the Qingju Institute of Physical Sciences. The Qingju Institute of Physical Sciences already had a grudge with Li Changsheng. In addition to his previous anger, Wang Dongsheng's eyes were full of coldness. On the other side, He Teng shouted, "Little Jew, teach him a lesson." However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Dongsheng suddenly stomped on the ground and leaped high into the air. Then, he used his knee to hit the other party's chin. This student from the Qingju Institute of Physical Sciences was knocked to the ground by Wang Dongsheng in just one move. He was instantly KO'd. On the other side, He Teng's voice came to an abrupt end. The arena instantly became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. After a long while, the judge on the field looked at the three main judges below with an inquiring gaze. The members of the Qingju University team were too fierce. Wei, who broke his opponent's leg with one kick, and Wang Dongsheng KO'd his opponent with one move. Especially when he jumped high, it made many of the female audience's eyes sparkle. He's just too cool. Qingju University student, Wang Dongsheng, attacked before the judge's hand signal was even finished. This is considered a sneak attack and will not be counted. The result of this competition is invalid. I think this behavior is particularly bad and should be disqualified from the competition. It was still the same main referee. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng finally couldn't help but stand up from his seat with a bang. Chapter 278. That's right. This Wang Dongsheng didn't even wait for the start of the match to be announced. He's simply too shameless. He Teng from the Qingju Institute of Physical Sciences said loudly, "That's not right. I clearly saw the referee announce the start of the match." There was a lot of discussion below. Wang Dongsheng's performance just now was absolutely brilliant. It was just that his move was too fast, and no one could see clearly whether the referee on the field shouted start first, or when Wang Dongsheng made his move and shouted the word start. At this moment, Li Changsheng slowly stood up from his chair and left his seat under everyone's gaze. He walked step by step towards the ring. What is he doing? Everyone looked at him curiously. This seems to be the combat coach of Qingju University. Is he going to stand up for his student? Someone wondered. That's for sure. Just now, Wei, whose result was ruled invalid. Now, another student has been disqualified. It would be strange if he's not angry. But what's the use of being angry? Does he dare to go against the three main referees? Why do I feel that the referees are deliberately targeting Qingju University? It can't be, right? The three referees are all well-known figures in Yuchi City, especially the main referee, Zhong Libao. He's a nationally renowned combat coach who has trained several world champions. If he's cheating, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Moreover, the other two referees have no reason to do such a thing with him. Is it really because the two of them broke the rules? In the midst of everyone's discussion, Li Changsheng had already stepped onto the ring. The referee on the field had just walked up and wanted to say something, but when he met Li Changsheng's cold gaze, he involuntarily took 2 steps back. That gaze was very indifferent. In that indifference, it gave off a ferocious aura like that of a wild beast. With just a glance, the referee on the field felt a chill in his heart. Injuries and deaths are inevitable in the ring. Just now, Wei, who clearly defeated his opponent fair and square. You actually disqualified him from the match. And Wang Dongsheng, you clearly heard the referee on the field shout the start of the match first before Wang Dongsheng made his move. How did it become a reason to disqualify him from the match in your mouth? I request that you replay the scene for everyone. Li Changsheng looked at the 3 judges and said coldly, "You're spouting nonsense. It's clearly your student." He launched a sneak attack before the referee announced the start of the match. Otherwise, how could my student lose to him? Without waiting for the 3 referees to speak, He Teng jumped out. His student had lost to Li Changsheng's student, which made him feel very embarrassed. Moreover, he had long wanted to teach Li Changsheng a lesson, but he had never found a good opportunity. Now, he felt that the opportunity had come. "Shut up," Li Changsheng said coldly. "I'm seeking justice for my student. It's not your place to interrupt." "What did you say?" He Teng stared coldly at Li Changsheng. "Li Changsheng, who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? In the face of my challenge, you don't even dare to accept it. You're just a coward. There are always some wild dogs who don't know how to spell the word death." Li Changsheng sneered. He was in a bad mood, very bad mood. He Teng had come to provoke him at this time. He was simply courting death. He looked coldly at He Teng and said, "It seems that you really want to fight with me." He Teng's face was full of viciousness. He left his seat and walked to the arena to stand beside Li Changsheng. With cold eyes, he said, "Apologize to me immediately for what you said just now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy." What a self-righteous and stupid dog. Li Changsheng didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. He reached out his hand and grabbed He Teng's hair at lightning speed. Then, he used his knee to hit He Teng. He Teng's 1.8-meter tall body flew up into the air. At the same time, Li Changsheng turned around and kicked He Teng's chest. In the next moment, He Teng's body flew down from the arena and landed on the table where the 3 referees were sitting. Crack! The wooden table shattered instantly. The 3 referees stood up in shock. The microphones and other things on the table fell to the ground. He Teng was lying on the ground. His body kept twitching and white foam came out of his mouth. This scene happened too suddenly, too quickly, and it caught everyone off guard. Especially the students from the Qingju Institute of Physical Sciences. They were waiting for their coach to teach Li Changsheng a lesson. They didn't expect Li Changsheng to suddenly make a move and kick He Teng out of the arena with one move. They were all dumbfounded. Not only the students from the Qingju Institute of Physical Sciences, but the other contestants, the audience, and the 3 referees were all dumbfounded. "Coach!" After a few seconds, the students from the Qingju Institute of Physical Sciences rushed up, followed by the medical staff in the arena. Wang Dongsheng KO'd He Teng's student with one move, and Li Changsheng knocked He Teng out with one move. People couldn't help but exclaim that the students from Qingju University were amazing, and their coach was even more amazing. He Teng's sister, He Qiong, glared at Li Changsheng. However, she didn't have time to find trouble with Li Changsheng. She hurriedly carried her brother to the side with the medical staff to check on his injuries. Other than the students from the Qingju Institute of Physical Sciences, a few other people stood up. Among them were the coaches from Rong City University, Hu Zhenfan and Peng Weidong, whom they had met in the cafeteria. The 2 of them had a good relationship with He Teng. They used to serve in the same club. When they saw He Teng get beaten up, they stood up. Although they were shocked that Li Changsheng defeated He Teng in an instant, in their eyes, Li Changsheng's sudden attack was obviously a sneak attack. In addition, the two of them were very confident in their martial arts. Everyone, quiet down. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit stood up and said. As soon as he spoke, even Peng Weidong and Hu Zhenfan showed a bit of respect. The middle-aged man slowly walked up to the ring. First, he looked at the three people in the referee's seat meaningfully. Then, he said to Li Changsheng, Coach Li, I'm the main person in charge of the Yuqi division of the National Youth Fighting Competition. My name is Guangliang Jia. Just now, I also felt that there were a lot of doubts about the judgment of the three referees. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation. As he spoke, he was about to ask his subordinates to look at the video just now when he heard a cold voice. I don't think there's anything to be suspicious about. It's obvious that the student from Qingju University broke the rules first. The three referees' judgment was very fair. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. Behind him were two subordinates with extraordinary auras. The moment he saw the middle-aged man's face, Guangliang Jia blurted out, Mr. Song, why are you here? Chapter 279. Nice to meet you, Mr. Song. Nice to meet you, Mr. Song. Following the appearance of the middle-aged man, the crowd began to greet him. Not only did the person in charge of the International University, Jia Guangliang, show respect, but even the three referees went up to greet him. In the face of everyone's greetings, this Mr. Song only nodded slightly, his expression filled with pride. His gaze landed on Li Changsheng, who was in the ring, and he frowned, You're the coach of the Qingju combat team? At the same time, the two strong men beside Mr. Song also looked over. Li Changsheng could feel their killing intent. That's right, I am. Who are you? Li Changsheng said coldly. Li Changsheng knew that the other party was an enemy and not a friend from the first words he said. I'm Song Yuan Hang. Hearing the name Song Yuan Hang, many people were surprised. Even Wang Dongsheng, Wei Hu, and the rest had a slight change in expression. Obviously, this person was very famous. However, Li Changsheng didn't care who he was. He just looked at him coldly. Just now, you said that my student's results are not questionable. You want to disqualify him? Li Changsheng asked coldly. That's right. Song Yuanhang nodded. Your student broke the rules first. Disqualifying his results is in accordance with the rules of the youth fighting competition. On what basis? Li Changsheng asked again. On the basis that I, Song Yuanhang, am one of the founders of this National Youth College fighting competition. I see. Li Changsheng could now understand why everyone's expressions changed the moment the other party appeared. He was one of the founders of this fighting competition. His status was so high that even Li Changsheng was slightly surprised. However, as one of the founders, he openly targeted the Qingju University combat team. What was the reason? Now, are you convinced? Song Yuanhang's face was full of pride. With his status, it could be said that he had the final say in the entire fighting competition. Whoever he disqualified would be disqualified. No one could do anything about it. I just want to know why. Li Changsheng's eyes were filled with curiosity. He didn't know the other party, but the other party was clearly targeting him. This made him very puzzled. Quan Jianming, do you still remember? Song Yuanhang's eyes were filled with hatred. Li Changsheng shook his head. I don't remember. I don't know any Quan Jianmin. Song Yuanhang snorted coldly. You actually said that you don't know someone whose arm you broke? Break his arm? Li Changsheng suddenly thought of something. You're talking about Shun Donghai's bodyguard, the boxing champion Ah Ming? You finally remembered that Ah Ming is my student. You broke my student's arm. Do you think it's possible for your student to get a ranking in the fighting competition that I founded? I see. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Li Changsheng finally understood. Song Yuanhang was here to avenge his disciple. Ah Li, didn't you say that you wanted to avenge your junior brother? Now the opportunity has come. Song Yuanhang said to one of the brawny men next to him. Unexpectedly, the brawny man named Ah Li licked his lips. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes. I did say that I would avenge my junior brother, but I thought that the person who defeated him was some kind of god. It turned out that it was just a young boy. He's not worth my time. My junior brother went to the United States for treatment and called back to say that his arm was gone. At that time, I didn't believe it. No matter how powerful a person is, they can only break their arm at most. How can it be gone directly? I thought that he must have made some enemies because of gambling and had his arm cut off. He was afraid that master would scold him, so he made up such a reason. How could this young man defeat my junior brother? Hearing his disciple's words, Song Yuanhang nodded. Although what you said makes sense, you can't judge a book by its cover. Since he can teach such a powerful disciple and just defeated He Teng from the Qingju Institute of Physical Sciences, it means that he is still very strong. As he spoke, he instructed another disciple next to him, Chiu, since your senior brother doesn't want to fight, you go up. Don't embarrass me. Okay. The brawny man walked out and walked directly to the ring. After walking up to the ring, he saluted Li Changsheng and Guangling and said, I'm Qiu Haifeng. Since you defeated my junior brother Ming, according to the Zhenghu rules, I'll avenge my junior brother. This was the venue for the youth fighting competition, but it was now used to settle personal grudges. However, no one was unhappy because the other party was Song Yuanhang's disciple, and Song Yuanhang was one of the founders of this competition. In many people's hearts, he was a figure that was about to become a legend. Li Changsheng, aren't you angry about your disciple's disqualification? As long as you accept my challenge, I can restore your qualification as a student. What do you think? Do you dare to accept my challenge? Accept the challenge. Accept the challenge. Accept the challenge. The surrounding people cheered. Wang Dongsheng, Wei Hu, and the others clenched their fists. Originally, they admired Song Yuanhang, a legendary figure in the martial arts world, just like everyone else, but they didn't expect him to do something as shameless as taking revenge. If Song Yuanhang challenged Li Changsheng personally, maybe they would be a little worried for Li Changsheng. However, Song Yuanhang's disciple also wanted to fight Li Changsheng. In their eyes, he was clearly courting death. Coach, you must teach him a lesson. Wei Hu said loudly. Yes, coach, let them know the consequences of offending our Qingju University fighting team. Jin Wenwen also shouted. Coach Li, do you dare to accept the challenge? If you're afraid of losing face in front of your students, you can refuse. However, you don't have to lead your students to participate in some competition. Go back to your Qingju with your tail between your legs. Qiu Haifeng said coldly. And I'll investigate how my junior brother lost his arm. If it has anything to do with you, I'll destroy the stake. As he said that, he reached out and slapped the cement stake next to him. When he slapped it, there was nothing wrong with the stake. However, the moment he picked it up, the stake immediately cracked from the middle and broke into pieces on the ground. Seeing this scene, there was a sudden gasp in the field. There were steel bars inside the cement stake. With one slap, he didn't even touch the steel bars and the steel bars were broken. This was too terrifying. Qiu Haifeng had a complacent look on his face as he looked coldly at Li Changsheng. This move was extremely intimidating. He believed that in the near future, the news of him revealing this move would spread in the martial arts circle. When that time came, his prestige in the martial arts world would definitely skyrocket. As for whether the news of him and his disciple using the power in their hands to target the Qingju University fighting team would also spread, he didn't care at all. Martial artists were originally quick to repay kindness and revenge. People only cared about whose martial arts were better. How many people cared about whether what they did was moral? Things like martial arts morals had long become worthless in today's society. Chapter 280. Chiu's strength has improved again. Song Yuanhang's face showed his appreciation. Among his disciples, Ali was the strongest and had reached covert strength. His second disciple, Chiu, was slightly weaker. He had been hovering around the peak of clear strength. Obviously, he had reached covert strength with his palm just now. Otherwise, he couldn't have broken the steel bar. His third disciple, Ming, had been in the boxing ring and had won the title of Boxing King. He was very talented, but he didn't expect that his arm would be broken by Li Changsheng. The coaches from various universities were all shocked. The strongest among them was only at the peak of clear strength. They could only look up to Qiu Haifeng for what she had done. I wonder if Li Changsheng can withstand it. Su Jing was worried. Last time, Li Changsheng had directly broken Ming's arm. Although she had witnessed the scene with her own eyes and was very shocked, Qiu Haifeng's move to break the cement pillar was also very clever. With her eyesight, she could not tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Wang Dongsheng, Wei Yihu, and Jin Wenwen were also worried. They were not worried that Li Changsheng was not Qiu Haifeng's opponent. They were very clear about this coach's strength. What they were worried about was Qiu Haifeng's master, Song Yuanhang. If a disciple had such strength, how powerful would his master be? Humph. Mr. Qiu, you must teach him a lesson. It's best if you beat him until he can't take care of himself. He Teng's sister, He Cheong, was helping her brother to come over. Just now, He Teng had been kicked off the stage by Li Changsheng and was twitching uncontrollably. Now, he had finally recovered. His legs were a little lame, but his body was fine. However, Li Changsheng's face revealed a look of surprise. It seems that I underestimated this guy's physical strength. But that was it. Li Changsheng had held back his strength when he attacked. Otherwise, with He Teng's strength, he could have broken him with one kick. Are you sure you want to fight with me? Li Changsheng looked at Qiu Haifeng quietly and said. What? Are you afraid? Qiu Haifeng sneered. A staff member had already brought 2 chairs over, and Song Yuanhang sat down on one of them. His disciple, Li, did not dare to stand side by side with his master. He only stood respectfully behind Song Yuanhang. In his opinion, Li Changsheng had been silent for so long because he was scared and didn't want to pay any more attention to him. Song Yuanhang whispered to the person in charge of the competition, Zhou Guangliang, what happened today might spread. You guys have to do a good job in public relations. Although the National Youth Fighting Competition was founded by me and a few other people in the same field, it will still damage my reputation if word gets out. Yes. Zhou Guangliang nodded. He was just a small staff member of this branch. Although he knew that Song Yuanhang was in the wrong, he didn't dare open his mouth to question him. Also, get the medical staff ready. Our Qiu doesn't know how to control his strength. If he kills someone, it will be troublesome. All right. Zhou Guangliang nodded, but he couldn't help but whisper carefully. Just now, he knocked He Teng from the Qingju Sports Academy out of the arena in 2 moves. Although Mr. Qiu is very strong, but, are you afraid that our Qiu is not his match? Song Yuanhang curled his lips. Didn't you see our Qiu's move just now? Do you think it is possible for him to be our Qiu's match at his age? Don't worry, I know my disciple. Even if our Qiu is only at the peak of clear strength, it will be very easy for him to deal with him, let alone our Qiu who has reached concealing strength. That's true. Zhou Guangliang nodded, feeling that his worries were indeed a little unnecessary. That cement pillar could be smashed by Qiu Haifeng. If it hit a person's body, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Since you want to avenge your junior, I can help you. But you are not qualified. Let your senior and your master fight together, so that I don't have to waste my time. What? Li Changsheng finished his words. Qiu Haifeng was stunned on the spot. The people around were also speechless. This guy was too arrogant. He actually wanted to challenge 3 people alone. They thought that he wouldn't dare to accept the challenge. At the same time, many people chuckled. Qiu Haifeng and Li were not a big deal. They didn't walk in the fighting world, so people didn't know their reputation. But Song Yuanhang was a legend in the fighting world. He had once created a fighting record of 100 victories. He had a name in Jianghu, called the Invincible Iron Fist, and left countless legends. Not to mention anything else, just by seeing Qiu Haifeng smashing the cement pillar with one palm, people knew that his master was awesome. Li Changsheng actually wanted to challenge Song Yuanhang and said that the 3 of them should fight together. Was this guy crazy? At this moment, sure enough, after Li Changsheng finished his words, Song Yuanhang's admirers immediately shouted, "Boy, who gave you the courage? Do you know what kind of person Mr. Song Yuanhang is? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You can't even deal with Mr. Song's disciple, and you want to challenge Mr. Song. Let's go through our Chiu first. The people below shouted. Song Yuanhang was stunned at first, then he laughed and said, "You know that you won't be able to get away with it today, so you came up with this method to challenge 3 people alone. If you're lucky enough to injure one of my 2 disciples, even if you lose in the end, I'm afraid your reputation will spread far and wide. But if you can't take any advantage at all and lose miserably, then it's fine. At that time, you can tell the public that you're fighting 3 people alone. Even if you lose, it's still a glorious defeat. On our side, the 3 of us will fight together. No matter if we win or lose, it won't be good if word gets out, so I absolutely can't agree to it." Song Yuanhang shook his head directly. Hearing Song Yuanhang's words, the people in the field suddenly understood. So that's what he's planning. How scheming. This is too shameless. At this time, Chiu Haifeng clenched his fist and said with a smile, "Boy, you're not qualified to challenge my master, unless you defeat me first." As soon as he finished speaking, Chiu Haifeng suddenly took a step forward, raised his arm, and punched directly at Li Changsheng's head. When the punch was thrown, there was a whistling sound in the air, as if a whip was lashing in the air. It was very domineering. So powerful. Many people's faces around changed color. Most of the people in the field were martial arts practitioners. Even the ordinary audience were martial arts enthusiasts. Moreover, even people who knew nothing about martial arts could see and feel the power of that punch. This Chiu Haifeng is so terrifying. Just now, he smashed the cement pile with a slap. I'm afraid that this punch can kill a tiger. This is a real martial arts master. I've seen a lot of things today. On the other side, He Teng and his sister clenched their fists. Li Changsheng, the humiliation you inflicted on me just now. Now, someone has finally done the same to you. This is karma. He Teng said with hatred. Even Wei Hu and the others stared at the ring nervously. Although they knew Li Changsheng's strength, they could not help but feel nervous when they felt the power of Chiu Haifeng's punch. They did not know how he would block such a powerful punch. Many people looked at Li Changsheng's position. They saw Li Changsheng standing there, turning a blind eye to the falling fist. What's going on? Is he scared out of his wits? It's over. If this punch hits his head, I'm afraid that he will die on the spot. What's wrong with Li Changsheng? Su Jing stood up from her seat with a bang. Her heart jumped to her throat. Below the stage, Song Yuanhang couldn't help but frown. I forgot to tell our Chiu not to hit the vitals when he attacked. It's too late now. If someone dies, it'll be troublesome. Chapter 281. Seeing Li Changsheng standing there in a daze, many people couldn't help but turn their heads to the side. Chiu Haifeng had just smashed the cement pillar with his palm. If it hit someone's head, blood would splatter everywhere. He's dead. Not far away, He Teng and He Cheng's eyes were gleaming with joy. They couldn't wait for Li Changsheng to die as quickly as possible. The rest of the people, especially the women, exclaimed. However, soon, all kinds of exclamations and joy turned into surprise. Under the incredulous eyes of the crowd, Li Changsheng gently raised his hand and then met Chiu Haifeng's palm. Crack. There was a crisp sound. Many people thought that Li Changsheng's arm was cut off, but they saw Chiu Haifeng's arm bent back in a strange posture. Then, he let out a scream and took a few steps back. His forehead was covered with cold sweat and his eyes were filled with horror. Now do you think I'm worthy? Li Changsheng looked at Chiu Haifeng quietly, his eyes full of indifference. A few seconds ago, when he said that he would challenge Song Yuanhang and his 2 disciples, everyone thought he was arrogant. But now, he broke Chiu Haifeng's arm so easily. Everyone finally understood his strength. You're courting death. Song Yuanhang took a step forward, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chiu Haifeng was a disciple he was very proud of. He cultivated him as his successor, but now his arm was broken. More importantly, he was humiliated in front of so many people. On the other side, his eldest disciple, Ali, finally showed a surprised expression. He knew his junior brother Chiu Haifeng's strength very well. Even he couldn't break Chiu Haifeng's arm in one move. Master, let me do it. Ali said. Song Yuanhang shook his head. You're no match for him. With that, he flicked his sleeves and strode toward the arena. Mr. Song is going to do it himself. There will be a good show. Mr. Song was known as the invincible Iron Fist. He defeated strong enemies in his life. Even he is going to do it himself. It seems that this kid does have some skills. How could this be? Even Peng Weidong and Hu Zhenfan, who wanted to stand up for the Teng siblings, heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, the ones with broken arms would be the two of them. On the other side, Wei Yihu, Wang Dongxing, Su Jing, and Jin Wenwen all clenched their fists. A coach is a coach. He's not someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can challenge. Qiu Haifeng and Chen Jianming are just weaklings in the coach's hands. Wei Yihu and the others said excitedly. When Song Yuanhang heard this, his face turned purple. If he couldn't defeat Li Changsheng today, then all the fame and prestige he had built up over the years would go down the drain. Martial artists were like this. No matter how many times they succeeded, as long as they failed once, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Song Yuanhang walked up the stage and stared straight at Li Changsheng. He clasped his hands and said, "Friend, you're quite skilled. You broke my disciple's arm with a single punch. It seems like I've underestimated you." Hearing this, Li Changsheng sneered. "He's just a dog. If I wasn't afraid of dirtying my hands, I would have killed him with one slap." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, even though Song Yuanhang tried his best to keep calm, he still showed anger on his face. He was too arrogant. It was despicable enough to ignore him. It was too much to call his disciple a dog. But at the same time, a deep fear rose in his heart. Since he could say this, it meant that he was fearless. But then again, even he didn't see Li Changsheng's move clearly. Even Song Yuanhang was a little unsure. Iron Fist invincible Song Yuanhang. I'd like to learn from you. Song Yuanhang took a deep breath and said in a loud voice. He looked quite like a master. Of course, if he knew the dirty things he did, he would seem pretentious. I've said that you and your disciple can come together. Don't waste my time. After saying this, Song Yuanhang's face changed several times. The other party didn't seem to put him in his eyes at all. This made him feel deeply humiliated. If Li Changsheng had said such words before, Song Yuanhang would have already slapped him and taught him a lesson. But now, he knew that Li Changsheng was very terrifying. The more he probed into Li Changsheng's strength, the more he found that the other party was unfathomable. Li Changsheng, you are indeed very powerful. Since my disciple, Qiu, promised to help you, your disciple will not be disqualified and can compete normally. I, Song Yuanhang, will remember my disciple's matter in my heart. In the future, I will seek justice for him. Song Yuanhang took a deep breath and turned to leave the arena. Now that this match was witnessed by so many people, he really didn't have the courage to attack Li Changsheng. Because if he lost, he wouldn't be able to bear it. But just as he was about to turn, Li Changsheng said coldly, "You schemed against me. Do you think you can leave with such a light sentence?" Song Yuanhang's face changed immediately. "What do you want?" Li Changsheng said coldly, "If you don't dare to fight with me, that's fine. Apologize to my two students and get lost." Li Changsheng's voice fell, and everyone's face changed drastically. Mr. Li, the person in charge, Zhou Guangliang, wanted to mediate. Seeing that things had developed to an uncontrollable point. In fact, everyone knew who was in the right and who was in the wrong. If Song Yuanhang didn't go against Qingju University first, this wouldn't have happened. But Song Yuanhang was one of the founders of the fighting competition after all, and he was also a well-known figure. If he really apologized to two juniors, he would lose all his face. But Li Changsheng was also not ordinary. His strength was outstanding. It was normal for such a person to be arrogant and insolent. "Coach Li, do you really want to become enemies with me?" Song Yuanhang's face was cold. "Can't I?" Li Changsheng said lightly, his eyes full of mockery. What **T invincible Iron Fist in the fighting world? In his eyes, it was dog shit. If that's the case, then I can only ask for your advice. At this moment, Song Yuanhang was in a difficult position. Apologizing was absolutely impossible. Because if he lowered his head today, it would be even more difficult to pick up the lost face in the future. And if the news of him apologizing to a young man spread, Li Changsheng's reputation would increase. This was something he couldn't accept. Coach Li, let's learn from each other. Song Yuanhang took a deep breath. His eyes were extremely cold. Many people held their breaths and focused their minds. Song Yuanhang hadn't fought for many years, but he was famous and well known in the martial arts world. To be treated so seriously by him was enough to show that Li Changsheng was extraordinary. But Li Changsheng's next words made Song Yuanhang's face instantly turn red. You're not qualified to learn from me. I can defeat you with one hand. Chapter 282. Disregard. Blatant disregard. Song Yuanhang's face suddenly turned red, and his eyes were replaced by anger. It caused an uproar in the crowd. Isn't this too arrogant? Although this Coach Li is very strong, he is young and frivolous. It is inevitable that he does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Song Yuanhang became famous 30 years ago. He is known as the invincible Iron Fist, yet he is looking down on him like this. It is normal for young people to be a little arrogant. It is disgusting to be too arrogant. Mr. Song can teach him a lesson. Song Yuanhang was regarded as a legend in the fighting world. Many people worshipped him blindly. Even though he deliberately targeted the Qingju University fighting team with despicable means and showed that his character was not good, he was automatically filtered out by many of his admirers. The so-called brainless fans were probably like this. Make your move. Don't waste my time. Li Changsheng said lightly. Song Yuanhang's eyes showed some anger. At this point, if he did not do anything, then the title of the Invincible Iron Fist would be in vain. He took a step forward, and a powerful aura rose from his body. His entire body shot out like a sharp arrow, leaving behind a series of after-images in the arena. His fists also produced sonic booms. Amazing. Even Wei Hu and the others, who thought highly of Li Changsheng, exclaimed. This Song Yuanhang was indeed the master of Qiu Haifeng and the others. Few people could compare with his skills. Even tigers and leopards could not have such explosive power. Many people stared at the ring, feeling excited. They were originally watching the competition of the various fighting teams. They did not expect to see a master like Song Yuanhang in action. Can this Li Changsheng block it? This was the thought that came to everyone's mind. Fut. Li Changsheng moved his feet lightly and did not take the attack head-on. Song Yuanhang's figure whizzed past Li Changsheng's face with a distance of 0.01 seconds, Li Changsheng dodged the attack. This Li Changsheng is not Mr. Song's opponent. He can only dodge. Someone said. However, the person next to him shook his head. Mr. Song's speed is so fast, and this Li Changsheng dodged at such a precise angle. His strength is also very terrifying. Many knowledgeable people in the field naturally knew that dodging didn't mean that it was impossible. After Li Changsheng dodged the attack, Song Yuanhang stamped his foot on the ground again. His body shot forward like an arrow, his fist raised into the air and smashed down on Li Changsheng's head. Even a big water buffalo would be chopped to death by this punch. Song Yuanhang's eyes were cold. This was one of his ultimate moves. As long as one was not a martial arts grandmaster, they would not be able to block this attack. Facing this attack, Li Changsheng didn't continue to dodge. Instead, he raised his arm again. What is he trying to do? Do you want to treat Song Yuanhang like how you treated Qiu Haifeng? Someone cried out in alarm. He has really made the wrong decision this time. Although Qiu Haifeng is powerful, she has only cultivated the inward force. You should know that Song Yuanhang has already integrated the inside and the outside, and is infinitely close to the Grandmaster realm. His power is many times stronger than Qiu Haifeng's. The referee, Zhong Libao, showed pity in his eyes. However, in the next moment, the fist hit Li Changsheng's arm, and there was a loud bang. In an instant, the ring under Li Changsheng's feet cracked like a spider web. His clothes were constantly torn under the force of the fist. The wind brought by the fist made the spectators around the ring feel pain on their cheeks. Many people couldn't help but cover their faces with their hands. The coaches of several martial arts schools kept their eyes fixed on the field. In the next moment, Song Yuanhang suddenly took a few steps back. He covered his arm with his hand, and there was a look of horror on his face. "How could this be?" he exclaimed. However, Li Changsheng withdrew his arm as if nothing had happened, and raised his foot to take a step forward. There was a 3-foot-deep footprint in the ring where he had been grafting flowers on a tree. When Li Changsheng took the attack, he diverted all the force to his feet. Song Yuanhang covered his arm, and there was a look of disbelief on his face. When Li Changsheng diverted his attack, there was another force that rushed back to his arm, and there was a heart-wrenching pain in his arm. He knew that he had probably fractured his arm. On the other side, Ali and his second disciple, Qiu Haifeng, opened their eyes wide at the same time. At this moment, Li Changsheng looked at Song Yuanhang quietly. He didn't say anything, but there was some impatience in his eyes. This impatience made Song Yuanhang's heart skip a beat. He knew that Li Changsheng was going to be ruthless. As expected, Li Changsheng slowly took another step forward. In the next moment, Song Yuanhang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I'm willing to apologize." He didn't really realize his mistake, but he knew that Li Changsheng had fractured his arm with the force of the rebound. If he really attacked, he would be disabled even if he didn't die. "Okay, go. You can get out after apologizing." Li Changsheng treated this legendary figure respected by everyone in the fighting world like a cat or a dog. However, Song Yuanhang didn't feel the slightest bit angry. Li Changsheng was the most terrifying person he had seen in all these years. With such strength, he might not even be a cat or a dog in the eyes of others. "I'm sorry, both of you. It's my fault." Song Yuanhang covered his arm, walked in front of Wang Dongsheng and Wei Hu, and bowed deeply. Wei Hu and Wang Dongsheng couldn't believe that a figure like Mount Tai in the martial arts world would do such a thing. They were even more flattered. In the next moment, Song Yuanhang turned around and walked back the way he came. "I don't believe that you're really that powerful." Suddenly, a figure jumped into the ring like a cheetah. Then, a fist with a strong wind hit Li Changsheng. It was Song Yuanhang's eldest disciple, Ali. He took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to go around the ring and suddenly launched an attack. "Shameless." Many people watching the fight said hatefully. "Coach, be careful. Li Changsheng, be careful." Jin Wenwen and Su Jing shouted at the same time. At this moment, Ali had already arrived in front of Li Changsheng. And Li Changsheng didn't seem to react. Could it be that after Li Changsheng defeated Song Yuanhang, he would lose to Ali? Many people had such thoughts in their minds. But on the other side, Song Yuanhang showed some pity. He sighed. "My disciple is still too reckless." Sure enough, in the next moment, no one saw clearly how Li Changsheng attacked. They saw Ali fly out of the ring at an even faster speed. When he landed, a large part of his chest had caved in. Blood gushed out of his mouth. "Call an ambulance," Song Yuanhang shouted, and then bowed deeply to Li Changsheng. "Coach Li, I didn't discipline him well. Please blame me. Get lost." Li Changsheng said coldly. He didn't bother to look at this master and disciple again. Song Yuanhang didn't dare to hesitate. He nodded and looked at his second disciple, Qiu, who also had a broken arm, and his eldest disciple, Ali, who was carried out of the stadium by the medical staff. Chapter 283. Song Yuanhang was a well-known figure in the martial arts world. Today, his arm was broken and he was forced to kneel. Many of Song Yuanhang's admirers couldn't accept such an outcome. At this moment, Wei Hu and the others were already excitedly surrounding Li Changsheng. They were proud to have such a coach. How terrifying was Coach Li to be able to defeat Song Yuanhang so easily. Countless excellent coaches looked at Li Changsheng with awe. With such a powerful coach, I'm afraid that the next martial arts competition will be Qingju University's stage. Peng Weidong couldn't help but sigh. The competition went on for another 3 days. Jin Wenwen continued the glorious record created by Wei Hu and Wang Dongsheng. After KOing her opponent with a high whip kick, Qingju University's reputation spread far and wide. 3 days later, the competition ended. Qingju University's martial arts team advanced to the next round with the best results. The next competition came to an end. The next competition would be held in 3 months. It's time for us to return to Qingju. In the hotel, Li Changsheng packed his luggage. Wang Dongsheng and the others were waiting beside him. Li Changsheng's prestige in their hearts was growing. Even Su Jing, the teacher, admired Li Changsheng very much. Yeah, it's time for us to go back. On the bus back to Qingju, Li Changsheng and the others didn't see anyone from the Qingju Institute of Physical Sciences. After asking around, they found out that because Li Changsheng defeated Song Yuanhang, He Teng and his sister now saw Li Changsheng as a jinx. They rented a car to return to Qingju and didn't dare to squeeze on the same bus as them. Li Changsheng didn't care about this. If they didn't squeeze with him, it would be even more spacious. The car started. Wang Dongsheng and Jin Wenwen looked at each other, then said to the crowd, "I didn't mention it on the way here because time was tight. We'll pass by my hometown, Suzhou, on the way back. Do you want to get off there? I'll treat everyone to Suzhou's specialties." After saying that, Wei Hu nodded. Su Jing then asked Li Changsheng, "Coach Li, what do you think?" Obviously, this trip was rather boring, and Su Jing also wanted to relax. "Okay, since everyone wants to go, we'll get off halfway and let the driver drive the car back." Hearing Li Changsheng nod his head, Wang Dongsheng's face lit up. "I'll call my friends in my hometown and ask them to prepare the specialties of our hometown. Wenwen and I discussed it, and I was afraid that Coach Li wouldn't agree." "You and Jin Wenwen?" Li Changsheng's face was filled with confusion. Su Jing explained with a smile, "Coach Li, you are not qualified to be a coach. Wang Dongsheng and Jin Wenwen have been a couple for a long time." "Really?" Li Changsheng couldn't help but laugh. Actually, he really didn't notice this aspect. After Su Jing said this, he saw that the two of them had been holding hands the whole time. Moreover, the way they looked at each other was so tender and sweet. It was obvious that they were in love. The few of them got out of the car when they passed by Suzhou. At the entrance of the highway, 2 commercial vehicles had been waiting for a long time. 3 young men and 2 girls got out of the car. After seeing Wang Dongsheng, one of the men in sportswear came up and punched him on the shoulder. "Kid, you still know to come back. I don't see you all year round." As he spoke, he looked at Jin Wenwen standing on the side. "You must be my sister-in-law, right? Nice to meet you, sister-in-law." Jin Wenwen showed a rare shyness on her face. Wang Dongsheng introduced them to Li Changsheng and the others. "This is my good brother Chen Junjie. This is Xu Yang and Lin Kuan." Then he pointed to the 2 girls, and Xiaoran, Ningxin. Ningxin was just like her name. She looked very virtuous and quiet, while Xiaoran was more of the cute type. And Xiaoran's eyes were wide open as she sized up Li Changsheng and the others. Wei, whose appearance was too rough, so she immediately excluded him from her list. As for Li Changsheng, he seemed a little ordinary. In the end, she sighed. It's really hard to find a good man these days. Ningxin seemed to know what she was thinking. She rolled her eyes at her. Chen Junjie, Xu Yang, and Lin Kuan all came up to greet Li Changsheng and the others. Su Jing's appearance was definitely a beauty. The 3 of them couldn't help but look at her. "This is teacher Su Jing. She's in charge of our combat team's logistics. This is Wei Hu, my good brother." Finally, he introduced Li Changsheng grandly. "This is our combat coach, the fierce man I always tell you about on the phone." "What?" Now, all eyes were focused on Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng's appearance was nothing special, and his body was also relatively weak. Unexpectedly, he was the fierce person that Wang Dongsheng had mentioned to them recently, the super powerful fighting technique. Even Ningxin and Xiaoran had a strange look in their eyes. "Coach Li, I've heard a lot about you." Chen Junjie looked like a talkative person. He came up and shook Li Changsheng's hand, and pretended to salute. "Coach Li, I heard that you're super good at fighting. Would you like to take me as your disciple?" Li Changsheng couldn't help but smile. He knew that the other party was joking. Xu Yang and Lin Kuan also took the opportunity to ask Li Changsheng about martial arts, such as leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls, hitting a cow across a mountain, and so on. Wang Dongsheng was speechless. He said, "How can there be such a powerful martial arts in the world? It's already amazing to break several layers of planks with one punch. Do you really think there are martial arts masters who can fly around like on TV? If it was a normal martial art, it would be impossible to escape from gravity, but cultivators could do it." However, Li Changsheng didn't say anything. If he said that there really were people who could fly, not to mention others, even Chen Junjie and the others would think that he was bragging. As for Ningxin and An Xiaoran, they weren't interested in these things. In addition, Li Changsheng looked ordinary, so they weren't interested in him and Wei Yihu. Instead, he asked Su Jing and An Xiaoran a lot of questions for Chen Junjie and the others. He asked some questions, such as whether they had boyfriends. "Well, let's not waste time here. If you have anything to say, let's go back to the city," Wang Dongsheng said. Chen Junjie drove a Lincoln. Wei Yihu, Wang Dongsheng, and Jin Wenwen sat in his car. Li Changsheng and Su Jing had to sit in Ningxin's Audi TT with An Xiaoran. There were 3 girls in the car, and only Li Changsheng was a man. Ningxin was driving, An Xiaoran sat in the passenger seat, and Su Jing and Li Changsheng sat in the back. Probably to take care of Ningxin, the female driver, the Lincoln in front drove very slowly. Li Changsheng had been observing the terrain outside to see if he could be lucky enough to find a spirit vein to speed up his cultivation. Su Jing chatted with Li Changsheng from time to time, but seeing that Li Changsheng was always looking outside, she couldn't help but be a little angry. "Li Changsheng, what's the meaning of this? Last time, you refused to eat with me. This time, why are you so absent-minded when I'm talking to you? Isn't this too much?" After saying this, Su Jing regretted it. Because there was a hint of bitterness in her tone. Sure enough, as soon as her voice fell, Ningxin and An Xiaoran couldn't help but turn their heads. Su Jing couldn't help blushing. Li Changsheng reacted and said with a smile, "Sorry, I was a little absent-minded just now." And Ningxin and An Xiaoran showed some doubts in their eyes at the same time. Because in their opinion, Li Changsheng was really very ordinary. Even if he knew some martial arts, he was not worthy of Su Jing at all. But in Su Jing's eyes, he seemed to be very popular. Is there any charm in him that I haven't noticed? For this reason, after the car arrived, An Xiaoran looked at Li Changsheng a few times, but couldn't help but shake her head. At this time, Lin Junjie and the others also got out of the car in front and walked into the hotel together. Walking in the back, An Xiaoran whispered to Ningxin, "I really can't find any merit in this guy. Why does Su Jing seem to treat him differently? I really can't figure it out." Ningxin smiled. Everyone has their own preferences. Perhaps teacher Su Jing likes this style. Maybe. And Xiaoran stuck out her tongue. Anyway, I can't appreciate it. Chapter 284. Wang Dongsheng's friends had already booked a table at a famous hotel in Suzhou. Especially since it was lunchtime, the hotel was bustling with people. As they walked into the hotel, Li Changsheng suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him. When the person turned around, he saw clearly that it was Dong Feiyan, the daughter of the Dong family that he met in Yangjing. However, because there were too many people, Dong Feiyan didn't see Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng wasn't a person who liked to make friends, so he didn't take the initiative to greet her. He walked to the reserved table with Wang Dongsheng and the others and sat down. The dishes were served one after another. Wang Dongsheng and Chen Junjie talked about their past. Wei Yi, who was a little hungry and crazily swept up the dishes on the table. Ningxin, and Xiaoran, and Su Jing seemed to get along quite well. Li Changsheng was a little bored sitting there. Halfway through the meal, Wang Dongsheng finally realized that he had neglected Li Changsheng, so he hurriedly changed the topic to Li Changsheng. Ningxin wasn't interested in Li Changsheng as a combat coach, but kept changing the topic to Su Jing. It seemed that he wanted to introduce Chen Junjie to Su Jing. In fact, Chen Junjie was about the same age as Wang Dongsheng, but now that he had his own company, he was definitely an elite of the younger generation. Chen Junjie also looked at Su Jing with a burning gaze. Su Jing's appearance was undoubtedly very attractive, but unfortunately, Su Jing was indifferent to Chen Junjie's advances. On the contrary, her attitude towards Li Changsheng was interesting. This made Chen Junjie feel a little indignant. In his opinion, Li Changsheng couldn't be compared to him at all. He looked ordinary, wore ordinary clothes, and didn't look like a rich person. He was just a combat coach who could fight a little. What was the use of fighting in today's society? As long as you had money, you could easily hire many boxing champions as your bodyguards. Chen Junjie wasn't the only one who felt indignant. Even Ning Xin and Xiaoran and the others felt indignant for Chen Junjie. Therefore, their attitude towards Li Changsheng was a little different, which made Wang Dongsheng feel a little awkward. By the way, did you see that just now? I think I saw the richest man in Suzhou eating here. And Xiaoran took the initiative to start the conversation. I think he's accompanying someone. Ning Xin nodded. To be accompanied by the richest man in Suzhou, his identity must be extraordinary, right? I know. That's the eldest daughter of the Dong family, Dong Feiyan. It's said that she came to Suzhou to invest in a project. Now, the Dong family is very unusual in the entire northwest region, especially the eldest daughter, Dong Feiyan. She's now the head of the Dong family. I heard that she met some benefactor and suddenly rose to power. Lin Kuan happened to know some inside information and said with a bit of flaunting, "What noble person?" And Xiaoran's eyes lit up. Gossiping was a woman's nature. It's said to be Mr. Li. We don't know the details. Anyway, the bosses of several big companies in the northwest took the initiative to do business with the Dong family and tried to please her. I really want to get to know this Mr. Li, and Xiaoran rested her chin on her hand and said, "I'm different from you. I'm not interested in that Mr. Li. After all, his status is too high and far beyond our reach. But the eldest daughter of the Dong family, Dong Feiyan, is definitely a beauty. It would be great if I could have a drink with her." Xu Yang looked in that direction from time to time. After he came in, he took one look at Dong Feiyan and was deeply fascinated. He couldn't forget her. "Brother, don't think about Dong Feiyan's identity. I'm afraid that even the son of the richest man in Suzhou has no hope. If you want to be worthy of her, you have to be at least the son of the top 20 entrepreneurs in China." Lin Kuan patted Xu Yang's shoulder to comfort him. "Well, let's eat. The dishes will get cold soon." Wang Dongsheng picked up the chopsticks. Suddenly, his phone rang. When he picked up the phone, his face instantly darkened. What's wrong? Until Wang Dongsheng put down the phone, everyone was puzzled. Nothing. Let's eat. Wang Dongsheng forced a smile. Obviously, there's something wrong. Does Dongsheng still treat us as brothers? What is it that he wants to tell us? Chen Junjie said loudly. Yes, tell us and we can think of a solution together. Ning Xin also nodded. Alas. Wang Dongsheng sighed. Do you remember that I said that my family arranged a marriage for me when I was a child? Is it the daughter of the Lu family? Chen Junjie and the others' faces suddenly changed. Wang Dongsheng nodded with a wry smile. Didn't you say that the daughter of the Lu family already has a boyfriend? You two shouldn't have much to do with each other. Xu Yang was puzzled. Wang Dongsheng did have a fiancé when he was a child, but that was when the Wang family and the Lu family were on equal footing. Later, the Lu family's business became prosperous and the two families rarely contacted each other. Moreover, the daughter of the Lu family brought back a boyfriend 2 years ago. This was a well-known matter in the upper-class circle of Suzhou. Because of this, Wang Dongsheng was ridiculed for a long time. He was thought to be a cuckold. However, it was impossible for the two families to be connected by marriage. This had become the consensus of everyone. Wang Dongsheng's new girlfriend had nothing to do with the Lu family. I heard that the boyfriend of the eldest daughter of the Lu family has a new lover, but the eldest daughter of the Lu family has been pregnant for 6 months. He doesn't want her anymore. Wang Dongsheng said. Don't tell me that he wants you to take over because he doesn't want her anymore. Chen Junjie blurted out. All the people present widened their eyes. Isn't this too outrageous? Wang Dongsheng nodded with a wry smile. The Lu family is so shameless. Then you can just reject it directly. Su Jing blurted out. It's not that easy. The Lu family is very powerful in the northwest region, and now my family's company is facing a crisis. The Liu family is threatening me with this. If I don't marry their daughter, they will bankrupt my family. My father just called and asked me to consider it. He won't force me. Hearing Wang Dongsheng's words, the room fell into silence. Although the Liu family was shameful, they were powerful. This was the reality. Then what are you going to do? Su Jing asked angrily. If you agree with the Liu family, what will Wenwen do? Jin Wenwen also bit her lips and stared at Wang Dongsheng. Wang Dongsheng looked painful. On one hand, it was his family, and on the other hand, it was his beloved. He was in a dilemma. Is there no other way? Jin Wenwen asked. Her voice was obviously hoarse. Wang Dongsheng shook his head. Well, I choose to back out. I can't let you be an unfilial person. Jin Wenwen said. Wang Dongsheng's eyes turned red. The atmosphere in the room was extremely depressing. Don't do this. Maybe there are other ways. Su Jing couldn't bear it. It's no use for you to be anxious here. Dongsheng, why don't you go home and see how things are going? Chen Junjie also said. The Liu family was very powerful. Even if each of them had some background, compared to the Liu family, they were all dwarfed by the Liu family. Yes, why don't we go home with you first? Su Jing calmed down and nodded. Li Changsheng said, it's just the Liu family. I'll help you deal with it. Okay. Wang Dongsheng nodded. However, he didn't take Li Changsheng's words seriously. The Liu family was very powerful. Not to mention that Li Changsheng didn't have much power. Even if he did, this was the northwest. Distant water couldn't quench the immediate thirst. Chen Junjie and the others automatically ignored Li Changsheng's words. They were also powerful in the local area, but they couldn't do anything in the face of the Liu family. Li Changsheng wanted to help Wang Dongsheng? What a joke. Even Su Jing sighed. She had no doubt about Li Changsheng's fighting ability, but how could he intervene in the business world? Chapter 285. The banquet ended on bad terms. Wang Dongsheng originally wanted to bring Jin Wenwen back to meet his parents, but he didn't expect that the comedy would turn into a tragedy. Let's go. You go home with me first. Wang Dongsheng said to Li Changsheng, Su Jing and the others. As for Chen Junjie and the others, they didn't go with Wang Dongsheng but went home to think of a solution. Ningxin and An Xiaoran were in the same car. That Miss Liu is so shameless. I can't believe there is such a shameless person in the world. An Xiaoran said indignantly along the way. Ningxin just smiled bitterly. Even if the other party is shameless, so what? That's the Liu family we're talking about. Unless the Wang family is willing to give up all its wealth and risk bankruptcy to force Wang Dongsheng to marry Jin Wenwen, but that's obviously unrealistic. Sacrificing the entire family just to fulfill the happiness of the two people, even if Uncle Wang's brain is cramped, I'm afraid Wang Dongsheng won't agree. That Li Changsheng even said that he would help settle it. I almost laughed out loud at that time. And Xiaoran curled her lips. I don't understand why Su Jing cares so much about him. This guy thinks he can solve everything because he is good at martial arts, but he forgets that money is the most important thing in the world. Yes. Ningxin nodded. At this time, in the other car, Chen Junjie and Xu Yang were also discussing. Dongsheng is really in trouble this time. That Miss Liu is really a green tea bitch. How could she do such a shameless thing? We must find a way to help him. Xu Yang frowned. He had made several calls along the way, but the Liu family was so powerful that no one was willing to intervene. I have a relative who is very powerful in the northwest. Maybe he can help us. Chen Junjie suddenly thought of something. Xu Yang was pleasantly surprised. Really? Junjie, your family is so powerful. At that time, Li Changsheng insisted on helping to solve the problem. It was ridiculous. Now, let Su Jing see that Li Changsheng is just a piece of shit compared with you. Haha. Chen Junjie couldn't help but laugh. From the first time he saw Su Jing, he was mesmerized. When he thought that Su Jing was as gentle and caring to him as she was to Li Changsheng, his heart couldn't help but become excited. On the other side, Wang Dongsheng hailed a few taxis and rushed to his house. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a villa area. After getting out of the car, everyone looked miserable. Don't worry. If there's anything, I'll help you solve it. You don't have to worry. Li Changsheng comforted her again. Wang Dongsheng was his student. Li Changsheng was happy to see him and Jin Wenwen together. Besides, that Miss Lu was too shameless. Li Changsheng had no reason to stand by and watch. Thank you, coach. Wang Dongsheng smiled at Li Changsheng. He could feel that Li Changsheng wanted to help him, but there were some things that he couldn't say. The Lu family was powerful. Their Wang family was a famous family in Suzhou, but they couldn't do anything about it. Li Changsheng was an outsider. What could Li Changsheng help him? He could only take it as Li Changsheng's comfort. Walking into the villa, a middle-aged man was walking back and forth. On the sofa next to him, a young man in his 30s had a cigarette in his mouth. Blue smoke filled the room. Obviously, the two of them had smoked a lot before Wang Dongsheng came back. Dongsheng, you're back. Wang Dongsheng's father saw Wang Dongsheng and forced a smile on his face. On the other side, the man sitting on the sofa also stood up. He was Wang Dongsheng's brother, Wang Dongshu. Although Wang Dongsheng was full of worries, he still introduced Li Changsheng and the others to his brother and father. When he introduced Jin Wenwen, everyone had a strange look on their faces. As Wang Dongsheng's girlfriend, Jin Wenwen's status was a bit awkward. The Wang family can't marry Miss Lu. Otherwise, we'll lose all our face. More importantly, Miss Lu is pregnant with a bastard. Are we going to let her bastard take our surname? Wang Dongsheng's brother, Wang Dongshu, put out the cigarette in his hand and said bitterly, I know. The key now is how to make the Lu family give up this idea. You know, there are hundreds of people in the Wang family. We can't afford to offend the Lu family. We have to be responsible for them. Wang Dongsheng's father, Wang Heng, sighed and said. At this time, the doorbell of Wang Dongsheng's house suddenly rang. From the window, they could see 3 cars parked outside. It's Chen Junjie and the others. Didn't I ask them to go home? Wang Dongsheng was a bit confused and hurried to open the door. Soon, Chen Junjie and the others came in. Junjie, you, Wang Dongsheng was about to ask when Xiaoran, who was next to him, excitedly interrupted. Just now, when we were halfway there, Chen Junjie suddenly thought of one of his relatives. He called his relative just now and his relative said that he was willing to help mediate the situation. Really? The gloomy atmosphere in the room was instantly diluted. Especially Wang Dongsheng's father, Wang Heng. He went up and grabbed Chen Junjie's hand. Junjie, tell us what's going on. Not only Wang Heng, but everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Junjie at this time. No one else could think of a solution when the Wang family was facing such a difficult situation. Only Chen Junjie could help the Wang family. In an instant, Chen Junjie's image in everyone's heart became bigger. Even Su Jing, who didn't have much of an impression of Chen Junjie, couldn't help but look at him in a different light. In that instant, Chen Junjie felt like he was the savior of the world, especially when he looked at Li Changsheng who was beside him. Li Changsheng was so weak and dim, not even worth mentioning under his light. He should know the gap between us now. Chen Junjie thought as he cleared his throat and said, one of my relatives has business dealings with the Lu family. The head of the Lu family thinks highly of him. If he agrees to help, the Lu family will definitely give him face, but what? Wang Heng and the others, who were originally full of joy, heard this and became nervous again. But the daughter of the Lu family is unmarried and pregnant, but she has an engagement with Dongsheng first. Moreover, the Lu family is very powerful. It won't be easy for our relative to mediate. I'm afraid the Wang family will have to pay some compensation. How much does your relative want? Wang Heng asked. He was a businessman and naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The other party wouldn't work for nothing. He wants 10% of the shares of the Wang family enterprise. This, Wang Heng's heart couldn't help but tighten. 10% of the shares was definitely not a small amount. Although he was the head of the Wang family, he only had 30% of the shares. But when he thought that if he didn't agree, the Wang family was likely to be bankrupted by the Lu family. 10% of the shares was worth it, so he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I agree. Okay, Uncle Wang, I'll call my relative and ask him to help. As he spoke, Chen Junjie took out his phone. Wang Dongxing and Jin Wenwen both showed joy on their faces. The two who had just fallen in love had agreed to go back to Suzhou to meet the parents. The matter of the Lu family was like a bolt from the blue. Although the Wang family had to pay some price, at least the two of them would not be separated. Thanks to Junjie. After this matter is over, we must thank Junjie well. Wang Heng said. Yes. Wang Dongxing nodded hurriedly. Dongxing, a friend like Junjie is really rare. You must cherish him. Wang Dongxiu, the eldest brother, also said. The others, such as Xu Yang and Lin Kuan, also showed pride on their faces. They had grown up together with Wang Dongxing. Now that Wang Dongxing had many new friends, it turned out that the only ones who could help Wang Dongxing were his childhood friends. And Xiaoran had already walked to Su Jing and said sweetly, Sister Su, did you see that? Junjie is really excellent. If you don't have a boyfriend, you can consider him. Su Jing couldn't help looking at Li Changxing next to her. Li Changxing left a deep impression on her. But after taking away the halo of a martial arts master, compared with Chen Junjie, he was indeed a little worse. But I really don't have any feelings for Chen Junjie. Su Jing thought silently in her heart. Li Changxing saw all this and didn't say anything. Since Chen Junjie has such connections and can help the Wang family, although the Wang family will lose some money, it is obviously within the range of the Wang family. I really don't have to interfere. But this Lu family is really annoying. It seems that when I leave Suzhou, I will ask someone to teach them a lesson. Li Changxing thought silently in his heart. Chapter 286. The group sat in the room and waited quietly for the result of the negotiation with Chen Junjie's relative. About 3 hours later, Chen Junjie's phone finally rang. However, Chen Junjie's expression was a little ugly. Wang Heng and the others' hearts skipped a beat. When Chen Junjie hung up the phone, Wang Heng couldn't wait to ask, Junjie, how was it? What did your relative say? Chen Junjie took a deep breath and said with a troubled face, my relative said that the Lu family is willing to give him face, but he has to pay a lot. 10% of the Wang family's shares might not be enough. He wants half of the Wang family's property. What? Wang Heng couldn't help but exclaim. Half of our family's property? That was a horrifying number. Even he, the head of the family, couldn't make the decision. That's not all. The Lu family's daughter's pregnancy out of wedlock is a big scandal. It will affect her marriage in the future. Therefore, the Lu family wants the Wang family to marry the daughter of the Lu family first and then divorce her. This, Wang Heng's face instantly turned pale. If the daughter of the Lu family was married, the Wang family's reputation would be ruined. Moreover, Chen Junjie went to the relative and asked for half of the Wang family's property. This was simply unacceptable for the Wang family. Jin Wenwen and Wang Dongxing's faces were also pale. They thought that as long as the Wang family gave out 10% of the shares, the matter would be solved. They didn't expect this to happen. Uncle Wang, I've tried my best. Chen Junjie said. Yes, Uncle Wang. I think we should agree to the request of Junjie's relative. Otherwise, the Wang family will not only lose half of the property, but also go bankrupt. And Xiaoran persuaded. The others fell into silence. Although it was unacceptable for the Wang family, it was obvious that there was no other way. This, Wang Heng was about to speak when Li Changxing suddenly said, actually, I have some connections. I can settle the Lu family's matter. You. Instantly, all eyes fell on Li Changxing. Dongxing, who is this? Confusion appeared in Wang Heng's eyes. Although Wang Dongxing had introduced Li Changxing and the others to him, he was so confused that he didn't listen at all. He's the combat coach of my school. Coach Li, what can you do? Wang Heng seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. It wasn't easy for the Wang family to develop to this point. If they took out half of their assets, the company wouldn't be able to continue operating. If there was a better solution, it would be great. Ning Xin, Xu Yang, and the others also looked confused. Could it be that Li Changxing really has a way? Otherwise, why would he repeatedly say that he can settle the Lu family's matter? Actually, It's very simple to deal with the Liu family. As long as there's an even more powerful figure pressuring the Liu family, they definitely won't dare to threaten the Wang family anymore. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Chen Junjie and the others were speechless. Isn't that obvious? But where could he find such a powerful person? It wasn't easy for Chen Junjie to find one, yet he's still asking for so much. However, Wang Heng seemed to have seen his savior. He asked anxiously, "So, Changsheng, you know someone important?" "Changsheng, what does your family do?" In his opinion, Li Changsheng must have an extraordinary background if he dared to say such big words. "I'm just a student. My parents are both dead. I'm from the countryside. However, I do know some people. With their power, the Liu family in the northwest wouldn't dare to disrespect them. I'm from the countryside, a student." Hearing this, Wang Heng's heart sank to the bottom. As for what he said about knowing some important people, he thought it was ridiculous. What kind of important people could a student know? On the other side, Su Jing pulled Li Changsheng's sleeve and whispered, "Changsheng, don't say any more. I know you have an unusual relationship with the principal of Qingju University, Chen Ligua. However, Chen Ligua may have some power in Qingju, but he can't get involved in matters in Suzhou." In Su Jing's impression, Li Changsheng entered the school through the back door and had a good relationship with the principal, Chen Ligua. However, Chen Ligua was just a principal of a university. How much power could he have in this society? Moreover, this was the Northwest. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Li Changsheng's vision was too narrow. He didn't understand the horror of those business tycoons. A principal was nothing at all. Hearing Su Jing's words, Chen Junjie's eyes were filled with disdain. The others present couldn't help but shake their heads. "I thought I found a savior. I didn't expect that he's just a kid talking nonsense." Wang Heng couldn't help but sigh. "I'm really desperate. I actually believed Li Changsheng's words just now. Junjie, can you talk to your relative and see if the reward can be reduced?" As an elder, Wang Heng's tone towards Chen Junjie was already somewhat pleading. Chen Junjie shook his head. "I'm afraid not. The other party is very determined. What should we do?" Wang Heng was already in despair. Half of the Wang family's assets was too much. "If there's no other way, let's break up." Jin Wenwen suddenly spoke. "As long as we break up and you marry Miss Liu, everything will be solved." This, Wang Dongsheng's face was full of pain. Wang Heng and his son Wang Dongshu looked at each other. Indeed, compared with face, half of the Wang family's assets were more important. Marrying Miss Liu was nothing more than a disgrace. Even if Miss Liu gave birth to a son, she couldn't be so shameless as to let her son take the surname Wang. They weren't satisfied with such a daughter-in-law, but the Wang family's assets were saved. "It seems that I can only sacrifice your happiness. I'm sorry." Wang Heng bowed to Jin Wenwen. With tears in her eyes, Jin Wenwen hurriedly helped Wang Heng up. "Uncle Wang can't blame you. If you want to blame someone, blame Miss Liu for being too shameless." Originally, Li Changsheng didn't want to care about the Wang family because they didn't believe him. But seeing Jin Wenwen like this and Wang Dongsheng who was squatting on the ground and scratching his hair, he finally sighed. "Forget it. After all, he's my student. You don't have to worry. I'll help you solve this. Give me 10 minutes. With that, Li Changsheng took out his phone and walked into the inner room. 10 minutes. Chen Junjie had already sneered. His relative was so powerful that they only got such a result after 3 hours of discussion. But the other party said that he could solve it in 10 minutes. Wasn't that ridiculous? Su Jing also turned her head aside. She suddenly felt a little disappointed. Just now, she had already told him that Chen Ligua's relationship wasn't good, but he didn't believe it. Thinking about it carefully, after knowing Li Changsheng, he became arrogant and conceited. In the past, he could crush others all the way in martial arts. His personality seemed normal, but now it seemed a little ridiculous. Such a person is useless in other aspects except for martial arts. I actually admire him so much. Su Jing shook her head. On the other side, An Xiaoran had already chuckled, not hiding her sarcasm. Although Ningxin didn't show it, there was a strange look in her eyes. As for Wang Heng and Wang Dongsheng, they didn't have any hope for Li Changsheng at all. Instead, they looked at Chen Junjie. Junjie, please tell your friend that the Wang family accepts our fate. Wang Heng took a deep breath and said, "Okay." Chen Junjie looked a little unhappy. The Wang family members had almost believed Li Changsheng just now. Was it easy for them to find such connections? At this time, the door of the villa was suddenly pushed open, and then a group of people rushed in. "Wang Dongsheng, I heard that you've been looking for connections everywhere to not marry me. You really have the guts of a leopard. Believe it or not, I'll make all your Wang family members fall into the streets." A woman with a big belly walked in angrily, followed by several middle-aged men. Wang Heng and the others' faces changed dramatically in an instant. The woman was none other than Lu Xueping, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Chapter 287. Wang Dongsheng, I heard that you have been asking people to pull strings to refuse to marry me. A seductively dressed woman with thick makeup on her face walked in aggressively. She pointed her finger at Wang Dongsheng's nose and questioned him loudly. "That's right, Lu Xueping. You are pregnant with someone else's bastard. He dumped you after he got tired of you. Why do you want me to marry you?" Wang Dongsheng was furious, very furious. He had been together with Jin Wenwen and had brought her home to meet his parents today. After graduating from college, they could be together. But now, because of this shameless woman, he and Jin Wenwen were facing a breakup and the whole Wang family was gloomy. How could he not hate her? Wang Dongsheng, don't forget that you and I are engaged. As long as you marry me, you will have an obedient and cute baby in a few months. You will make a fortune. How shameless. How can you be so shameless? And Xiaoran couldn't help but jump out. Who do you think you are? How dare you jump out and scold me? Lu Xueping glared at An Xiaoran. You don't feel ashamed at all. You did have an engagement with brother Dongsheng, but your Lu family has already backed out. You thought that you had hooked up with a top young master in the northwest, so you tried to seduce him. You didn't expect that you would be kicked out by him in the end. Now you shamelessly ask brother Dongsheng to marry you. How shameless are you? And Xiaoran pointed at Lu Xueping's nose and shouted. Lu Xueping reached out and slapped her across the face. Slap. And Xiaoran, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? I heard that your father is negotiating a real estate project recently. Don't forget that the project is developed by our Lu family. Lu Xueping's words hit An Xiaoran's soft spot. The Lu family was too powerful in the northwest. Even the richest man in Suzhou had to show some respect to them. And Xiaoran, Ningxin, Chen Junjie, and the others were only considered millionaires in Suzhou. They were absolutely incomparable to the Lu family. The Lu family could crush them with a finger. Otherwise, the Wang family wouldn't be so distressed. And Xiaoran, who was slapped by Lu Xueping, covered her cheek. Her eyes were full of anger, but she didn't dare to resist. Ningxin pulled An Xiaoran aside and comforted her in a low voice. At this moment, Wang Heng sighed and stood out. Miss Lu, there was indeed an engagement between the two of you back then, and it has never been cancelled. Since you insist on marrying my Dongsheng, uncle can only agree. Hearing Wang Heng's words, Jin Wenwen and Wang Dongsheng both showed despair in their eyes. However, Lu Xueping sneered. Your family is doing everything possible to prevent me from entering your family. Do you really think that no one wants me? Even if you beg to marry me, I won't agree. Hearing Lu Xueping's words, Wang Heng, Wang Dongsheng, and the others were all delighted. Lu Xueping not marrying into the Wang clan was something they were most happy to see. Don't be happy too early. Although this young miss has decided not to marry your son, your Wang family has thoroughly angered me. Just wait for my Lu family's revenge. In less than 3 years, I will definitely make your Wang family live on the streets and beg for a living, Hearing Lu family's young miss's words, everyone's faces turned ugly once again. What should we do? Miss Lu, can't you be merciful and let our Wang family go? Wang Heng's tone was already begging. However, Lu Xueping turned her head to the side with a teasing look in her eyes. What should we do? At this moment, Wang Dongsheng looked at Chen Junjie. Junjie, ask your relatives to plead for mercy. Our Wang family is willing to give half of our assets. Yes, Junjie, uncle agrees to give half of our assets as a reward. Wang Heng's eyes were also filled with hope. Now he could only count on Chen Junjie. On the other side, Lu Xueping only sneered. Okay, I'll call him and ask him to plead for mercy. Chen Junjie dialed the number, but after he finished speaking, his face suddenly turned pale. After hanging up the phone, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Uncle Wang, that noble is not willing to help anymore. He said that if we were willing to take out half of the wealth, he would reluctantly help. But now, our hesitation has made him very angry, so he has decided not to help anymore. What? Hearing this news, everyone in the Wang family felt as if they had been struck by lightning. At this moment, Li Changsheng, who had just finished his phone call, came out of the inner room. He wasn't surprised to see these extra people. With his hearing, he naturally heard the conversation outside. He raised his head to look at the young miss of the Lu family and said coldly, "You're the one with a big belly who insisted on marrying someone else?" Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Miss Lu raised her eyebrows. "Where did this bumpkin come from? How dare you talk to me like this? I think you're really a lady. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been kicked by someone when you were pregnant. You're courting death." Lu Xueping was furious. She raised her hand and was about to slap Li Changsheng's face. However, before his palm could land, Li Changsheng reached out and grabbed his wrist. Then, he slapped him with a backhand. Slap. A clear handprint appeared on the left side of Miss Lu's face. "How dare you hit me?" Lu Xueping was completely furious. With her identity as the miss of the Lu family, someone actually dared to hit her. Su Jing and the others were secretly delighted. They had long found this Lu family's eldest daughter an eyesore. Li Changsheng did what they wanted to do but didn't. However, Wang Heng and the others didn't show any joy. Instead, their faces changed at the same time. If he hit the young miss of the Lu family, there would be no room for reconciliation. Li Changsheng didn't stop after one slap. Instead, he waved his hand and slapped the other party's face 5 or 6 times consecutively, causing both sides of the Lu family's eldest daughter's face to swell up. She was instantly stunned on the spot. At this time, Lu Xueping's subordinates finally reacted. They rushed toward Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng threw Lu Xueping aside and waved his fist like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. The Lu family's bodyguards only practiced some taekwondo. How could they be Li Changsheng's opponent? They were beaten to the ground by Li Changsheng in a few punches and kicks. One of the bodyguards was scared out of his wits and stumbled out of the door. Li Changsheng was about to chase after him when he heard Wang Heng shout, "Enough!" Only then did Li Changsheng stop what he was doing and turn his head to reveal a puzzled expression. Wang Heng smiled bitterly. "Changsheng, you're not helping our Wang family by doing this. You're harming us." "What do you mean?" Li Changsheng furrowed his brows. Before Wang Heng could speak, Chen Junjie couldn't help but speak. "Li Changsheng, do you know what you've done? At that time, it was because you said you could help the Wang family that Uncle Wang hesitated. In the end, the big shot I invited was angry and unwilling to help the Wang family. Now, you've even hit Miss Lu. This is the only way out for the Wang family. I want to ask you, does the Wang family have a grudge against you? How could you harm the Wang family and Dongsheng?" Hearing Chen Junjie's words, Wang Heng sat down on the chair. This was actually what he wanted to ask, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Li Changsheng seemed to be helping the Wang family, but in his opinion, he was simply a reckless brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Instead, he harmed the Wang family. Wang Dongsheng lowered his head. He respected Li Changsheng very much, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Su Jing also shook her head. Li Changsheng's slaps on Lu Xueping's face were indeed satisfying, but now it seemed that this was a reckless action without considering the consequences. No matter how good Li Changsheng's kung fu was, he could only be a martial artist. It was difficult for him to achieve great things in today's society. As for Ning Xin, Xu Yang, Lin Kuan, and the others, their eyes were cold as they looked at Li Changsheng. They felt that he simply couldn't do anything right. And Xiaoran was slapped by Lu Xueping just now, and Li Changsheng helped her slap back. In her heart, she still had a good impression of Li Changsheng. However, when she thought of the disaster that Li Changsheng's action would bring to the Wang family, that good impression immediately disappeared. She was slapped just now, but she only lowered her head and admitted defeat. First, her family was indeed a little afraid of the Lu family. Second, she was actually afraid of intensifying the conflict between the Wang family and the Lu family. Li Changsheng really didn't consider the consequences and was too impulsive. Actually, when I went in just now, I already called someone to help me deal with the Lu family. Don't worry, a mere Lu family is nothing. Li Changsheng took in everyone's expressions. Although they didn't understand and were a little disappointed, he understood that the Lu family was perhaps an unattainable mountain to them. Deal with the Lu family? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Chen Junjie snorted coldly. I really feel sorry for Wang Dongsheng to have a friend like you. The others also sneered. Wang Heng hurriedly went to help Lu Xueping and kept apologizing. Miss Lu, are you okay? Get lost. Lu Xueping pushed Wang Heng to the side, her eyes filled with hatred. At this time, a sudden rush of footsteps came from outside. Then, a middle-aged man came in with a group of subordinates. Who dares to hit my daughter? I think you don't want to live anymore. As the voice came, Wang Heng's face turned pale and his body trembled. Just by hearing the voice, one could tell that it was Lu Xueping's father, the head of the Lu family. Chapter 288. When the head of the Lu family walked in, everyone's expression changed. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The Lu family had started their business in Suzhou, and their business had expanded to several nearby provinces. They were extremely wealthy, and a small family like the Wang family could not compare to them. Your Wang family is really bold. You even dared to hit my daughter. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson that you will never forget. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards behind him immediately rushed in and surrounded everyone present. Boss Lu, back then, our families were in good terms, so we decided on an infant marriage. But now, the strength of our families has long been unequal. Over the years, you have repeatedly expressed in public that the Lu family and the Wang family are no longer compatible. Why must you marry your daughter to our Wang family? Wang Heng stood out and said. Haha. Wang Heng, you are not stupid. Can't you see that it doesn't matter whether my daughter is married or not? What's important is that I want the Wang family's assets. Back then, Mr. Bei Chen called me to plead for mercy. In the end, he asked for half of the Wang family's assets. Actually, I was the one who asked for it. Recently, our Lu family has been having some financial difficulties. Coincidentally, half of the Wang family's assets is enough to fill this gap. Unfortunately, you did not agree to Mr. Bei Chen's request. Now, I'll give you two choices. First, take out half of the Wang family's assets to avoid disaster. Second, your Wang family will go bankrupt and live on the streets. There was a third option, which was for my daughter to marry into the Wang family. From then on, the Wang family and my Lu family will become in-laws. The Wang family will help my Lu family to fill the gap. Unfortunately, this is obviously impossible. As soon as Lu Deben finished speaking, he looked at Wang Heng coldly, waiting for his reply. Wang Heng hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to nod his head, a voice rang out. Actually, there is a fourth option. That is for your Lu family to take out half of your assets to compensate the Wang family. Everyone turned around and saw Li Changsheng speaking calmly. What did you say? Lu Deben's eyes turned cold. Li Changsheng hit his daughter. He did not even have the time to settle the score with Li Changsheng. Now that the other party had stood out, he was simply courting death. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Wang Heng's face was filled with despair. It was Li Changsheng again. At this moment, Wang Heng had already viewed Li Changsheng as a jinx. Ning Xin and Xiaoran, Chen Junjie, and the others were shaking their heads. The way they saw it, Li Changsheng was clearly courting death, and he was even dragging the Wang family down with him. Even Su Jing, Wang Dongsheng, and the others were disappointed. This Li Changsheng really didn't have good eyesight. Do you know who you're talking to? Lu Deben signaled with his eyes, and several of his subordinates were already closing in on Li Changsheng. Of course I know. Li Changsheng said coldly. But I'm just afraid that you don't know who you're talking to. Since I've already interfered in the Wang clan's matter, if your Lu clan doesn't want your entire clan to end up on the streets tomorrow, then immediately take your stupid daughter and scram. When these words were spoken, the entire place fell into silence. This is too arrogant. He's simply courting death. Lu Deben was instantly enraged. Just as he was about to order his bodyguards to take Li Changsheng down, his phone suddenly rang. He signaled his subordinates to not rush into action and pressed the answer button with a respectful look on his face. Hello. Director Zhu. Li Changsheng was calling Zhu Dopeng at that moment. Zhu Dopeng was still very influential in the northwest. Originally, it would have been faster for him to call Kai Yu or Xu Xiaolin. However, Xu Xiaolin and Kai Yu's background was too big, and this Lu clan head would probably be scared to death. Li Changsheng didn't want Wang Dongsheng and the others to know his true identity. Otherwise, they would subconsciously distance themselves from him, just like Yang Fan and the others in the dormitory. Although Zhu Dopeng was quite famous, he wasn't as scary as Xu Xiaolin and Kai Yu. At this moment, Lu Deben, who was answering the phone, couldn't help but glance at Li Changsheng cautiously. As soon as he hung up the phone, his hands began to tremble. He wanted to say something, but Li Changsheng snorted coldly and said, "The Wang family is my people. Do you remember that?" "Yes, I remember." Lu Deben changed his previous arrogant and despotic attitude and bowed to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng waved his hand disdainfully. Then, under the surprised and puzzled eyes of everyone, Lu Deben really ordered his subordinates, "Leave with me." Lu Xueping, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, cried out discontentedly, "Dad, your daughter was beaten. You haven't avenged her yet." "Shut up." Lu Deben slapped his daughter's face and roared, "I'll deal with you when we get back." After that, he gave Li Changsheng a flattering smile and hurriedly left with his subordinates. Soon, they were all gone. The others in the villa were dumbfounded. "What's going on?" After a long time, Su Jing was the first to ask, "How did you do it?" Wang Heng and the others were also curious. They originally thought that a disaster was coming, but they didn't expect that it would be solved so easily. Li Changsheng didn't lie to them. He really solved the problem. Over there, Chen Junjie's face was the most unsightly. He had been calling for a long time, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually in cahoots with Lu Deben. Thinking of his merciless ridicule of Li Changsheng at that time, he only felt his face burning. Although the Lu family has some power in the northwest, there are many people who are more powerful than the Lu family, and I happen to know one. Li Changsheng said casually. At that time, everyone didn't believe him, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Although he had lived for thousands of years, he was still a man of flesh and blood. As long as he was a man, he had 7 emotions and 6 desires. If he was trusted, he would be happy, but if he was misunderstood, he would be sad. Seeing Li Changsheng's attitude, Su Jing suddenly realized something. She looked a little wronged, thinking, "How can we know if you don't tell us clearly?" Wang Heng had already come up and held Li Changsheng's hand excitedly. "Changsheng depends on you. Otherwise, our Wang family will be finished." Wang Dongsheng also walked up to Li Changsheng with Jin Wenwen and said, "Coach Li, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you." "Thank you." Li Changsheng smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, An Xiaoran also came over. Her face was slapped by Lu Xueping, and now it was slightly red and swollen. She looked at Li Changsheng curiously and took the initiative to reach out her slender hand. "Li Changsheng, I didn't expect you to know such a powerful person. You helped the Wang family out. Now I've decided to be friends with you officially." Unexpectedly, facing her slender hand, Li Changsheng didn't reach out his hand to shake hers. He just smiled. "Everyone has a few friends. It's not a big deal. You don't have to care too much." As he spoke, he looked at the others. "I'm a little tired. I want to take a rest." After that, he walked to the guest room next to him, leaving the people in the hall looking at each other. Especially An Xiaoran, whose outstretched hand froze in the air. She was a little embarrassed. In the end, She couldn't help but snort. What's the point of being arrogant? You just happen to know someone who can make the Lu family afraid. What's so great about that? At this time, Su Jing suddenly thought of something. Right, I remember the rumor in the school that Li Changsheng has a good relationship with Chu Meng, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. He must have asked the Chu family to make Lu Deben give in. The Chu family? The Chu family that ranks first in Qingju? Wang Heng was confused. Yes. I see. Wang Heng seemed to have finally understood something. Although the Chu family dominates Qingju, they have a wide network of connections. The Lu family also has a lot of businesses around Qingju in recent years. It's understandable why the Lu family acted like that after receiving a phone call. They probably don't want their businesses to be suppressed by the Chu family. After all, a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Moreover, compared to the Chu family, the Lu family is nothing. The Chu family is a dragon, while the Lu family is at most a snake. So he relied on a woman to live off her. I thought he had a strong background, Chen Junjie said in a strange tone. And Xiaoran also curled her lips. That's right. What's so awesome about him? He has so much power on his own. That's what's so great about relying on a woman. As if knowing that Li Changsheng didn't rely on his own power, but on the help of others, many people felt better. No matter what, Changsheng saved our Wang family. He's our benefactor. Wang Heng looked at his son, Wang Dongsheng. He's your coach, which means he's your teacher. I've decided to give him 3% of the Wang family's shares. 3%. Many people in the room opened their eyes wide. 3%. With the assets of the Wang family, it was a few million. Besides, they could get dividends every year. It was definitely not a small amount. This made Chen Junjie and the others jealous. How great would it be if I were the one who helped the Wang family? Su Jing thought that if Li Changsheng got 3% of the shares, he wouldn't be a poor coach anymore. He could be considered a millionaire. At this moment, Li Changsheng, who was in the bedroom, heard every word of the conversation outside. He finally felt a little better. The Wang family still has a conscience. Chapter 289. The Wang family went from hell to heaven. They spent the whole day in excitement. Early the next morning, Wang Heng and his two sons came to thank Li Changsheng in person. At the same time, they also apologized to him. He apologized for not trusting Li Changsheng at the beginning and offered to give him 3% of the Wang family's shares. However, Li Changsheng refused directly. He was not short of money. Besides, he helped Wang Dongsheng because Jin Wenwen and Wang Dongsheng were his students. Seeing Li Changsheng's refusal, the Wang family was even more touched. Li Changsheng kept a low profile and did not like money. Compared to Chen Junjie, he was much better. Yesterday, Chen Junjie said that he wanted to increase the property by 10%. Later, he said he wanted half. Everyone in the Wang family knew that besides the relative Chen Junjie mentioned, Chen Junjie also had a share. You guys come back and stay for a few days. I will return to Qingju tomorrow, Li Changsheng said. There was something he was waiting for in Qingju. Coach, why are you in such a hurry? I wanted you to stay for a few more days so that you can be the host, Wang Dongsheng said reluctantly. By the way, Coach Li, there is a banquet held by the upper class tonight. I heard that there will be a mysterious guest. Do you want to go? I happen to have tickets here. Wang Heng took out a few tickets as if he was presenting a treasure. With the status of the Wang family in Suzhou, only the head of the family, Wang Heng, was qualified to attend such a banquet. He had used a lot of connections to get so many tickets. Li Changsheng wanted to refuse, but seeing Jin Wenwen, Su Jing, and the others' interested eyes, he finally nodded. He did not want to spoil everyone's fun. He had nothing to do anyway. Is there anything special about this banquet? Li Changsheng asked casually. Of course. This banquet will not only be attended by the top business tycoons, rich young masters, and socialites, but also a big shot. What big shot? Not only Li Changsheng, but also Wang Dongsheng and the others' eyes lit up. Yesterday, the head of the Lu family, Lu Deben, had been scared witless by Li Changsheng's phone call. Since Wang Heng said that it was a big shot, then it must be much higher than him. It's said that it's the sickly tiger Kai Yu's son, Kai Xian. That sickly tiger of the north, Kai Yu, the eldest son of the Kai family. Everyone's body trembled at once. The sickly tiger Kai Yu and Shu Xiaolin were known as the two great mountains of the north. His young master was definitely a big shot among big shots. Coach Li, we have to go and see what these top-notch playboys are like. Su Jing was no longer calm. Li Changsheng smiled faintly. So it's the son of an old friend. When Wang Dongsheng's car stopped under a tall building, Li Changsheng saw Chen Junjie's Lincoln minibus, Lin Kuan's BMW 5 Series, and Ning Xin's Audi TT. They also got out of the car and came over to greet him. You're here for the banquet too? Are you here to witness first young Master Kai's elegance? Lin Kuan said excitedly. The son of the sickly tiger Kai Yu was not someone that ordinary people could meet. If they could take a photo or drink with Kai Xian today, they could brag about it in the future. And Xiaoran had a grudge against Li Changsheng. After getting out of the car, she pulled a long face and kept a distance from Li Changsheng. Ning Xin, on the other hand, was curious about Li Changsheng. She looked Li Changsheng up and down. Xu Yang said proudly, "You're here to see the son of the sickly tiger Kai Yu, but I'm here to see my goddess, Miss Dong Feiyan." Lin Kuan patted Xu Yang's shoulder. The Dong family's eldest daughter is a golden phoenix on a branch. There are a sea of people pursuing her. Don't worry. But in Xiaoran, Ning Xin, is so beautiful. If you put in some effort, maybe she will fall for you. And Xiaoran and Ning Xin were really good looking. It was not that Lin Kuan didn't have any thoughts, but they were too close. It would be too awkward if he was rejected. Especially Ning Xin, who had a tranquil temperament. I also want to pursue her, but An Xiaoran is like a little sister. As for Ning Xin, I'm afraid she won't like me. Xu Yang looked in the direction of Li Changsheng. Sure enough, after getting out of the car, Ning Xin's gaze fell on Li Changsheng. She went back and thought about yesterday's matter. She felt that Li Changsheng was not as simple as he seemed. Of course, it was impossible for her to have any feelings for Li Changsheng. She was just a little curious. Xu Yang, don't belittle yourself. If Sister Ning Xin likes someone else's son, you definitely won't have a chance. But this guy is not worthy of Sister Ning Xin. And Xiaoran, who already had a problem with Li Changsheng, attacked him mercilessly. The others were a little embarrassed. And Xiaoran said it so directly, which hurt their pride. All right, everyone, go in. Don't delay outside. Wang Dongsheng hurried to smooth things over. After yesterday's matter, he was very respectful of Li Changsheng. But from the bottom of his heart, although Li Changsheng knew the Chu family, it did not represent his background. Li Changsheng had already said that his family background was very ordinary. Although Ning Xin was just an ordinary second-generation rich, she was very capable and had a unique temperament. The person she would marry in the future would definitely be at the level of the richest man in Suzhou, or even higher. There was indeed no possibility of her liking Li Changsheng. They entered the building. After the security checked the invitation, they went straight to the innermost part. Today's banquet was held by the richest man in Suzhou to welcome Kai Xian, the young master. Along the way to the innermost part, they saw many gorgeously dressed women holding wine glasses and chatting with young or middle-aged successful people. Wang Dongsheng explained, "These are young models who are using this as an excuse to get to know high-ranking officials and nobles. There are also some third-rate stars in the entertainment industry. In order to climb up the social ladder, these people use their bodies as capital. As long as they have the money, they can take one home after the banquet." Hearing Wang Dongsheng's words, Xu Yang and the others, who had some appreciation for these women, instantly lost interest. Wei, who even muttered, "I thought they were all rich young ladies." As for Li Changsheng, he was indifferent from beginning to end. These women were gorgeously dressed with heavy makeup, but in his eyes, there was only one word to describe them: vulgar. Moreover, Su Jing, Ning Xin, and even An Xiaoran's temperament was many times stronger than theirs. Ning Xin had been observing Li Changsheng. Seeing Li Changsheng's indifference, she could not help but be slightly surprised. Either Li Changsheng was a saint who could sit still and see women as skeletons, or he was used to such scenes, which made her more and more curious about Li Changsheng. Chapter 290. Isn't this young Master Chen? A surprised voice came from afar. A middle-aged man walked over with a glass of wine and shook hands with Chen Junjie. Chen Junjie smiled and introduced him to everyone. This is the general manager of Zhengyang Group. Wang Dongsheng, Lin Kuan, and the others were all surprised. Zhengyang Group was quite a big company in Suzhou. They had only been studying and fooling around all these years. They had only heard of their name but had never seen them in person. They didn't expect them to be so close to Chen Junjie. After the man left, and Xiaoran couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Junjie, you also play with us every day. Why do you seem to be so close to him?" "I started my own business a year ago. It's inevitable for me to interact with these bosses." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Chen Junjie in a different light. Chen Junjie was only in his first year of university. He had already started his own company. Compared to them who only knew how to eat, drink, and play, he was much better. "Young Master Chen, you're here." Before the surprise on everyone's faces faded, another middle-aged man walked over. Along the way, 8 people greeted Chen Junjie as he walked in from the outside. Chen Junjie couldn't help but look proud. This was networking. Chen Junjie had been praised for his talent in business since he was young. It wasn't obvious when everyone was playing around, but in a formal occasion like this, it was obvious that he was different from the rest. "Junjie, you're really good at hiding your skills." Even Wang Dongsheng praised him from the bottom of his heart. Even he, although not a rich kid, was addicted to fighting. Compared to Chen Junjie, there was a certain gap. After entering the innermost part, Chen Junjie was like a fish in water. Even the real bosses of Suzhou took the initiative to greet him with a smile. Ning Xin, who had been looking at Li Changsheng, couldn't help but look away. She realized that Chen Junjie seemed to have many secrets as well. "My dad is here too. I'll go take a look first," Ning Xin said to the crowd and then rushed to the center. They didn't come to the party just to have fun. They had another mission, which was to make friends at the party. A beauty with a temperament like Ning Xin was definitely very popular. "We're going too." Although An Xiaoran had a carefree personality, as the daughter of a rich family, she still had some responsibilities. Soon, Xu Yang, Lin Kuan, Chen Junjie, and the rest bid their farewells and left. Wang Dongsheng stayed by Li Changsheng's side the whole time. If it were any other time, Wang Dongsheng would naturally follow his father to toast those successful people and make some friends. These people would become members of his network in the future, which would be very beneficial to the development of the company's business. However, it was clear that Li Changsheng's importance had surpassed these people. Li Changsheng was the Wang family's benefactor. You should also accompany Uncle Wang to get to know these aristocratic families. This is a very good opportunity. Don't waste it. Li Changsheng naturally understood the importance of such a high-end cocktail party to the Wang family. Wang Dongsheng hesitated. "Don't worry, we can walk around on our own," Li Changsheng said again. "All right." So Wang Dongsheng held Jin Wenwen's hand and walked to the center of the party. Only Li Changsheng, Su Jing, and Wei who were left. Wei who was a burly guy. Standing there, he was very imposing and attracted a lot of attention. However, those aristocratic ladies naturally didn't like a burly man like Wei who. As for Li Changsheng, because of his habits, he didn't change into formal clothes. In addition, his appearance was also ordinary, so it was difficult for him to attract attention. Su Jing, on the other hand, had specially dressed up today. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, there were young masters coming to toast her from time to time. However, because Su Jing wasn't from Suzhou, no one knew her identity. Many people thought that she was a woman who came to curry favor with those small models and third-rate stars. Sometimes, their gazes and words were quite strange. At first, Su Jing felt that it was quite refreshing. These young masters were quite gentlemanly and polite. However, she soon discovered the difference and her face turned cold. Sitting next to Li Changsheng, she said angrily, "Am I so unbearable? They actually thought of me as that kind of person. Haha." Li Changsheng smiled. Su Jing wasn't happy. What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? Humph. At least I'm better than you. In any case, I have so many men coming to toast me. This shows that I'm still charming. But you, sitting here like a fool, only knowing how to eat. You're like a reincarnated hungry ghost. Not a single girl came to talk to you. Those small models are all far away from you. It's really sad to be like you. She didn't know why, but since yesterday, Su Jing didn't like Li Changsheng. In fact, the main reason was that she didn't believe in Li Changsheng at first. However, Li Changsheng helped Wang Dongsheng solve the problem, which made her lose face in front of Li Changsheng. Wei, who was wolfing down the cake. When he heard Su Jing's words, he hurriedly put down the cake in his hand. He felt that these two people were quarreling and he was an innocent bystander. Seeing Wei Hu's silly look, Su Jing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Changsheng knew that Su Jing didn't mean any harm, so he didn't argue with her. The eldest daughter of the Dong family, Dong Feiyan, is here. Exclamations came from the crowd. A dazzling woman in a red dress walked over leisurely, attracting everyone's attention. The eldest daughter of the Dong family, Dong Feiyan, was not only beautiful, but also had a high status. It could be said that other than the eldest son of the Kai family, her status was the highest. Shu Yang, look at Dong Feiyan. Don't you like her? Hurry up and get to know her. Lin Kuan and Shu Yang were standing together. When they saw Dong Feiyan appear, they hurriedly said to Shu Yang. Unexpectedly, Shu Yang raised his foot and stepped back. What's wrong? Hurry up and go. Lin Kuan said anxiously. Shu Yang smiled bitterly. I'd better not go. Look at the people around Dong Feiyan. They are all the top young masters of our Suzhou. Even so, Dong Feiyan just casually dealt with them. She clearly doesn't want to talk to them. If I go up, I'll just be cannon fodder. Hearing Shu Yang's words, Lin Kuan took a look. Wasn't it true? Everyone around Dong Feiyan was worth more than them, but they didn't seem to be able to attract Dong Feiyan's attention. This friend of his was really unlucky. Then you should give it a try. Maybe Dong Feiyan likes your type. Although Lin Kuan said this, he was actually just comforting his friend. Shu Yang smiled and said to himself, I'm satisfied just looking at her from afar. She's like a cloud in the sky. I'll never be able to catch up with her. On the other side, Su Jing was a little indignant. This eldest daughter of the Dong family is so popular, but I don't see her appearance that is much better than mine. Indeed, Su Jing's appearance was not inferior to Dong Feiyan's. Unfortunately, in this kind of occasion, there were many beautiful people. Those small models and third-rate stars were all good-looking. Most importantly, Dong Feiyan's identity was the most important. In today's Northwest region, Dong Feiyan contributed greatly to the rise of the Dong family. Yesterday, I heard them say that Dong Feiyan used to be ordinary, but since she met Mr. Li, she soared to the sky. Mr. Li is really not ordinary. Why am I not as lucky as her to meet Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhong? Su Jing was a little envious. Which woman didn't want to be dazzling and praised by thousands? It was a woman's nature to love beauty. Being recognized by everyone would give them a sense of satisfaction. Although vanity wasn't a good word, it existed in everyone's bones and couldn't be denied. Chapter 291. Dong Feiyan was surrounded like a moon surrounded by stars. However, she didn't seem to have a good impression of these rich second generations who rushed to get close to her. Several famous businessmen in Suzhou were also very respectful to Dong Feiyan. Dong Feiyan was socializing with these people. Shu Yang, under Lin Kuan's encouragement, finally gathered his courage and walked to Dong Feiyan's side. He stuttered and said, Miss Dong, can I propose a toast to you? Dong Feiyan seemed to be amused by Shu Yang's shy appearance. She smiled and nodded. Okay. The two clinked glasses. Shu Yang originally wanted to take a photo with Dong Feiyan, but because he was too nervous, he didn't say anything. A few minutes later, he returned to his previous position and excitedly said to Lin Kuan, I clinked glasses with the goddess in my heart. She even smiled at me. Yes. Lin Kuan also gave Shu Yang a thumbs up. You're good. I told you to listen to me, otherwise, You'll have regrets. It's a pity that Dong Feiyan's status is too high. Today, I don't know how many young elites want to invite her to dance. Otherwise, if you had the chance to dance with her, it would definitely be an unforgettable memory for you. Yes. Xu Yang nodded. But people should be content. I'm already satisfied to be able to be in close contact with the Dong family. There are so many young masters, but Dong Feiyan is cold to them. Let's go. We'll go take a look at Li Changsheng. They are friends of Dong Sheng. You see, they don't know many people at the banquet. As the host, we should greet them on behalf of Dong Sheng. Hearing Xu Yang's words, Lin Kuan nodded. Lin Kuan and Xu Yang walked to Su Jing's side and saw Chen Junjie walking over. Chen Junjie liked Su Jing. This was something everyone knew. Chen Junjie walked in front of Su Jing and very gentlemanly reached out his hand and said, Su Jing, can I invite you to dance? Su Jing originally didn't have a good impression of Chen Junjie. However, since coming to the banquet, Chen Junjie showed his strong connections. Compared to her current situation where she was ignored, Chen Junjie's power seemed to be more prominent. She then looked at Li Changsheng, who was standing next to her. He was silent, as if he didn't fit in at all. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right. Since she had come to the banquet, it was naturally to relieve her boredom. It seemed that Chen Junjie could better integrate her into this circle. Watching Su Jing and Chen Junjie leave together, Lin Kuan and Xu Yang exchanged a glance, a faint smile appearing on their faces. Looks like Jun Jie has a chance. Lin Kuan smiled. Yeah, I think so too. Xu Yang nodded. The two of them looked at Li Changsheng at the same time because Su Jing had treated Li Changsheng differently along the way. But now, her views seemed to be changing. Could it be that teacher Su Jing has taken a fancy to that Chen Junjie? Wei Hu said in a muffled voice. Don't be fooled by his burly appearance, he wasn't stupid at all. Coach Li, you have to have a sense of crisis. Don't let others take teacher Su Jing away. Hearing this, Li Changsheng smiled. It doesn't matter. If teacher Su Jing likes that Chen Junjie, I think they're a good match. Yeah, they're a good match. You're not good enough for Su Jing. And Xiaoran and Ning Xin walked over together. Hearing An Xiaoran's words, Li Changsheng didn't pay attention to her at all. Ning Xin, on the other hand, glared at An Xiaoran with some blame. Li Changsheng, no one at this banquet knows you. You should realize the gap between you and Su Jing now. Because of what happened yesterday, An Xiaoran didn't forget to mock Li Changsheng whenever she had the chance. Ning Xin was a little helpless. This was her good friend's personality. However, she really sympathized with Li Changsheng. He offended her good friend and was targeted. Su Jing was originally interested in him, but now it seemed that she would be snatched away by Chen Junjie. This trip to Suzhou was a double loss. Who said I don't know anyone? Li Changsheng smiled faintly. Look, isn't Miss Dong coming towards me? Looking up, they saw Dong Feiyan coming from this direction. However, no one thought that she was looking for Li Changsheng. Fat. Don't brag without a draft. Miss Dong must be looking for someone here. Could it be that she's looking for you? Don't be narcissistic. Didn't you see how many rich young masters surrounded Miss Dong? They didn't even care about her. Is Miss Dong someone you know? And Xiaoran looked at him with disdain. Xu Yang, who was next to her, also shook his head. Dong Feiyan was the goddess in his heart. He naturally didn't think that the goddess would have anything to do with this ordinary guy. Coach, you must be bragging. Wei Hu chuckled. Ning Xin also smiled and didn't take it seriously. She thought that this guy was quite imaginative. When Dong Feiyan was about to reach them, she didn't intend to stop at all. She directly walked outside. Everyone looked over and saw a young man in a suit walking in surrounded by a crowd. Dong Feiyan obviously came to greet him. That seems to be Hu Jingtai. He's here too. He's the son of the richest man in Suzhou. Even Ning Xin's eyes showed a bit of surprise. Hu Jingtai was definitely the #1 young master in Suzhou. Among the people present, only he was qualified to be treated as an equal by Dong Feiyan. Hu Jingtai's appearance was ordinary, but his aura was strong. As soon as he appeared, not only Dong Feiyan, but several big shots in the hall took the initiative to greet him. Wang Dongsheng was among them. Let's go and greet him. If we can get familiar with the son of the richest man, it will be very helpful for us in the future, Xu Yang said. Xu Yang had already stood up. At this moment, Dong Feiyan happened to catch a glimpse of Li Changsheng's face when she passed by Li Changsheng's table. Her delicate body trembled and then she stopped. Hu Jingtai chuckled and said, Miss Dong actually arrived one step ahead of me. As the host, I'm a little embarrassed. Seeing Dong Feiyan coming to greet him personally, Hu Jingtai felt very proud. After all, Dong Feiyan's identity was not ordinary now, and she was also a great beauty. However, the smile on his face stiffened because Dong Feiyan, who was walking towards him, suddenly stopped and then turned to walk in the other direction. Mr. Li, why are you here? Dong Feiyan's voice was full of excitement. Just call me Changsheng. Li Changsheng smiled slightly. Lin Kuan, Ning Xin, and An Xiaoran, who had stood up to greet Hu Jingtai, were completely dumbfounded. This Li Changsheng actually knew Dong Feiyan? Chapter 292. I'm here with a friend. What a coincidence. Have a seat. Li Changsheng pointed to the seat beside him. Su Jing had just left, so the seat was vacated. Xu Yang and the others were speechless. Dong Feiyan was going to greet Hu Jingtai. She just wanted to greet you, but you asked her to sit next to you. It's good enough that Miss Dong can talk to you. However, as soon as this thought appeared, Dong Feiyan was flattered and sat down next to Li Changsheng. At this time, Hu Jingtai's face had turned purple. Dong Feiyan came to greet him just now. He had already said what he wanted to say, but he didn't expect to be interrupted halfway. Young Master Hu, what do you think? A middle-aged man next to Hu Jingtai asked in a low voice. This was no different from being slapped in the face in public. Hu Jingtai took a breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and forced a smile on his face. Who is Miss Dong? If she doesn't greet me, I'll go see her. As he spoke, he laughed and said, Miss Dong met an old friend here. Why don't you introduce him to me? We are friends after all. Dong Feiyan came to Suzhou this time to invest in a real estate project, and the main partner was Hu Jingtai's family company. It could be said that Hu Jingtai relied on Dong Feiyan. Dong Feiyan seemed to have just remembered her purpose of coming over. She said apologetically, I'm sorry, young Master Hu. I just met a friend and forgot about you. I'm really sorry. Although it was an apology, in Hu Jingtai's ears, it was very unpleasant. It was as if he was really dispensable in the other party's heart and had been forgotten so easily. Many people around also had interesting expressions. This was no different from 20 million points of critical damage. It's okay. Hu Jingtai squeezed out a smile uglier than crying. The anger in his eyes was deeply hidden. Dong Feiyan then remembered, this is Mr. Li Changsheng, my friend. Hello, Mr. Li. Hu Jingtai smiled and extended his hand to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng only nodded slightly, shook his hand lightly, and then sat back down in his original position. Li Changsheng naturally returned the kindness of others, but he could feel the hostility and coldness in the other party's eyes. This was a hypocrite who hid a knife behind a smile. Li Changsheng naturally did not have a good impression of such a person. However, when his actions fell into the eyes of the surrounding people, they were all shocked. Hu Jingtai, the eldest son of the Hu family, had personally extended his hand to shake hands with this person, yet he was treated so casually. This was too arrogant and conceited. On the side, An Xiaoran finally felt a bit better. Thinking about what had happened yesterday, she had felt quite indignant, but now that even young Master Hu had been defeated by Li Changsheng, she felt much better. Miss Dong, I still have to meet a few friends, so I won't disturb you. Hu Jingtai resisted the urge to kill and turned to walk into the banquet. However, the moment he turned around, his eyes were icy. What kind of status did he have? How could he be treated so casually? If the other party was like today's main character, young Master Kai, then it would be fine, but the other party was clearly just an unremarkable fellow. First, he embarrassed me because of Dong Feiyan, and now he's so contemptuous of me. He simply deserves to die. Hu Jingtai thought hatefully. The middle-aged man next to him whispered, Young Master, Do you want me to find someone to teach that brat a lesson? Teaching him a lesson is too easy for him. Hu Jingtai suppressed his anger and said through gritted teeth, find out his background. Investigate his background for me. I want him to pay an unforgettable price for his entire life. At this time, Ningxin couldn't help but remind him in a low voice, Li Changsheng, this Hu Jingtai is a vengeful person. Your attitude toward him was too casual. If he was an ordinary friend, it would be fine, but the other party is the eldest son of the Hu family, the #1 existence among the young masters in Suzhou. Your attitude just now is very likely to anger him. It's fine. Li Changsheng smiled faintly. How could he not see the coldness in young Master Hu's eyes? However, he didn't care. In his eyes, the other party was nothing more than an ant. He had already given him enough face by reaching out to shake his hand. If the other party really didn't know life from death, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Seeing Li Changsheng's indifferent expression, Ningxin couldn't help but sigh. The other party was still too young and didn't know the horror of young Master Hu. On the other side, Lin Kuan was also shaking his head. Only Xu Yang couldn't care less about Li Changsheng's expression and stared fixedly at Dong Feiyan. Dong Feiyan was the goddess in his heart. Just now, he was stuttering when he spoke to her. But now, this goddess was sitting beside him, very close to Li Changsheng, so close that it made him feel very uncomfortable. At this time, Su Jing, who had followed Chen Junjie into the crowd, had become acquainted with several young talents in Suzhou's upper-class circle in just a few minutes. Su Jing was extremely beautiful, which made Chen Junjie proud. Su Jing was also very satisfied that Chen Junjie didn't let her down. Congratulations, young Master Chen, for finding such a beautiful girlfriend. A young man laughed and patted Chen Junjie's shoulder. Chen Junjie looked at Su Jing with some worry. His relationship with Su Jing hadn't reached that stage yet. He was afraid that Su Jing would shake her head and make him look bad. Unexpectedly, Su Jing's face turned slightly red and she took the initiative to shake his hand. Hello. Su Jing tacitly agreed with what the other party said just now. Chen Junjie's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Jing's action made him see great hope. Young Master Chen, long time no see. Another young man came over. Unexpectedly, when the young man came over, many young masters also took the initiative to surround them. At a glance, the other party's aura was different. This is young Master Mo, who is ranked second in Suzhou. Chen Junjie introduced him proudly. Mo Yoji's status was very high. Taking the initiative to greet Chen Junjie also showed his connections. Young Master Mo is in the entertainment industry. Many stars in the circle were groomed by him. Chen Junjie reported a few more names, which made Su Jing's eyes shine. One of those stars was her idol. For a moment, she looked at Chen Junjie in a different way. Sure enough, she didn't misjudge Chen Junjie. He had a family background, skills, and ability. Compared to him, Li Changsheng seemed to be much worse. Subconsciously, Su Jing turned her head to look in Li Changsheng's direction and couldn't help but stop. Because she found that there seemed to be another woman in the seat she was sitting at. It was Dong Feiyan. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Why is Dong Feiyan sitting next to Li Changsheng? For a moment, her mind went blank and her heart was filled with questions. Chapter 293. Su Jing, this is young Master Mo. Chen Junjie pulled Su Jing's arm. When he introduced Su Jing to Mo Yoji just now, Su Jing was distracted, which made Chen Junjie a little embarrassed. Subconsciously, he followed Su Jing's gaze and was stunned on the spot. Dong Feiyan, Miss Dong. Why does she seem to be very close to Li Changsheng? What? Is that your friend? Mo Yoji naturally noticed the abnormality of the two and said with a smile. It seems that he is not an ordinary person since Miss Dong likes him. What do you mean by not an ordinary person? He is just an ordinary coach from an ordinary family. For some reason, Su Jing was a little angry and said coldly. What? An ordinary coach? Mo Yoji's face froze for a moment before he chuckled. Then I'm afraid he is unlucky. What do you mean? Even Chen Junjie was puzzled. You didn't notice just now that he didn't give young Master Hu face when he came in. In addition, because of him, Dong Feiyan didn't greet young Master Hu, which made young Master Hu embarrassed. I think everyone knows what kind of character Hu Jingtai is. If he really has a powerful background, it's fine. But if he doesn't, he dares to offend young Master Hu. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Chen Junjie, who was a little scared when he saw Dong Feiyan sitting next to Li Changsheng, couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this. Su Jing, who was next to them, couldn't help but feel confused. He offended the son of the richest man in Suzhou. He was too reckless. No, I have to remind him to leave Suzhou quickly. Thinking of this, Su Jing was about to take a step when she saw Dong Feiyan take the initiative to put a piece of fruit into Li Changsheng's mouth. Her originally raised foot suddenly stopped. Humph. Damn guy, you are about to die and you still don't know. If you have time and miss Dong, I won't remind you. Let's see what you will do when young Master Hu embarrasses you. So she took back her foot. Mr. Li, last time we parted, I thought we would never meet again. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Dong Feiyan was a little excited. Back when they were halfway up the mountain, Li Changsheng had helped her achieve her current status with just a few words. At that time, she didn't like Cao Bushu, but she could only endure it. But now, when Cao Bushu saw her, he was so respectful and servile, which made her feel absent-minded. Mr. Li, let's have a toast. Dong Feiyan was like a little fangirl in front of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng nodded. Just as he raised his wineglass, he heard Dong Feiyan say, Mr. Li, can we have a cross-cupped toast? I'm sure you won't refuse him, right? She blinked her big watery eyes. Coupled with her captivating appearance, she was indeed very attractive. All right. Li Changsheng nodded helplessly. When Ningxin and the others saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. No way. This is the eldest daughter of the Dong family. Even the richest man in Suzhou has to treat her with respect. But she seems to admire and be grateful to Li Changsheng. What's going on? And she took the initiative to ask to have a cross-cupped toast with Li Changsheng. Am I blind? It seems that the coach wasn't bragging. Wei Hu chuckled. And Xiaoran said with some indignation, how can the eldest daughter of the Dong family be like this? She can't be fake, right? As soon as she said that, Dong Feiyan suddenly turned her head and looked her up and down. You must be the daughter of some family in Suzhou, right? Since you're Mr. Li's friend, I won't argue with you. But you have to respect Mr. Li in the future. Otherwise, I still have some connections in Suzhou. You know. This Dong Feiyan might appear delicate and soft in front of Li Changsheng, but as her status continued to rise these days, her body had already become somewhat domineering. Her words immediately caused An Xiaoran's delicate body to tremble. Ningxin hurried to smooth things over. Miss Dong, my sister is not sensible. Please don't mind her. Let me toast you. Okay. Only then did Dong Feiyan smile. You're sensible. When she came over just now, she saw that An Xiaoran was looking at Li Changsheng with hostility. Li Changsheng was someone she respected very much. In fact, he was also the object of her affection. How could she let others offend Li Changsheng? She knew that with Li Changsheng's status, he just didn't want to argue with her. But Li Changsheng's disdain didn't mean she could ignore it. After clinking glasses with Dong Feiyan, Ningxin couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng a few more times. In her opinion, Li Changsheng was becoming more and more mysterious. She couldn't see through him anymore. At this time, the music suddenly stopped. Many people looked up and saw Hu Jingtai walk to the center of the stage. He pressed his hand down and waited for the venue to quiet down before saying, My father is unwell and can't attend this banquet, so I'm here to welcome everyone on behalf of my father. The banquet will officially begin. Before we begin, let's welcome our main character today, young Master Kai Xian from the Northwest, with the warmest applause. As soon as he finished speaking, the venue was filled with enthusiastic applause. At this time, the shocking entrance music sounded. The door opened, and a young man strode in, surrounded by a group of young masters. He was thin, and his face was even a bit sickly pale. However, his eyes were bright and spirited, like an eagle in the sky. His appearance immediately became the center of attention. That's Kai Xian, the son of the sickly tiger Kai Yu. Although his looks are average, he has such a temperament. Yes. Kai Xian is the real #1 young master in the entire Northwest region. Anyone who can marry him will definitely be blessed by their ancestors. I heard that Kai Xian is very arrogant and picky. For so many years, there have never been any rumors about him. Such a person is the most loyal. Once you become his girlfriend, you're really lucky. Many women were discussing in low voices. Many men looked envious. Who didn't want to be in the limelight? Who didn't want to be in the limelight? Who didn't want to be glorious and dazzling? Some people struggled their whole lives but couldn't achieve it, while others were born with it. Kai Xian went on stage and said a few words casually. Then, he sat down in the front seat, which was reserved exclusively for him. Other than him, only Hu Jingtai, as the host, and Mo Youji, the top young master of Suzhou, were qualified to sit here. Of course, there was another person, the eldest daughter of the Dong family, Dong Feiyan. After Kai Xian was seated, Hu Jingtai took the initiative to walk to Dong Feiyan and said, "Miss Dong, I've already arranged a seat for you. Young Master Kai Xian is over there. Would you like to move over there and take a seat?" Indeed, with Dong Feiyan's status, she should sit at the front. Unexpectedly, Dong Feiyan shook her head. "No, I'll just sit here and chat with Li Changsheng. I'll have to trouble you to tell young Master Kai Xian that I met an acquaintance here." This, Hu Jingtai was a little embarrassed, but finally nodded. Before he left, he took a deep look at Li Changsheng. It was fine that Dong Feiyan valued Li Changsheng more than him. After all, with Dong Feiyan's status, his Suzhou was just a small place. But who was Kai Yu's son, Kai Xian? He was the undisputed #1 young master in the Northwest. Dong Feiyan actually refused to sit there and chose to sit with Li Changsheng instead. This really puzzled him. But he couldn't invite Dong Feiyan over, which inevitably made him lose face. His hatred for Li Changsheng grew stronger. "What? Miss Dong doesn't want to come over?" Kai Xian picked up the cup and turned it. "Yes, Miss Dong said she met a friend." Although Hu Jingtai was respected in Suzhou, in front of Kai Xian, he bowed his head like a lackey. After all, Kai Xian's status was too high, and he could only look up to him. Beside him, Mo Youji wasn't much better. "It's fine. I'm not familiar with Miss Dong anyway." Kai Xian smiled. He wasn't a good-tempered person, but he wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. But just because he wasn't angry didn't mean that the people around him didn't care. One of the women dressed with flaming red lips snorted coldly. "This Miss Dong doesn't know the rules. What friend is more important than young Master Kai? After the banquet, I have to call the head of the Dong family and remind him. Don't think that just because the Dong family has risen recently, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Did he forget whose world is in the Northwest?" When this woman got angry, everyone present trembled with fear. But Kai Xian just smiled and didn't care. He was his friend who grew up with him. They could be considered childhood sweethearts. He Lei's father, He Yiming, was his father's right-hand man. Especially after Demon Blade Nailan Yu's legs were crippled, He Yiming was even more valued under Kai Yu. Sometimes, even if He Lei went overboard, Kai Xian would be very tolerant. Not to mention, she just wanted to warn Dong Feiyan. He naturally didn't care. Chapter 294. Junjie, so you're here. While Chen Junjie was introducing Su Jing to the big shots and young masters present, a person's voice suddenly sounded. Chen Junjie turned around and his face turned slightly ugly. "Uncle Beichen, why are you here?" Chen Beichen was Chen Junjie's uncle. He was only 7 or 8 years older than Chen Junjie, but his aura was much stronger than Chen Junjie's. "Why am I here?" "I should be asking you that. Yesterday, you called me to plead for the Wang family, and I went to the head of the Lu family. But then you hesitated. What do you take me for? Are you kidding me?" So this was the relative Chen Junjie met yesterday. Chen Beichen had a lot of power in Suzhou. Otherwise, the Lu family wouldn't have given him face. "Uncle Beichen, your price yesterday was too high. Also, the head of the Lu family said that you were conspiring with him to steal the Wang family's assets." Chen Junjie was a little angry. His uncle wasn't being nice. Chen Beichen snorted coldly. Whether it's a conspiracy or a secret plot, the Wang family came to me first. They can't just kick me away without a word. I can't take this lying down. Uncle Beichen, what do you want? Chen Junjie's face turned ugly. He knew his uncle's personality. He wasn't a kind person. What do I want? Of course, I want the Wang family to pay the price. At the same time, I want to see who the guy who ruined my plan yesterday is. Li Changsheng called yesterday, so the Lu family didn't dare to cause trouble for the Wang family. Now that you're causing trouble for the Wang family, aren't you afraid of the person behind Li Changsheng? Li Changsheng? Haha. Yes, that's the guy. The head of the Lu family told me that the guy is called Li Changsheng. So what if he has someone behind him? I've already asked around. Isn't it Zhu Dopeng from the Wanrong group? The Lu family is afraid of Zhu Dopeng, but I'm not. I even brought the Lu family's daughter. The Lu family promised me that if I teach that guy a lesson, they'll give me a considerable amount of wealth. Chen Beichen sneered at Su Jing. You're the one who came to Suzhou with that guy? You're quite pretty. Spend the night with me. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Suzhou in one piece. After that, he walked towards Li Changsheng's position. On the other side, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Xueping, followed him with a face full of excitement. She had been beaten up by Li Changsheng the day before, and her heart was filled with hatred. When she heard that Chen Beichen wasn't afraid of the Wanrong group at all and was looking for trouble with the Wang family, she immediately requested to come and witness the scene. On the other side, Su Jing, who had heard Chen Beichen's words, clenched her fists and looked at Chen Junjie. Junjie, this uncle of yours is too much. However, Chen Junjie's eyes were filled with despair. He subconsciously kept a distance from Su Jing. What do you mean? Su Jing's expression changed. She found it hard to believe. My uncle asked you to accompany him for a night. You'd better do it. Although he is my uncle, he is not my biological uncle. He is my uncle. He has a lot of power. If you don't listen to him, you will be in great danger. What? Su Jing looked at Chen Junjie with her mouth agape. She didn't expect him to say something like that. Chen Junjie, I didn't expect you to be such a person. To think that I admired you back then. Su Jing was disappointed. Very disappointed. Chen Junjie knew many people and had a strong network of connections. On top of that, he was a rich second-generation heir. Su Jing's impression of him kept changing. However, she didn't expect Chen Junjie to say something like that. Chen Junjie, I was wrong about you. Compared to Li Changsheng, you are a piece of trash. Su Jing said loudly. However, at the mention of Li Changsheng, Chen Junjie's eyes were filled with madness. Li Changsheng. Haha. What does he have to compare to me? What does he have? At least Li Changsheng is not afraid in the face of power. He will never abandon the person he likes. A wise man submits to circumstances. If Li Changsheng doesn't, he will die miserably. You can't imagine my uncle's power. If Li Changsheng goes against my uncle, he will not be able to walk out of Suzhou alive. Of course, I'm afraid that when he hears my uncle's name, he will be scared to death. In Suzhou, except for Kai Xian, the eldest son of the Kai family, even the son of the richest family, Hu Jingtai, doesn't dare to offend my uncle. So, just wait and see how your Li Changsheng, Coach Li Changsheng, who is stronger than me, kneels at my uncle's feet, wags his tail and begs for mercy. Su Jing was so angry that she couldn't speak, but her tone wasn't as firm as before. Yes, this Chen Beichen obviously didn't care about Li Changsheng's connections. Although Li Changsheng was good at fighting, it was difficult for a strong dragon to suppress a snake in its own territory. Moreover, this Chen Beichen was simply a local dragon. She hoped that Li Changsheng wouldn't go head-on with him and bow down a little. Perhaps things would be over. Su Jing was conflicted. She hoped that Li Changsheng would be tough and upright, but she didn't want Li Changsheng to be hurt. She hoped that he would bow down a little. At this moment, with the appearance of Chen Beichen, many people exclaimed. Obviously, this Mr. Chen Beichen didn't have a good reputation in Suzhou. On the other side, Hu Jingtai and Mo Yoji also saw Chen Beichen, and their eyes were filled with worry. Today was the banquet to welcome Kai Xian. They couldn't let Chen Beichen ruin it. In their eyes, Chen Beichen was a complete lunatic. At this moment, Li Changsheng was chatting happily with Dong Feiyan. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of him. When he looked up, he saw an unfamiliar face. However, Li Changsheng also noticed that it was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Xueping, standing behind Chen Beichen. He instantly knew that she was not a friend but an enemy. The Lu family actually dared to find someone to cause trouble for me. A cold light flashed in Li Changsheng's eyes. It seems that I've been too kind. Lu Xueping didn't say anything. In fact, in front of Chen Beichen, she didn't have the right to speak. She only looked at Li Changsheng with hatred. Her eyes were so full of hatred that she wanted to skin Li Changsheng alive. If looks could kill, she would have stabbed Li Changsheng thousands or even tens of thousands of times. You're Li Changsheng? Chen Beichen's lips curled into a sinister smile. That's right. Li Changsheng nodded. The aura of the person in front of him was very strange. There was a brutal and bloodthirsty aura dormant in his body. He was also a cultivator, and a demonic one at that. Demonic cultivation techniques were brutal and loved to kill. They were like wild beasts. The reason why such people were not tolerated by the righteous path was that their methods were too brutal and cruel. They were also too cold-blooded and heartless. Such people were easily affected by their cultivation techniques, and almost all of them became paranoid and crazy. There were very few people who could control demonic cultivation techniques without being affected. Chen Beichen was obviously not one of them. I'm Chen Beichen. Nice to meet you. As he spoke, he took the initiative to extend his hand to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was just about to reach out and shake his hand. After all, one shouldn't hit a smiling person. Who would have thought that just as he raised his hand, the other party would suddenly swing his hand and slap Li Changsheng's face. Smack. A crisp sound rang out, silencing the entire place. However, it did not hit Li Changsheng's face. Instead, it was blocked by Li Changsheng's arm. The other party did not seem to expect Li Changsheng to react so quickly. However, a cruel smile soon appeared in his eyes. Haha. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Kid, do you really think that your master Chen wants to shake hands with you? You're not worthy. A bastard from another place dares to ruin my plan. Now, I want you to immediately kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times to repent for your sins. If I'm happy, I might just treat you like a fart and let you go. After saying that, he looked coldly at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, only smiled and shook his head. I wouldn't care if a wild dog barked at me on the road. However, this wild dog dared to rush over and bite me. That's unforgivable. Your name is Chen Beichen, right? In my eyes, you're just a wild dog. Li Changsheng slowly stood up. His voice was very calm, without any ripples, but when it fell into the ears of the crowd, each and every one of them widened their eyes. How dare you call Chen Beichen a wild dog? You're too bold. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,